want to mention that the system that brought us the rainfall today on the northern extent of it, it developed this weak area of low pressure. Notice that spin in the rain and cloud pattern on this imagery. That's the weak area of low pressure that developed right near the Florida-Georgia coast, near Jacksonville, but it's inland, so we don't expect that to develop. But we see that, and it just reminds us that we're in hurricane season. Of course, August is right around the corner. One other feature to point out, and that's a tropical wave over the central Atlantic. As that one moves west-northwestward, a 60% chance of development over the next 7 days. By early next week, maybe it becomes a tropical depression, but for now it looks as though it's going to be on a track that keeps it away from the U.S. and over those waters. Calvin?
So, yes, 3 areas we're watching, 1 in the eastern Pacific and 2 here in the Atlantic. Start first with the one closest to Hatteras, kind of helping kick up some of that surf. Invest 97L, 20% chance of developing, but bottom line is the weather's impacting the coastline and also the seas offshore will continue. Now, the development not likely to have a name, only 20%, but the area is, as it pushes to the east, northeast, farther out towards the Atlantic, it should stay off of Bermuda as well, but it's still kicking up waves. Right now, you can clearly see a little spin there, maybe a little elongated area of low pressure, maybe it's depression. But the bottom line is don't get caught up in the name. Get caught up on the impacts and the weather, showers and thunderstorms, as well as offshore. There's quite a bit of wave action because the winds now pretty calm. No big gusts at Charleston or Wilmington, but this buoy offshore at times has been gusting over 30 miles per hour. So this is creating waves, which are definitely impacting even cruise ships. And yes, some cruise ships go through there. We had a disturbance kick up some waves and had a rough cruise about a month or 6 weeks ago. People complained, I didn't know it was out there. Cruise ships knew it was out there, but they still decided to cruise through there. So, yeah, nothing sneaks up on most people in this satellite area here. The second area in the Atlantic, 96L, a 70% chance for the next 5 days, and that development area will take it more towards the north, which also keeps it off the Lesser Antilles and off of Bermuda. It's still early in the season. Doesn't mean that this is a dud of a season by far. It was pretty quiet last year until we had Ian. And that's something that has changed a lot of people's lives and lost a lot of lives as well. And looking at the European model, it's taking both of those invest areas and keeping them out towards sea. Otherwise, the main development region, we're seeing some tropical waves come through. That might enhance some of the rain showers eventually and perhaps some rain for your Caribbean vacation over the next week or so. But nothing imminent for development here affecting land, or certainly not affecting the lower 48. But it's still early, so do not let your guard down. Still prepare. Let's always hope that nothing happens this season in terms of impacts of land, but the chances are low for that. Chances are high for Invest 96E for Eastern Pacific to develop over the next several days here, and that development area will take it parallel along the west coast of Mexico, so Acapulco, Mazatlan, Ixtapa. We're going to see enhanced chances of rain as we head into this week, and also still can't rule out perhaps some rain in some increased surf moving towards the Baja Peninsula and Cabo San Lucas. But overall, mainly rain here across the west coast of Mexico. But the water temperatures are very warm in the Pacific, in the Gulf, and the Atlantic as well. So if something does develop, it has plenty of fuel to keep developing.
We've got tropical trouble out there,
yes,
but it's mostly trouble for boats.
Okay.
This is the good thing about the pattern right now is that the Atlantic systems, while they are both already producing winds of tropical storm force, and I'll explain why neither one of them is a tropical storm yet, they are not directly affecting land. It's the shipping concerns that are a problem. We do have a new tropical depression in the East Pacific that'll be moving away from Mexico, that formed from an African easterly wave. Both of these have at least some history with African easterly waves. This certainly is one. And that's the main feature we got to watch crossing the tropical Atlantic. This one was the northern end of a tropical wave, and it moved through the Bahamas, Florida, Georgia, came off the East Coast over the weekend, and now it is merged with the front that pushed it out to sea. So while it's got tropical storm force winds, plenty of thunderstorms, it is a frontal system, clearly with the instability non-existent behind the front, a lot of it ahead of the front. Hurricane Center is not going to designate a tropical storm when it is a frontal system. But this system has it's the northern end of a tropical wave, but it's suffering from wind shear in the middle latitudes, but that wind shear will probably lessen up. So the center's here, thunderstorms with tropical storm force winds are here. Once that wind shear lessens up just a little bit, it's already got the winds to be a tropical storm. This probably becomes our next named storm in the Atlantic, but it stays away from Bermuda and from the east coast of the U.S. Now, let's check out some dramatic rescue from raging floodwaters in China. This was nail-biting stuff as a man fights for his life with his car bobbing like a cork, right? Finally, emergency crews sweep in for the rescue. This all happened after Typhoon Doksuri unleashed record rainfall on China's capital. Man, I have been to Beijing, but not when it looked like that. My goodness. It's amazing how tropical cyclones, no matter what part of the world they occur in, almost always the most impactful aspect has to do with water. And I'm concerned about that being the big headline from our next typhoon here that is approaching Okinawa. It is powerful, it is large, it is going to be slow moving, and even though we're probably not going to get a direct hit from the worst of the winds of this equivalent Cat 4 Typhoon Kanun in Okinawa, we are going to have a track that is not good news. This is equivalent low-end Cat 4 moving northwest at 10, so it's powerful, slow moving, and it's pretty large. The eye is like 30 miles plus across. And this latest track, it just almost backs over itself, and it keeps Okinawa on the right-hand windier side. Even if you don't get the direct hit, you could get hurricane or tropical storm force winds for days, even as the system weakens. Hopefully the worst of it passes far enough south they don't get the major hurricane force winds. But no matter what, they're going to get heavy, heavy rainfall that could be measured not just in inches, Alex, but in feet.
First day of August, and a couple systems to track over the Atlantic basin. One is non-tropical in nature, an area of low pressure starting to zip off toward the east-northeast over the Atlantic waters. It's not a concern for us, and it's unlikely to develop. The other, northeast of the northern Leeward Islands, the National Hurricane Center has now lowered the development potential down to 50%, so it's gone from a high chance of development to a medium chance. Could still become a tropical depression, maybe a tropical storm as it's moving generally northward over those Atlantic waters before it gets over some cooler waters. Bottom line, it stays out to sea thanks to a dip in the jet stream, so we're not going to worry about that system. So nothing of concern out there for us for now. Nicole?
Wind and rain are blasting parts of southern Japan as powerful typhoon nears the country. The slow-moving storm has its sights set on the island of Okinawa. Hundreds of flights have already been canceled, and thousands have been told to evacuate as the storm nears. There's some looks there across parts of southern Japan. And right now, this powerful typhoon, the equivalent of a Cat 3 or Cat 4 hurricane, is moving through and bringing some very bad weather. We're getting the outer rain bands moving through parts of Okinawa, Japan, where Typhoon Kanun is now rolling on by. Likely the worst of it to remain south of Okinawa, but still close enough to bring very significant wind and rain to the region. We've already seen wind gusts at Okinawa near 100 miles per hour with sort of sustained winds or average winds of about 75. So that's Category 1 like weather conditions now at times with these outer rain bands as they move through. Again, the center of circulation likely to pass probably to the south of Okinawa, moving in that direction roughly, but not very quickly. So the bad weather over the southern prefectures here of Japan will be with us for at least another day or so as Typhoon Kanun continues to roll around without much steering pattern to kick it on out. It's going to be lumbering around the West Pacific Ocean and nearby areas of the Sea of Japan for days to come. Look, there's the jet stream even over the weekend way to the north over here. So this thing is going to be hanging out for quite a while, bringing unsettled weather conditions to the region for days to come. How about on the Atlantic side? Well, we have an Invest 96L, but it's going to remain way out to sea, not even worth mentioning. But let's all now talk about the chances for maybe some new development over the coming days in the main area of the tropical Atlantic that we focus our attention on, and that would be out in here. This is where perhaps the models are suggesting the likelihood of something emerging in a tropical kind of way, let's say next week or a little beyond, really begins to increase as we start to see the rainfall pick up, Alex, a sign that it is getting stormier over the tropical Atlantic.
Not getting the core of the typhoon into Okinawa, but we are getting serious impacts that are going to last the entire week. And the West Pacific isn't the only part of that ocean that is active. We're going to talk about what's going on in the Eastern Pacific with potentially another major hurricane out there in a little bit. Here is the center of the typhoon with Okinawa just off to the north and east. So the worst of the winds are to the south there, but Naha Airport's gusting to 86. Kadena Air Base, where the U.S. military installation is, just a little bit north of that. They are in it right now, and it's a good thing that the worst of it is passing to the south, but we've got a 130-mile-an-hour typhoon. That's equivalent to a Cat 4 hurricane, moving west-northwest at only 9 miles an hour. And yes, it is going to gradually weaken, but this large, slow-moving typhoon is going to back over itself in terms of the track, and it's going to keep Okinawa on the right-hand side the entire time. So it's going to take all the way till the weekend to weaken to a tropical storm. So in addition to the persistent winds, the damage could just ramp up, and you can't go out and clean up when you've got hurricane and tropical storm force winds continuing. We could be measuring the rainfall in not just inches, but in feet in that area. Now, in the Eastern Pacific, we got the El Nino, the whole Eastern Pacific basin here close to Mexico. The waters are way warmer than average, especially up close to Mexico where the temperatures are above 90 degrees. And it's that fuel that Tropical Storm Dora has been feasting on. And let's take a closer look at this. It's over those really warm waters, and look at the upper level outflow, the weak wind shear. This is primed to rapidly intensify off the coast of Mexico. Fortunately for them, heading away from Mexico. So hurricane tonight, major hurricane tomorrow night as this moves west away from Mexico. Now, it will be going a little south of north, so it will stay over relatively warm waters. We could have a long-lived major hurricane. A little too early to call, Alex. It looks like this will pass south of Hawaii, but if I'm in Hawaii, I know August is my most dangerous month in the Central Pacific. I'll watch it closely.
Now, 7 weather with Chief Meteorologist Phil Ferrell.
Warm and sunny start. We had lows in the low to mid 80s, and then we heated up all the way to the low to mid 90s. Right now, 80 Fort Lauderdale, 84 Miami, 87 in Key West. The pressure is steady. The wind out of the southeast at 5. It has gone calm at the coast. The humidity, 74%. Here's a storm tracker. We're looking nice and dry. Broward and Miami-Dade. Only a little bit of shower activity in Florida Bay. And that's how it should be tonight. Mostly dry across the region. Today, Marathon, well, began August just like it had most of July with record heat. 96 was the high. Previous mark was 95 degrees. Speaking of heat, July was extremely hot. Marathon, you keep records since 1950. When you average out the high temperature and the low, this is what you end up with, 89.5 degrees. That is the hottest July. Key West records since 1872. 87.7 was your average. That's also the hottest July, but it was the hottest, actually the hottest month ever in Miami with 86.5 degrees. The record's been kept since 1895, and Fort Lauderdale, you tied for the hottest July. Meanwhile, in the tropics, we're down to one area that the National Hurricane Center is eyeing, and it's just a weak area of low pressure. The chances for development are down to 20%. If it could somehow get its act together, it's still going to be an open water system with no worries for anyone.
Powerful typhoon Kanun slamming parts of southern Japan. Large waves and fierce winds blasted the country as the storm moved in. More than 24 people were injured and power lines were knocked out, leaving more than 200,000 homes in the dark. The typhoon passed by Japan, packing winds gusting over 100 miles per hour at Naha Airport in Okinawa in the southern prefectures of Japan there, making it this storm equivalent of we think Cat 3, Cat 4, somewhere around there. Hard to know exactly. We don't have in situ data to tell us that. No aircraft flying in there. We have satellite estimates, and the satellite estimates are telling us it's still a very powerful hurricane. Now, the video on the right was shot by storm tracker James Reynolds. He'll join us tonight on Storm Center to talk about some of the damage left behind. I might add that it is still very stormy in Okinawa, and in particular at Naha Airport, where the winds are gusting right now at 60, 70 miles per hour. And for the last 36 hours now, the winds have been gusting at least 60 miles per hour, and in some cases near 100 miles per hour. So this has been a very stormy time of it for a very long period over Okinawa and some of the other prefectures nearby as well. So this is, again, that is Typhoon Kanun right there, moving toward the west, but only very slowly. It is still a very formidable force in the West Pacific and areas nearby. There are the current wind patterns here, gusting to 60 miles per hour still at Naha. Sustained tropical storm force winds at 43 miles per hour. Very windy all up and down this zone. And you can see the storm continues to only slowly move toward the west. And we think the maximum intensity right now is somewhere between about 100 and 115 knots. It may actually be more than that based on some of the other satellite data, but a very powerful hurricane still. Elsewhere in the tropics, in the East Pacific, we've got a couple of things to deal with. A hurricane, an area to watch, and invest. But I'm looking at this area right out in here. Just by the way, this invest, no threat to the United States. It's very likely going to be heading along a path like that. But it's this area where there are right now no circles. Heads up, because we're starting to see signs that it's at least stormier than it's been. Maybe not stormier than average, but if you add up the amount of rain as kind of a proxy for that, you can see that maybe in the next week plus 2 weeks, this might be an area to watch. Nothing imminent, Alex, but it's the time of year where the main development region of the tropics comes alive.
Some of us, yes, will experience some thunderstorms for your weekend plans, but those rain chances lower compared to at least what we'll be experiencing today. Across the tropics, we're still just tracking one lone area of low pressure. Chances continue to decrease on the potential of seeing this develop into anything tropical. Now just a 10% chance is what the National Hurricane Center is giving it. Certainly not a worry to any land areas. Some good news there, but keep in mind we're now kicking off what is the more active part of hurricane season. August 1st onward is when we experience 90% of our tropical system. So it's good to see that we're still quiet.
Beijing recorded an average 10.2 inches since Saturday. 13 people are still missing in that flooding. And Typhoon Kanun already put a lashing on Japan. It could hit the country again this weekend. Had 100-mile-an-hour winds, knocking out power to a third of the households in Okinawa. At least one person is dead, 20 others hurt. And the storm appears clear as day all the way from space. We get some spectacular visuals of these storms captured here on a high-resolution satellite. Unfortunately, Dr. Nab, as these storms become so symmetrical and pretty, we also know they're packing quite a punch.
And even though this will be a weakening typhoon over the next several days, there are other numbers that will not be improving. In fact, getting worse. Yesterday it was Cat 4 equivalent with 130-mile-an-hour winds. Today 115, but it's moving west-northwest at only 6 miles an hour. It is not moving very fast, and that's fast compared to how fast or slow it'll be moving by tomorrow as it moves into the East China Sea here. Got the Takara Islands, the Amami Islands, and here the Okinawa Islands, all south of the main portion of Japan. These islands are going to get raked by this typhoon over the next several days, and that's been ongoing. You still have sustained tropical storm force winds gust over 50 there at Naha, that is near Kadena Air Base, the U.S. military installation there. But look how, even though it weakens, it goes slowly back to the east all the way into early next week. So that's going to be a long duration wind, storm surge, and rain event, inches to feet of rainfall. Now, Invest 96L is on the way out, doesn't have much chance to develop anymore. It gets absorbed by a front, but we have two tropical waves that have led to, one, Hurricane Dora, and two, the next tropical storm, probably the E storm in the East Pacific, feeding off the warm waters of El Nino. The warmest waters are right there near the coast of Mexico. That's what Dora rapidly intensified over, and we got upper level high pressure, weak wind shear, and that next tropical wave is probably going to be getting a lot closer to Mexico. It's not going to follow on Dora's track. High chance of a depression or storm forming in the next several days. Could get up near Cabo San Lucas, and not only could it affect Mexico, but with that upper level ridge over the southern U.S. moving east, this system could bring a surge of moisture up the Gulf of California into Arizona by the time we get to this weekend. So hopefully that system will jumpstart the monsoon. And then the next system, of course, is Dora, that is moving off to the west. That is going to be moving south of Hawaii, but it'll probably become a major hurricane tonight, Colleen.
And that's going to be the case through the end of the week and into the weekend. In the tropics, excellent news so far. Remember that feature that we had been talking about? That's gone at this point here. Really didn't have a chance after the last couple of days. Relatively quiet across the Caribbean, the Gulf of Mexico certainly, and watching a few tropical waves. This one pretty vigorous coming off of the African continent. Not expecting any significant development, at least over the next 7 days.
All right, guys, we're going to talk about Dora. Look at that thing. It's actually a major hurricane. And then we go toward the Atlantic. More dust coming off of Africa, which will flirt with these two waves and may hold them at bay, at least temporarily. Dora has caught my eye this morning. Look at this thing. It's going to think about what happens when a skater pulls his or her arms in. They go faster, right? Well, that's all this is doing as it's starting to go through what we call an ERC, likely an eye wall replacement cycle. That doesn't mean it necessarily just weakens once it's done, okay? As a matter of fact, it may come down a little bit, but then may go back up or become a very solidly stable hurricane at whatever level it comes out at. So that eye got really small. And if you remember back in, what was it, 2005, we had Hurricane Wilma. The hurricane hunters actually flew through Wilma and they found less than a 2-mile eye when they flew through it, which is the most amazing part. Well, this isn't that big either, because the hurricane force winds only extend out about 15 miles. So you've got something before that went into the ERC and got the, the cloud debris in the middle of it. Got pretty small indeed, too. So the faster it goes, the smaller the eye. 70% chance this next wave develops. This one's going to hug close, so we could get some showers. Acapulco, Mazatlan, maybe up toward Cabo San Lucas. We'll see. Big subtropical ridge dominating here. This is the Bermuda High. It extends up through the Azores. It extends all the way down into the southwestern United States. And we have waves that move, if you will, from the south side of that all the way toward the Caribbean. And, of course, they're bringing with them the dust. The models don't do much here for the first few days of August, but we'll see what happens as this gets into the Caribbean toward next week. All right, the ACE. I've got 15 seconds left. This is what it is. It's accumulated cyclone energy, and so far we're running about average, or just slightly there above, going back a 30-year average.
What's going on with this mangled metal, broken glass, shredded power lines? This is the scene on the streets of Okinawa. After Typhoon Kanun swamped the island yesterday, the storm cut power to over 200,000 homes, leaving people in the dark overnight. And don't get the impression that, well, that was, yesterday and now the storm is moving away. Well, not really. I mean, the core of the storm is a little farther away than it was after it passed us to the south, but it's still hanging out and it's not moving. And it's going to be moving back toward the southern islands here, south of the mainland area of Japan, and we're still got tropical storm force winds, at least in gusts here on Okinawa, and it's coming back in the other direction. So this is far from over at Kadena Air Base and Okinawa as the typhoon, even though it'll be weaker, it'll be right near the hurricane intensity threshold and going back until early next week. So it'll take all weekend for the weather to finally get better in Okinawa. Now on the East Pacific side, we got Dora, major hurricane, another area to watch. Dora is going to go south of Hawaii as a major hurricane that's weakening. And then this next area to watch will get up near Cabo San Lucas, could give a little jump start to the monsoon in Arizona over the weekend. But what's going on in the Atlantic? There's no areas to watch. Well, that just means the Hurricane Center doesn't have any systems specifically mentioned in their outlook. But we've got 3 tropical waves out here in the tropical Atlantic, and the conditions out there are relatively conducive for formation. Got upper level high pressure dominating the tropical Atlantic. The waters are way warmer than average, and everything Cabo Verde Islands southward and westward is above 80 degrees. So this zone here has plenty of spin. What's this? Well, it's a spin embedded in the intertropical convergence zone. So until it kind of extracts itself out of that, it's probably not going to develop into a depression or storm. What do the models say? Well, here's the Euro model run, and you'll see the colors representing the low-level spin. Eventually, that wave gets out of the tropics and gets into the northern Leeward Islands by next Wednesday or Thursday. Conditions are relatively conducive for development, but it'll be a slow development process. Plenty of time to watch.
Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ, and we've got the latest Atlantic hurricane season outlook via Colorado State University. The short term, you can see it across the basin. We had Invest 96L, we had Invest 97L. They're both gone, and no development is likely across the basin as we move on through the next 7 days. So we've taken a bit of a breath here, a beat from some of the early activity across the main development region of the Atlantic that we saw back in June. And here we go. Meet the new forecast from Colorado State. Same as the old forecast. The thinking here, still the same. We've got these competing influences with the El Nino that would lead to enhanced wind shear across the entire basin. The El Nino has been getting stronger, yes, but what we're tracking across the whole basin is well above average sea surface temperature. So any storms that get a bit of a window can organize and intensify quickly. So overall, still expecting a season that's just slightly above average, and that is, again, because of all this. Almost everywhere you look across the Atlantic basin, you see orange or darker shades of red, indicating either above average or well above average sea surface temperatures, which, of course, are what fuel the intensity of tropical systems. All of that being said, we've had a number of named storms already, call it 5 because of the unnamed storm back in January. This is the time of the year where activity typically starts cranking. The Saharan dust season, that starts to dial back and quickly as you move through the month of August. And you've got the warmth of the whole season so far. We know that these sea surface temperatures are cooking, and that potentially becomes quite problematic for any storms that do develop and at least find pockets of favorable conditions. We know the El Nino is a forcing toward unfavorable conditions, thankfully. So we have that going for us moving forward. Over on the Pacific side, you've got small but mighty Hurricane Dora, still a Category 3 storm, a major hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. This actually made it to a 4 early this morning, a Category 4. Those hurricane force winds, though, only extend out about 15 miles from its small inner core. 53 years ago today, the Gulf of Mexico was active. Hurricane Celia intensified explosively in the final hours before making landfall near Corpus Christi, Texas. Maximum sustained winds reached 140 miles per hour. Gusts were even higher. Those reached as high as 180 miles per hour. Those winds heavily damaged or destroyed 90% of the downtown region. Celia is the costliest storm in Corpus Christi's history.
Take a look at this. This is pretty unbelievable. A car racing down the highway, and then suddenly there's no highway. What? Eek! At least 2 vehicles plunged into a crater. This after heavy rain from Typhoon Doksuri swept away the bridge that should have been here in China. Stunned witnesses luckily were able to rescue both drivers from the water below. This is the stuff of nightmares, Dr. Knapp. Just goes to show you what that heavy rain out of these systems can do.
And you just don't know what the condition of roads and bridges are when there's been flooding, and you got to slow down so that you have a little time to respond if things have been very impactful flood-wise. And speaking of impactful, we still have the system out near the southern portion of the Japanese islands here. Okinawa is still getting tropical storm force winds. This is a tropical storm now, but it has become a very large system, and they've been dealing with this system for days. So what was a typhoon, now a tropical storm, but probably becomes a typhoon again as it heads towards the southern part of mainland Japan. So a very, very long week and weekend for the folks at Kadena Air Base, the U.S. military installation there. Now, in the Atlantic, we've got the warmer than average waters throughout the basin, and they're plenty warm enough here in the tropical Atlantic. So why haven't we had development yet, even though the waters are warm and the shear isn't prohibitively strong? It's just that it's early August. You just don't always get the instability to ramp up quite as much as it will in the middle to latter part of the month. So it won't be long before tropical waves like this are developing. And again, when will the switch flip? That's always the big question in August. Hard to predict. The models, they track the tropical waves across. Here's that easternmost tropical wave getting to the Windward and Leeward Islands by early next week, and then there's the next one. At some point, the models will start to respond to the increase in instability through this month. It just hasn't quite happened yet like it has in the East Pacific. There's Hurricane Dora. Here is nearly our next system. This is almost our E storm, and this will be going pretty close to Mexico and Cabo San Lucas, and it will bring some moisture to maybe jumpstart the monsoon Sunday and Monday. But Dora's going to pass south of Hawaii, Mike.
We look at tropics now, where we've got some action in the Pacific. You could actually see a lot of the action sitting off the Baja here. And then in the Atlantic, well, let's see how things shape up there, because it has been kind of slow go, hasn't it? Which, you know what, if you are not a fan of kind of getting these big storms heading our way, I get it. So it's kind of nice to see it in the snooze fest with no development expected over the next 7 days. We've had a lot of turbidity to the atmosphere to tear up any storm that's tried to get its act together. Now, in the EastPac, that's a couple of storms that we're tracking here, from Hurricane Dora, which is a beast, to Tropical Storm Eugene. And of course, if we take a look at Dora first, well, the closest impacts we could see it maybe, here on U.S. soil is going to be on the Hawaiian Islands. But this thing is still way far away, and the good news is it stays way to the south. But you clearly have an eye defined with this thing. Category 4 storm right now, 145-mile winds, moving west at 21 miles per hour. So it is cruising westward, and it stays in that due west function. So all that's really going to be bringing us in Hawaii is going to be some big swells to all the south shore there for many folks. Now, a little bit closer to home, right around Cabo, the Baja Peninsula here, Baja California, you've got a storm system. This is Tropical Storm Eugene. It does stay offshore, but we kind of see it do a little bit of a turn. I know it's going to be, subtropical by then, but by that time we could be looking at maybe some impacts. Hopefully get us some monsoon in the southwest. And then last but not least, just to look at the Atlantic, since we always do, models do have some kind of wave and energy coming off of Africa. Again, we've had a lot of shear tearing these things up, but again, we'll put you into mid-August until we see if anything comes out of that. Jackie?
Well, Fox Weather is your hurricane HQ, and we're checking in on the Atlantic as well as the Pacific basins, because in the Pacific, we do have some action. Not a lot, but we do still have Dora, as well as the potential for a disturbance to develop over the next several days. So here's what's going on. We also have the remnants of what was Tropical Storm Eugene, and now it's kind of starting to help influence things in a good, positive way, meaning that it's still staying well to the west of the Baja of California, but as we continue to watch it drift further to the north, we'll watch as all of that moisture is able to stream to the northeast. So we've got that area of high pressure keeping the southwest drier for now, but heading into tomorrow, we'll see that return of moisture, and that will really help and aid kind of the development of some monsoonal thunderstorms. So that's kind of what's happening with Eugene. I was mentioning how a lot of these locations out to the west, we need to see the precipitation, some spots really dry, especially like Arizona as well as New Mexico. Now let's talk about what else is going on. So we've got Dora, which I've been calling kind of Dora the Explorer, because Dora's just going all over the place. It's still a very strong storm. And we also got an area of disturbed weather that could develop by the end of the week on its heels. Now Hurricane Dora, a Category 4 major hurricane with a clear center of circulation, moving to the west at 22 miles per hour, sustained winds at about 130 miles per hour. The forecast is that Dora will begin to gradually weaken over the next kind of 24 to 48 hours. So by Thursday morning, down to just 120 mile per hour sustained winds, and by Friday morning, 115 mile per hour sustained winds. We do still have high wind warnings and alert in effect, as well as wind advisories for wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour. So that's something that we're watching very carefully. But in the Atlantic, dust and wind shear are helping to keep things pretty quiet. So no tropical development over the next 7 days.
Well, it is heartbreak and devastation as you see a string of houses burning here in Maui. The island here was hit by multiple different fires, but one in particular came through Lahaina. 271 buildings have been destroyed. Residents stunned by the amount of damage.
We just had the worst disaster I've ever seen. All Lahaina is burnt to crisp, and it's like an apocalypse.
I want to talk tropics, of course. Those fires partly fueled by Hurricane Dora, which was moving south of the islands, leading to a really strong pressure gradient. We had strong high pressure to the north of the islands, Hurricane Dora to the south, and that strong pressure gradient left us dealing with some very strong winds, gusts over 60, 70, even 80 miles an hour. A few areas to watch now in the eastern Pacific. You can see the waves are lined up there into the Atlantic. No development expected over the next 7 days. Doesn't mean there's nothing to look at. And of course, Hurricane Dora continues to move out over the central Pacific. So let's give you the very latest check on this one. It is still a major hurricane, Category 3 with 120-mile-per-hour winds. Pressure for Hurricane Dora down to is at 961 millibars. It continues that westward movement at 21 miles per hour. You can see the Hawaiian Islands are up here, so it continues to move away. That has allowed the winds to back off a little bit, but still our usual breezy to lightly gusty winds continue across the Hawaiian Islands. This is a 1,090 miles west-southwest of Honolulu. So there is, again, Dora. There's that area of high pressure, though, that I mentioned off to the north. So when we had strong Hurricane Dora over here, that high pressure to the north, we had our lines of constant pressure, our isobars, more tightly packed, and that would lead to stronger winds. So the pressure gradient that left us dealing with those gusty winds on an already dry landscape, unfortunately, really promoted perfect fire development conditions, what we saw there. Enhanced satellite picture. This storm is expected to remain on the strong side, so it will remain a major hurricane here in the short term, probably not weakening until the early part of next week. So over the next several days, we'll be dealing with a major Hurricane Dora. Wave heights strongest, or highest rather, closer to the core of the storm. There's the forecast. So this is going to continue out over the central Pacific, generally moving off towards the north and northwest. By Friday early morning, still 110-mile-per-hour winds. It's not till we get out into that longer range that we expect this to eventually weaken back down to a tropical storm. There's your wind gust forecast as we continue off into the open waters of the central Pacific. Mike will be watching that. And again, we've got a few areas to watch for possible future development there in the eastern Pacific.
We'll keep an eye on that. And new today, NOAA updated its seasonal hurricane forecast. The numbers are going up, right? We've already had 4 named storms so far this season. Take a look at the updated forecast. Basically, each category is up by 2, let's say, okay? So if you look at the average number of named storms that we have in a season, it's 14, 7 hurricanes, and 3 of Category 3 status or higher. We would allude to that as a major hurricane. Colorado State's numbers are right in here. They've been doing hurricane forecasting for decades. A total named storms predicted to be 18. Now, the NOAA's forecast gives you a range instead of a specific number, but NOAA's forecast now is up between 14 and 21, 6 and 11 hurricanes, and 2 to 5 major hurricanes. The Weather Channel's forecast 20, 10, and 5. All right. We've had 4 already. The most recent one was Don, and the next name on the list, the E name, is Emily. So where have the storms been so far this year? 4 named storms, 1 hurricane. It was Arlene that started us off, and then Brett, then Cindy, then Don did all kinds of weird things here in the Atlantic, doing all kinds of loop-de-loops here. But ultimately, it's been, we call it relatively active now. Things have been quiet in the month of July. So far in August, we've had next to nothing. But if you look at what happens during the season, things generally stay up to this point relatively quiet. But about that 2nd to 3rd week of August, things really start to ramp up. And we still got 88% historically of tropical activity still ahead of us for the season. The real peak is in August and September, and of late October has also been a very active month for tropical systems. If you look out in the Atlantic right now, there's not much happening right now. We have incredibly warm sea surface temperatures. We have low wind shear right now, but what we've really been lacking is any general instability or convective activity that's formed. We've had very few waves that have come off the coast of Africa recently. So we'd look maybe closer to home for some formation here. There's a little cluster of storms right in here, something that we'll keep an eye on, but as of right now, it's nothing overly impressive, that's for sure. And then some general storms here in the ITCZ, but watching for maybe the next one to come off the desert here and maybe form into something. Just something to keep an eye on. But if you look at the August origins, they're everywhere in the basin. As we mentioned, Alex, August is one of those months where the activity really shoots up.
Yeah, we expect things to peak here as we head towards the end of the month and into September. Well, coming up, our coverage continues on the Weather Channel. We hope you'll stay with us for Storm Center. They pick up right after us, beginning at 5 o'clock Eastern.
The destructive wildfires in Hawaii have now sadly claimed 96 lives, and that number is expected to rise. More than 2,700 structures are gone, with more than $5 billion in estimated damages. Somehow, the famous banyan tree is still standing, although it is scorched. I want to take you into the outlook here for tropics in the Eastern Pacific here to see if there is anything coming your way in Hawaii and elsewhere. So we've got a couple of areas that we're keeping an eye on. There's a new area to watch. We've got Hurricane Fernanda and also Tropical Storm Greg. Now, these two leading disturbances, both are going to track south of Hawaii. So let's talk about them. We'll start with our Hurricane Fernanda, and you can see this little pinhole eye that it had right here. It is really increased in a hurry, but in terms of intensity. But I want to point out that see this sort of edge. This is the edge between where there's moisture and where there's not at all. We've got a lot of dry air that this is going to be tracking into as it continues on that westbound track. So right now it's located about 700 miles southwest of the southern tip of Baja California. It's a Cat 3 with 125 mile per hour winds. It is moving to the west at 8, so it's moving away from land. It's not having an impact on Mexico. It won't have an impact on Hawaii either. You'll watch this as we get into the next several days. Within 48 hours, it really comes down in intensity, and by Thursday, it's a tropical storm, and then by Friday, it's a tropical depression here, thanks to ingesting all that dry air that it's going to be moving into. So that's key in its path. Now, you see this big plume of dry air there in between it and Greg, which we have as a tropical storm out here. You might be wondering, is that going to strengthen? No, it's not likely to. It's about 1,100 miles away from Hilo, Hawaii, to the east-southeast. You can see actually how far it is south of here, and it's going to stay on this westbound track, so we're not really expecting it to get close to Hawaii, not going to change the moisture, bring rainfall to Hawaii, and really it's not going to have any impact at all when you see how far away it is and how weak it is, where winds are going to remain below hurricane strength here, maybe increasing to 50 miles per hour, but beyond that here, decreasing in intensity. That was Tropical Storm Greg. Now, the next area to watch has a 90% chance of developing here. Pretty active time for us. All of these disturbances that have been coming in. This next one we have to keep an eye on, because the area to watch is closer to the Mexican coast here for the next 7 days here. And again, a 90% chance of developing. So this could have an impact here on the west coast of Mexico. We're going to keep an eye on this. At the very least, it will increase the waves here, but we'll have to see how close it gets in terms of bringing rain or wind. That's what's happening in the Eastern Pacific. The Atlantic side of things, we have a few more disturbances this week moving off the coast of Africa, but so far we've been in a quiet time.
I have a confession for you, Jen.
Yeah?
I had nothing to do with Tropical Storm Greg.
We thought so.
I know. I'm just letting everybody know that it's not related at all.
You didn't throw your name into the hat.
Right.
Yeah.
Very good. But let's go to the Atlantic side, because, Jen, we have some things to watch out there. It's getting a bit more active, we think, now in the middle part of the Atlantic, much like we were anticipating last week. If you were tuning in, we sort of said, you know, there's some storminess here that needs to be watched, because there's a chance that the atmosphere will open up that window again over this part of the world and lead to tropical development. The good news is that we don't see any imminent, right? There's nothing out there right now that says I'm going to be a tropical system tomorrow. We're not dealing with that. But there is a couple things here. One, a cloud cluster that's there, that's in no immediate danger of becoming a tropical cyclone, but, you know, it's got some of the goods that could be used to that end in the next couple of days. So we'll watch that. Then there's another one out here, which, of course, is a sort of a diurnal pulse in thunderstorms, a daily pulse of storms that's associated with a tropical wave. That is going to move out over the Atlantic, and in the coming days, that one may have a chance. So we've got two, right? Two systems to watch, none of which yet really are in immediate risk of doing that. But down the road, we could see that. One right there, that's the one that I circled with a 20% chance of development. And the one behind it, which is now over Africa, I might add, but over the coming days may find itself over here. That has a 30% chance of development. And I'm going to have to skip a graphic here because I don't have much time. But what I'm going to show you instead is where each one of those may end up going. The first one out this direction, going toward the west. If you have interest in the eastern islands of the Caribbean, heads up here because maybe a week to 10 days or so, we may see some squally weather, one of my favorite words.
So 2 things going on out here. Tropical Storm Greg staying well south of Hawaii, and that's going to continue moving westbound here, not have a direct impact at all, or even indirect really for that matter. Hurricane Fernanda is going to keep on weakening, but it's going to bring some moisture to the island. So that's what we want to look at. Here's Greg. Again, you can see how far south it is, more than 850 miles away from the islands. It's going to keep on that westward track. It's going to start going down in terms of intensity starting tomorrow, and we'll see that continue to weaken as it goes, again, staying well south. Now, Hurricane Fernanda, it's a Cat 1. This thing has been weakening. It doesn't look at all like it did 3 days ago when, or 2 days ago when it was a Cat 4. Now, we're going to be watching, though, the moisture and the DNA from this track closer to the island chain. And what that's going to do is just increase the available moisture there, especially for the Big Island as we get into early next week. That's the timing. So Sunday into Monday, you can see how this moisture comes in, and we'll be watching for some rain chances. The key here is that you don't get too much at once so we don't get any flooding. But in terms of moisture, we do need it, considering that we're in a drought. We definitely want to have any additional fire danger. Now we go from what's happening in the Pacific to what's happening in the Gulf of Mexico. This is some new threat areas, Greg.
It is an area to watch, but it's not because there's a system there now. It's because there's a system that maybe in a few days will move into the Gulf of Mexico. So this is the area to watch, not today, not tomorrow, but maybe late in the weekend or early next week for some chance of development. And looking at the satellite pictures, you can understand why it's not going to happen anytime soon, because there's really nothing to look at except for some scattered thunderstorms here and there. There's no system that is poised to initiate development in the Gulf of Mexico anywhere near it. In fact, not even here. You might be like, well, what about that little swirly there? Maybe it doesn't have any clouds, but could that be it? That's not it. The system that we're watching that eventually makes it into the Gulf, probably, is here. It's a tropical wave, looks innocuous with not a lot of cloud activity at all, just moving through with not much fanfare. In fact, look at the winds on the islands. They're about what they would be normally on a typical mid-afternoon in August. And look, what we've got is that tropical system, that tropical wave, a little ripple in the trade winds, essentially. It's not got a lot of weather with it because it's got a whole lot of dry air and stable air nearby. There's hardly any clouds. You wouldn't be able to find this thing on the satellite pictures if you didn't have other data to look at. Thank you to the Saharan air layer for that. However, that area that I mentioned, that tropical wave, does have a notable area of spin that's associated with it that will be moving westward and maybe picking up a little bit more moisture and breaking free from the bind of that Saharan air layer and find itself near Florida over the weekend, bringing some unsettled weather maybe, and then maybe the northern Gulf of Mexico. But look where that thing is and the path that the European model and operational run took it, all the way up there. The Hurricane Center's outlook is for here. There are a lot of options yet on the table. Either way, stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone, to Weather Underground. Let's take you to San Diego right now, right at Ocean Beach. When the skies are blue, it's beautiful. Actually, I'd even say, even though it's a little foggy right now,
I'll take it.
It's still beautiful.
Anytime
it really
there's a
is.
palm tree.
You know, you're on your scooter and you're just enjoying life, right? Temperatures are in the 60s right now. We're giving you the heads up. Something very unusual is headed your way. We potentially could have impact from a tropical system. Hurricane Hilary spins in the Pacific right now, could become a major hurricane in the next 24 hours and is taking aim at Southern California.
Yeah, and we are watching this because we're still, what day is it even? It's Thursday. I keep thinking it's like Tuesday. So I was like, we're still days out from really having a great idea. But it's still something we want to watch very closely because a shift of, 100 miles or so in where that center ends up going could really make a difference in what you see there in Palm Springs, in San Diego, in LA, and all the places.
All right, so let's update you on what we know at this hour. 85-mile-per-hour winds. It's a Category 1. We are, however, anticipating the wind speeds to go up pretty dramatically in the next advisory here. It's going through rapid intensification right now. So would not at all be surprised this thing is over 100 miles an hour with the next advisory. The west-northwest movement is at 14 miles per hour. So we think probably over the next 2 days or so, it's going to parallel Baja California. It's 365 miles outside of Cabo Corrientes right now. So what happens with this over time? Here's a look at the forecast track and intensity track, okay? By tomorrow at this time, or even earlier, 130-mile-per-hour winds, Category 4. Category 4 into Saturday. Category 2 into Sunday. It's going to encounter a little bit of wind shear, a little bit of dry air, cooler sea surface temperatures. All those things in combination will begin to weaken it, but we're going to start at a really high point here. Cat 4. I mean, it's not off the table, could get even higher than 130 miles an hour, but we'll watch this one. By Monday, we think a potential landfall or direct impact for us here in Southern California. Whether or not it actually comes right in off the water into Southern California, I don't think it really matters, honestly, but I think the wind and the rain will certainly be there no matter what. If you work this all the way up toward Reno, we could have effects here, especially when it comes to the rain. Look at the sea surface temperatures. Obviously, it's going to go into some cooler water by this weekend where water temperatures here drop back into the 60s. That will have some influence on this, but I think more of the atmospheric conditions and some wind shear will influence it more than anything else. If you look at the zoomed in cone here, San Diego, LA, Vegas, Reno, Fresno, all within the forecast cone, which is nearly unprecedented that this were to happen. Especially this time of year, we are basically, all these places basically get zero rain in the month of August. Probability of tropical storm force winds is relatively low. Generally speaking, less than 50% chance at any spot in Southern California you may see tropical storm force winds, but it's more the rain that you're going to be concerned about here. Flash flooding is a possibility Monday into Tuesday here in a lot of areas in Southern California, up into Nevada, Sunday to Monday. It's this area here. That includes places like Palm Springs. Want to give you that heads up. European model forecasts as much as 5 to 8 inches of rain coming down for us here. GFS shows something very similar, even isolated pockets of 8 to 12 inches of rain, which could be catastrophic in some locations, considering that could be, in some spots, Felicia, twice as much rain as you see in an entire year. And it could happen in a matter of about 2 days.
Yeah, we're not talking about as much rain as you see in a couple days or something in an entire year.
Yeah.
At one time.
Yeah.
Not to mention, you're going to get some wind out of this, so there could be some power outages. There are a lot of different things that we want you guys to be prepared for. So we're watching that, of course, but we also are watching this disturbance in the disturbance that will be in the Gulf eventually. Currently, just hanging out. It is going to bring tons of moisture across South Florida. Right now, you're already getting plenty of moisture. You can see we've got that sea breeze in full effect. That west coast sea breeze really marching across the state currently. Now, as we look toward the weekend, we're going to have an increase in that tropical moisture. I know you're like, an increase? It's already really, really tropically moisturous across the state, but we're going to have that surge. It's going to be steered by that high pressure right across South Florida. You guys know what happens when we're talking about our major metro areas. This much rain in a short period of time, it causes some flooding issues. And with it being the weekend, you got to keep an eye on this forecast. Now, by Monday, we're watching that plume of tropical moisture. It's hanging out here in the Gulf. If you're taking a beach vacation, maybe Panama City Beach, want to keep an eye on maybe an increase in the waves in the Gulf, an increase in that possibility for some passing very heavy rain. Now watch what happens. That disturbance is interacting with that warm Gulf water. So far the Gulf is an area of untapped potential this hurricane season. And then we watch as that moisture plume takes aim somewhere on that western Gulf coast. So from Texas up through Louisiana, you can see a surge of that moisture right now. 30% chance of development over the next 7 days, but of course we'll watch and see if that number goes up. We're keeping a close eye on this, and of course we'll have more on Hilary. Stick around.
And of course, we just got a new update in on Hurricane Hilary. It is now a major hurricane in the eastern Pacific, maximum winds of 120 miles per hour. It's going to be heading on up towards Baja California, places like San Diego, Los Angeles, Reno, even Bend, Oregon, all in the cone.
Back to Hurricane Hilary. Again, we were going to keep you guys posted on this storm as often as possible because we've got major impacts here, okay? And as people are just waking up and eating breakfast with us this morning, what you need to know is this thing rapidly intensified. It is a major hurricane, Category 4. We've got a solid eye right now. Stephanie mentioned, what this thing could go through. There are different stages. We could be looking at, potential eye wall replacement. It's still in warm waters and waters ripe for it to strengthen, okay, before it moves into the colder Pacific waters. So you've got the warnings and the alerts that are up right now for Baja California. This is areas down the spine of the western side of Mexico, and the hurricane watch basically just north of Cabo San Lucas. You got the tropical storm warnings there for much of the southern edge of the peninsula, but we also have some of those alerts into the Sea of Cortez as well. You guys will see major impacts there also. So given the timeline here, everyone may be kind of keeping an eye on places like Southern California when we could be looking at impacts on Sunday. And remember, the wind field is largest, and so this little timeline here is for when the center of it could be moving at that spot. So remember, we've got a pretty large wind field and these tentacles that could reach parts of Southern California prior to that Sunday evening time frame. We know we're going to get big rain out of this. Still some uncertainty between a couple of the models. Our forecast does have a good chunk of 3 to 5 in a period there, or a couple dots of orange, which would indicate a half of a foot or more into some of our driest areas in the country this time of year. And you take a look at what the Weather Prediction Center is highlighting, and it's not all that common to see a high risk day or a very likely day of seeing some flooding in this part of the country. So from a satellite perspective, this thing is looking very healthy. There's a lot of moisture associated with that, and it will be moving north throughout this weekend.
Yeah, Betty, and that's where we're going to start today, actually. Just really quickly, take a look at Hurricane Hilary. This is a Category 4 hurricane right now. Hurricane hunters are actually out there right now looking at this one. Maybe the wind's down a little bit, but not expecting it to level off too much too soon. But look at where the cone is pointing there to Southern California. This one headed in that direction. This won't be a hurricane when it gets there, but it's going to bring a torrential amount of rainfall. You're talking about more rainfall than some of these areas see in an entire year. All right, in the Atlantic, though, this is what we're watching here. We have just a cornucopia of disturbances from the Eastern Atlantic to the Gulf of Mexico. This one here in the Eastern Atlantic that's red, that's Invest 98L. That's the closest to becoming a tropical depression or storm here. Over the next day or two, you look at the visible satellite picture, everything is just wanting to turn here in the tropics from 98L to 99L to this disturbance there to the east of the Lesser Antilles. Now, as we sort of track this out for you, you can see we have high pressure steering that's going to be guiding most of these off to the north or to the west. 98L and 99L aren't going to be a problem for us. We're going to watch this disturbance move into the Eastern Caribbean. Not concerned about it for now. I think that one's going to pull up into the jet stream dip that we're seeing right here. Now in the Gulf of Mexico, we're watching this system as it moves toward Texas. You can see high pressure steering anchored over the central part of the U.S. That's going to be headed toward Texas, where they really do need the rain right now. So not a bad story necessarily with this one. But thankfully, with all of this activity, Calvin and Nicole, no threats here in the coming week to South Florida. We'll take it for now.
So all of Southern California now under the tropical storm watch. And the tropical storm watch means that tropical storm force winds 40 miles per hour, sustained 40 miles per hour or higher, are possible. That doesn't mean that everybody's going to get winds that strong, because especially in California, where you have all those mountains, the winds will be stronger where the wind goes through the passes. As anybody that's spent any time in California knows, that when you're in a pass, it can be just whistling, and then you get behind the mountain and you don't have that much depending on the direction of the wind. So it just means the possibility, depending on the time, the direction of the wind, and how the air is interacting with the passes, and essentially all of Los Angeles County and point south and all the way to the Nevada line is under this tropical storm watch for the possibility of these strong winds, and then of course higher winds at the higher elevations. So the biggest threat for winds are going to be up the hillsides and up the mountains. That'll also be the biggest threat for rain. All right, let's get to the new advisory information. I have some little clarity on what's happened here. The wind estimate now as of 5 o'clock Eastern time, 2 p.m. Pacific time, is 130 miles per hour. The hurricane hunters were out there, but they didn't complete their mission for some reason that I don't know. Suddenly their data stopped, and I saw that, okay, they measured pressure that was higher than the estimates before. All we were doing is getting estimates from the Hurricane Center experts and the people that do this analysis of the satellite to come up with the estimates, and they had lower pressures and higher wind speeds. So the hurricane hunters went in there, they sampled part of the storm, we quit getting the data. I don't know what happens. Sometimes that happens. They have a communications problem, and they just have to fly back to the base, which is, by the way, in Mississippi, unless they were going somewhere else, and I've lost track of them. So what the Hurricane Center forecaster has done is kind of taken a compromise between what they know and what the indications are based on the satellite, and they came up with 130 miles per hour. So until we get another hurricane hunter in there, we're not going to have really good data from this storm. But anyway, moving to the northwest at 12, I mean, none of this is really relevant. The big issue here is the rain heading toward Southern California.
With more than 10 inches in isolated areas, the National Weather Service says that Hilary will hit California as a tropical storm, and then they said it will be, if it does do that, the first time that's happened in nearly 84 years.
And speaking of hurricanes and tropical storms, meteorologist Michael Ehrenberg is tracking some activity in the tropics that could develop.
Yes, we have 4 systems in the Atlantic there, Liz, but of course unusual, like Jim is talking about, Hilary. First time in 84 years that a tropical storm has actually moved through the south sections of California. And fortunately, that's all it's going to be, because right now this is a Category 4 hurricane. Look at the signature of that eye, clearly visible tonight, a hallmark of a very powerful hurricane. Director, if you can switch the prompter, please. This system now moving off towards the north. Top winds are at 130 miles an hour, moving north-northwest 13. It's expected to rapidly weaken. The reason? The water temperatures under it now are in the 80s, but by the time it gets up towards Southern California, they're in the 60s. So that'll really kill the storm fast, so that by the time it moves into California, sometime later Sunday and early Monday, it will be a tropical storm, but a strong one, with top winds of 65 miles an hour. So that's going to cause issues. There's also, for the first time ever, the Hurricane Center issuing a tropical storm now warning from Los Angeles down to San Diego. Unbelievable. That's for winds for 39 to 73 miles an hour in that area. The thing is, the big issue will be the rainfall. We're looking at areas in this area getting 4 to 7 inches for an entire year. Some of these desert locations only get about 4 inches of rain, like in Death Valley, the Palm Springs area. So there's going to be a lot of flooding. The mountains go up to 10,000 feet in areas, so all that water is going to fall in the mountains and go down into the valleys and cause just life-threatening flash floods over the weekend and on into early next week. And as a result, likely or expected flash flooding for areas east of LA and San Diego in the mountains terrain of Southern California. Meanwhile, it is busy in the tropics in the Atlantic. Nothing named yet, but we're on the verge. We have this tropical wave right here. You see that little X? That's producing a little bit of rain for our area over the weekend, rounds of showers and storms. It's not going to develop until perhaps next week, when the conditions are more favorable, with a 50% chance of developing in the central or western Gulf of Mexico. Then 3 other low-pressure troughs, now one here across the eastern sections near the Caribbean. This will curve north of Puerto Rico. This system here is a 40% chance for developing, and the other one east of the Cape Verde Islands is going to be moving off to the north and northeast. So both of these systems will likely, again, stay well east of Florida. None right now threatening the Sunshine State.
A historic storm that is on the move near the Baja Peninsula. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace here with storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. We are tracking Hurricane Hilary as it moves towards Southern California.
Hilary is now a Category 2 hurricane and is expected to be a tropical storm before it reaches the southwest U.S., where there is the potential for catastrophic and life-threatening flooding.
Now, right now, millions are bracing for Hurricane Hilary's impacts. Here's some time-lapse of video here showing you the storm's outer bands moving over Mexico's Cabo San Lucas. Now, a bit closer to home, heavy rain. That could trigger some flooding, landslides, and debris flows along the southwestern coast of the U.S. So this thing means business. Let's get the very latest now from Dr. Postel. Hurricane Hilary still on the move heading north.
Yeah, it's a very potent tropical cyclone that is moving northward and getting closer by the hour to Southern California. Let's look at the latest information now, the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Yeah, we're talking about a region here in the Pacific Ocean. Normally we think of this in the Atlantic. Well, not this year. We've got it here and now. A Category 2 hurricane, pressure about 960 millibars. It is moving steadily toward the north-northwest pretty quickly at about 17 miles per hour. So it's not going to be long before some very impactful weather gets to into Southern California. It's already there to some extent with some rain showers around the region, but a lot worse weather is on the way. Look, we've got a cone over California. Who knew, right? The cone, we're bringing a tropical storm with a lot of heavy rain and the potential for catastrophic flooding into the region. I would say the worst of it comes by midday tomorrow, so we do not have much more time. If you need to get the preparations completed, do them now. Now, I'm showing you on the visible satellite picture. You might think this is an academic exercise. It's not. Because when you look in closely, there are clues here to what's going on with Hilary and what will happen in the future. What we're seeing there is actually the circulation center. It's visible. In other words, from space you can see it, meaning there's not a lot of thunderstorms right in the interior of it, right in there. That means that it is weakening and it is encountering some of those environmental conditions around it that is going to allow it to continue to weaken. One of them being, and this is the oceanic component, much cooler water. Thankfully, as Hilary, right here, right now, moves northward like that, it is going to continue to move over progressively cooler water. Temperatures eventually, water temperatures being in the 60s. That is going to give it much less fuel to work with, and it will continue to weaken all the way to landfall. That's good news. It is also encountering some dry air aloft that is getting into the circulation. That's part of the reason why we can see the circulation right near the surface. But here's the thing. Forget about that for a second. We know it's going to weaken. It is still going to be a very dangerous event, in part because it's got so much tropical moisture to work with, and that tropical moisture is going to be flowing northward into California. In fact, it's already there in parts now. You can see some of the sparse observations that we've got here. Most of the heavy rain is still to the south, right there in Mexico, moving steadily northward. Right now, places like Palm Springs, Los Angeles, we're not seeing any rain yet, but it is going to come, especially later on tomorrow. Radar estimates of the amount of rain in the last 6 hours, yeah, that's a lot, but we're going to get a lot more. What's going to be critical to dealing with this is accounting for the rainfall rates, how hard the rain is going to come down. That is going to provide a lot of flooding potential. Got to show you this. What we're seeing here is the extent of the radar. It's not able to see that far. I'm telling you, there is a ton of rain that the radar can't see that is yet to move northward and bring all kinds of rainfall flooding threats to the region.
Into the tropics we go. We do have a newly formed tropical depression. This is number 6. That's going to be moving towards just the north of the Lesser Antilles over the next couple of days, then die out. 98L could be our next depression, number 7 by Monday. Another wave making its way off of the African coastline has a low chance of development over the next 5 to 7 days, with another wave making a pass at the Lesser Antilles as we speak. That has a medium chance of development. And okay, last stop on the tropics tour. There's a wave that's over us right now, has a medium chance over the next 5 days as it moves into the Gulf of Mexico. Meantime, Hurricane Hilary continues to move up towards the Baja California coastline. It's expected to be near Los Angeles County as a tropical storm by Sunday and into Monday, causing the first ever tropical storm warning for Southern California to ever be issued. We'll be talking more about Hilary, the dangerous flooding that could be caused by the system, and your local forecast that's coming up in a few. Sanella?
I do. Hot off the presses, Hilary continues to weaken as expected. Still a Category 2 hurricane. Winds are estimated to be about 100 miles per hour now, down from 110 in the last advisory. And the pressure correspondingly is up from, I think it was 958. Now it's 964. So the pressure's coming up. The wind is coming down. All excellent signs that the circulation is weakening. But remember, that doesn't eliminate or reduce the flooding threat. A weakening tropical cyclone can bring very destructive hazards in terms of flooding well inland, like many of us are used to along the Gulf Coast or the southeastern United States. This is going to be very significant, even though the wind speeds are going to be much, much less of a factor. We have a cone, a hurricane center cone, that goes into Southern California. When have you seen that before? Well, we haven't seen tropical storm watches and tropical storm warnings before issued for Southern California. We do now, and it's because of Hilary, and Hilary continues to move northward. These are the last images that I'll show you with the visible satellite picture because the sun is going down here. But what we're seeing, and it's important to note, is the satellite is telling us that Hilary is weakening. You can actually almost completely see the center of circulation right in about there in the absence of a lot of thunderstorm clouds. So that's a good sign. If you had a whole lot of thunderstorms on top of that center and you wouldn't be able to see it from the satellite pictures in that way, well, then you'd be in trouble. We'd have a strengthening hurricane. We don't have that. It is weakening, and part of it is because it's moving over cooler and cooler waters. Hilary and the track expected to be like that. Notice the water temperatures fall through the 70s into the 60s. That's a lot less fuel for a tropical cyclone to extract from the ocean. That's good news there. It's got less to work with. Also, atmospherically, there's a lot of dry air nearby that is getting into the circulation. That's part of the reason why we can see so deeply into it from above. But all that being said, there is a ton of moisture still, a lot of tropical moisture. This is a slug of tropical moisture that is going to come into California and Arizona and areas even farther north from there.
We are tracking the tropics, and while we watch a potentially historic tropical system approach California and the U.S. Southwest, things heating up a bit in the Atlantic with a new tropical depression forming tonight. First Alert meteorologist Kate Wenzel has got all the details. Kate.
Yeah, John, right on target for the Atlantic hurricane season. Things are really ramping up. So let me go ahead and show you some of the activity we are watching tonight locally here at home. We have an area of showers and storms over the Bahamas, and this is drifting to the west. So it's going to be in the Gulf of Mexico, and there we'll have a chance to develop into a tropical entity with a 50% chance of development. If it does develop, it looks like it would head towards southern Texas. So this is not a tropical system for us. It's just bringing us some extra moisture right now. And then we go further east into the Atlantic, and you can see we have lots of company. We have a tropical wave right now nearing the Windward Islands with a 60% chance of development. Tropical depression number 6, which just formed earlier today. This wave has a 70% chance of developing, and this wave rolling off the coast of Africa, a 20% chance. So we have lots to talk about. Tropical depression number 6 moving west at 14, max winds at 35, but the good news, it's expected to dissipate by Monday before it affects any land areas. So very good news there with TD number 6. Now, the other systems we're watching, here's the spaghetti plots, and you notice that all the spaghetti plots have them drifting to the north and not impacting us here at home. So that's some good news. Now, we are dealing with some showers moving on shore as that tropical wave moves overhead. So for tonight, still have some showers, especially right now across North Palm Beach County, near West Palm Beach and northward to Singer Island, Palm Beach Gardens, and towards the Jupiter area. So be careful on the roads tonight. Also tracking some activity across West Palm Beach. Coming up, we'll have more on Hurricane Hilary tracking towards Southern California.
Well, it's a very serious flood threat, and it's probably going to be among the most serious flood threats that we've seen for some parts of California and also the Southwest. This is probably going to be outside of your experience if you've lived there for a while, because these rainfall rates are going to be so high, because the rainfall amounts are going to be so much higher than what we have seen in the past. So right now we're looking at a 90-mile-per-hour storm, a Category 1 hurricane. It is weakening as expected, but weakening means that the winds are coming down. It does not mean that it's posing less of a threat. In fact, it's posing a very high-end threat in terms of that total rainfall. Now, here you see the forecast track. It's going to be becoming a tropical storm probably around the middle of the day tomorrow as it's approaching Southern California, working over this cooler water. So that does bring the winds down, but there's still a wind threat. There are tropical storm warnings in effect in Southern California for the first time ever. We did have a tropical storm in 1939, but there were no warnings or watches at the time. You look at the satellite presentation, there's definitely a degradation here in that satellite presentation, but there's this massive area of deep tropical moisture through several levels of the atmosphere, and that makes the rainfall efficiency very, very high. So we can have rainfall producing, the storm is going to be a very efficient rainfall producer as it comes across into Southern California. The rain already starting now in Las Vegas, but it's going to be stepping up overnight tonight and then into tomorrow. And this is what we really want you to see. So we're looking at likely flash flooding in Los Angeles, down through Orange County, San Diego, and then likely flash flooding in Las Vegas.
Good morning. Time is 5:09 and tracking the tropics. Pretty busy out there. We do have 5 tropical waves. We have tropical depression number 6 as well. But let's begin with the one closest to home. We have a tropical wave right over the Florida Straits. All that moisture will be heading towards the Gulf of Mexico, which will be tracking towards the west. Has a medium chance for tropical development. It could become a depression in the next few days and impacting Texas. Meanwhile, we have Invest 90 just west of the Lesser Antilles getting better organized. Good news, it will make that turn to the north. It will likely become a depression as well in the next few days. And then we have tropical depression number 6. It will dissipate in the next 24 hours. It will be encountering very dry air and high wind shear in that area. And then Invest 98 in the Atlantic Ocean has a 70% chance for tropical development. It will be making that turn to the north as a fish storm, which is great news. No threat to the United States. We have another wave off the coast of Africa. Has a medium chance for tropical development. It will likely track towards the west and making that turn to the north as well.
It is. I mean, first time we've seen tropical storm watches and now warnings issued for Southern California, and with a hurricane still barreling down on the Baja and heading north, heavy rainfall.
This is a brand new advisory.
New advisory, okay.
Just came in. The winds just got knocked down to 80. It was 85. It's still a Category 1 hurricane. No change with the movement, Ray. It's still moving north-northwest at 21. Obviously, it's getting closer and closer, though, to the California state line.
Yeah, and just a reminder for everyone, when you get to under 74 miles per hour, that's when you get to tropical storm. So we still got a little bit of wiggle room there, but it really doesn't matter because the winds will start to pick up here as we go through the day. 2 tropical storm force with some of the gusts, maybe not sustained, but still it's enough to cause damage. I mean, it's just like a severe thunderstorm.
Right.
Just because the threshold's 58, it doesn't mean that winds less than that can't cause problems and bring down small trees and bring down power lines.
And by the way, the National Hurricane Center, the National Weather Service, did up the overall wind potential for some of these higher elevations in California. Those canyons and those peaks, they could get up to 74 miles an hour, hurricane strength.
Right, and you throw that on top of the rain and your weakening root systems on some of those trees, we could have some big problems.
We have Tropical Storm Hilary, winds at 70 miles an hour, moving northwest at 25 miles an hour, racing off here throughout the west. Still has yet to make landfall. The center of this circulation has to go over land. It can't just like skirt just the side of it. It has to be right over the center in order to have landfall. But the moisture is already streaming northbound for us, and it will continue to move north. As we head this evening, it's going to be deep into Southern California. And I'll tell you what, by tomorrow morning early, and speaking of early, me and Jordan Steele will be live starting at 5 a.m. tomorrow. We're live all through the evening, but you can join me and Jordan tomorrow at 5 a.m. We'll bring you the very latest on this system. But by 5 a.m., conditions will start improving from south to north, because the thing will just continue to just race through the west. Tropical storm warnings for over 20 million here in Southern California. And what this means is you're going to feel those tropical storm force winds within 36 hours, and it's less than 36 hours because we're already starting to get some of those gusts here above tropical storm force strength. So heavy rain in the southwest, tropical storm conditions, and large swells are going to cause life-threatening surf and rip current. The swells up to about 8 feet from this already today, this morning, and the beaches are closed due to all of this really rough surf force out here. Look at the rain, though, going around our ridge, which is causing huge heat in the center of the country, but a clockwise flow around that is what's pulling all of this moisture and this system heading northbound for us, and we'll continue to follow this closely right here on the Weather Channel with our live crews. Rain getting all the way up into Yellowstone. Flooding is going to be a huge problem. So stay with the Weather Channel, our team of veteran meteorologists bringing you the very latest from the path of the storm.
We've got some big time action going on across the tropical waters of the Atlantic. 5 different circles on the map to talk about right now. First, let's go through the ones that are far away. A depression that's got about 24 hours left to live, and it's done. A tropical storm that's going north and away into cooler waters and hostile territory. It's done. We've got an area to watch coming off of Africa that we could track for several days, but it's so far away that we don't have to worry about it. At least not yet. So let's go closer to home, because you could make the argument that this invest and this invest may both need to be those potential tropical cyclones sooner rather than later. This thing's hauling towards the Texas and Mexican border. This one is going to be bending north towards the Hispaniola area with heavy rain in Puerto Rico too. So let's go through both of those quickly because they're close to home. We've got a 60% chance of development for this thing going into the Gulf, moving over record warm Gulf of Mexico waters, and it's got that look to it right now. It's feeling and looking a little bit more healthy, like something may come out of this sooner rather than later, but it's moving really quick. And so that the most likely scenario is that we're going to have some beneficial rains in a drought-stricken part of Texas and Mexico, and then it moves on. Could we also have some gusty winds and some squally conditions if this thing organizes a little bit too fast or organizes right on shore? Yes, but I think, again, better news than worse with this thing, but it's starting to look at that spin, right? It's starting to get that feeling that something is brewing in here. In the visible satellite imagery, you can see that as well. It's starting to look like we've got something really trying to organize in the tropics. And as we move this forward, notice that spin approaches South Texas. We start seeing some banding features Monday. It's right on shore Tuesday, and it's gone by late Tuesday into Wednesday. So we need more rain than that. That's not going to break the drought, but it's better. Something is better than nothing, and a couple of inches of rain on the way. Hurricane hunters are on the way to this invest area, now being given a 90% chance of development, and it looks like it's going to bend north towards Hispaniola Tuesday and Wednesday. Very heavy tropical rains on the way. We'll be right back. And Hilary is finally doing something that we haven't seen yet across Southern California, and that is starting to knock out the power. For the first time today, we have a yellow county, meaning at least 10,000 customers without power, and that is indeed Los Angeles, now crossing into the 11,000 customer range. Remember, customer is not a person. Customer could be a household with however many people live in the house. It could be a hospital, and it affects lots of people all at once. And so these numbers are creeping up, and the trend is not your friend here. If we're starting to see those power outage numbers increasing, that will be an issue that we'll have to follow for the rest of the day. Because remember, the center is, at the last update, was down here. Now it's probably right in here. The impacts from that center all up here already, strewn out ahead of the movement with heavy rainfall in Southern California and the wind as well. This thing's hauling, moving north-northwest at 25 miles per hour. That's good. It means the worst of the impacts will only be with you so long. It's also bad because the upper level winds, which are not as disturbed from the higher terrain and the land interaction, they have plenty of time to still hold together and have that heavy rain through them and push that wind back down to the surface. That's why these severe thunderstorms are giving us strong winds. Way out ahead of the center, but aloft, there's all kinds of wind up there, and we're pushing it down because of that heavy rain. And then, of course, we've got the flash flooding that has been increasing. Los Angeles under a flash flood warning for the rest of the day. Goes until 7:45, and we've seen rainfall rates here in that 3/4 of an inch range at times per hour, mind you. And it's still raining, so we're going to start to really increase those numbers. Similarly, as you go up I-5, very heavy rainfall here, considerable threat, flash flood warning issued by the Los Angeles National Weather Service. That one goes until 6:30 local time. We can continue to look along I-5. I-5's been really a trouble zone with that very heavy rain. Now we've seen some rock slides, large rocks blocking the number 3 lane, the 3rd lane of I-5 South near that Wheeler Ridge Road area, and the I-5 Northeast escape ramp, large rock in the number 2 lane there. That's not what you want to see when the rain is just really getting going across this area. We've got several more hours to go. How about just inland from there? Starting to see some debris flow issues here also. We'll monitor that trend through the night.
Live, the one and only Local 10 News starts right now.
And let's take a live look outside where some parts of South Florida are getting drenched. You're taking a live look at our tower cameras. Dark, gloomy, rainy. What else is new?
Seems to be a going trend here in South Florida these days. At least the drive up was kind of sprinkly as opposed to downpour, but that may be changing for some folks out there right now.
Some people are getting hit pretty hard, but the thing is these things are zipping on by. They've got some movement to it. Wet couple days here in South Florida thanks to this guy, a tropical disturbance. It has passed us, and it's fairly disorganized, but it's trucking in a whole lot of moisture, and you can see that on the radar. And it dropped quite a bit, all right, anywhere between about a ½ inch to an inch and a half across Dade and Broward so far. The Keys really getting it. Record rain in the Keys today. Here's the radar now. It's scattered, but it's out there. Let's go to Broward, and I'll show you this little line that's been zipping past Davie. There's Sunrise, another one that's coming on Surfside, Miami Beach. This is coming toward Wynwood and Miami and North Miami Beach coming through there next. It won't last long. It's in and out, but it's coming. There's Cutler Bay, little thunderstorm down in the Kendall area, and then the Keys, another batch that's headed toward Isla Mirada to the Marathon area, so that one's going to be in within the next few minutes or so. Temperature-wise, we're good. 82 in Miami right now, 87 in Fort Lauderdale, low 80s in Key West. I'll take that. It's not all bad. Forecast for the evening, I think that we will have a general weakening trend in the rain, but still some scattered showers are going to be in the picture. So we'll just say scattered quick rain and temperatures in the mid 80s. Let's talk tropics because today's an important day in tropics. August 20th marks the beginning of real hurricane season. You can see the big spike in the map here in the chart for the frequency of tropical storms and hurricanes. Really between now and the middle of October is the heart of the season, and boy does it look like it now. Remember, a week ago we didn't have anything out there. Now we have woken up a whole lot on my maps. We'll start with Tropical Storm Hilary. It has made landfall moving towards Southern California, potentially catastrophic and historic flooding there. The disturbance that we have that just passed over has medium odds of developing. It'd be a depression, and actually kind of a good thing as it brings beneficial rain to Texas. Another system that may threaten with tropical storm conditions by Tuesday or Wednesday toward Puerto Rico and Hispaniola. As that one pulls up to the north, it's not headed toward us. And then three more systems, a tropical storm, a depression, and an area to watch that are not threats to land. So we don't have to worry about those. But whoa! My map got busy.
But I mentioned some heavier rain. We had a little farther northeast of here into the Coachella Valley. That's where Jen Carfagno has been riding out Hilary there, and reports of maybe more than 2 inches of rain there. Let's see what Jen has to say.
Not every day you wake up to a tropical storm warning on your phone in Palm Springs, California, and that's the case here. Look at this tropical rain that is still coming down and has flooded some of the streets. You can see the intersection behind me at Indian Canyon Drive, how that water is just funneling down from the mountains, down the streets, and heading into the stormwater channels that collect the water and bring it out to the Salton Sea to try to keep that flooding from really inundating the community. Now, as the rain came down, interestingly, I noticed the traffic started picking up. The mayor told me that she thought, well, people are actually just trying to get home now that the rain has began. And, you know, we really need to be vigilant after the rain ends because there can still be water or debris or even rock slides that can happen after the rain ends. That water still has to make its way all the way down the mountains. So concerns tomorrow, even when the rain moves out, there still could be issues with travel. School is back in session here in Palm Springs, and it'll be a wait and see on the condition of the roads to see if school will be back in classrooms. In Palm Springs, I'm Jen Carfagno.
All right, thanks, Jen. And we're still, hoping for the best here, preparing for potential the worst with the flooded signs and the road closures in portions of San Diego. But like Jen mentioned, a lot of kids are scheduled to go back to school on Monday. So this is, yes, kind of a damper to the end of their summer vacation. But, being on the roads, we started the day over on Coronado Island and then just driving in through here. It's not your normal kind of volume of Sunday traffic, which means the messaging is working for a lot of people, which is fantastic, which is to avoid unnecessary travel, to ride this out at home. It's going to be the safest place for you. The timing of this is good as well because it's on a Sunday. It's also happening, the bulk of it, during the daylight hours so people can be aware if threats are rising quickly around them. But we are far from over. That center is yet to come into California. It should be, as we head shortly, have an official U.S. landfall of that center. But as you see on the satellite radar, it's not just a point, it's a huge weather field. And let's go back to the studio now. And Chris, you got the latest on what's going on here with Hilary, but also you have the latest on another oddity today, which is an earthquake here in Southern California.
That's right, in Ventura County. It's almost you didn't believe it when you first heard it, right? With as much that's going on across Central and Southern California right now, and in Nevada and Arizona. This really the main mess, if you will, right in here. And we're thinking the center of the low, I'm doing it really large, somewhere in there. So it's getting closer. But the bottom line is you see just how much heavy rain there is covering several counties here in Southern California. So this is a large system. Even though it's moving pretty fast to the north at 23 miles an hour, the rain is falling over such a large location that many areas still have hours of rain left to go. By this evening, still expected to be a tropical storm as it pushes well inland. And again, another look at the radar, and you can kind of see the flow of the raindrops themselves. And then down here, you kind of get a sense that maybe there's some circulation there. It's hard to say. Also depends on different levels of the atmosphere because the radar is shooting the rain, that it's sending out that signal and getting the returns back, but it's doing it somewhat up into the clouds. So the circulation higher up might be slightly different than what we're seeing down below. Regardless, more rain wrapping around Hilary at this time, a considerable threat. I mean, just looking at the road network here in the Southland in Southern California here in Los Angeles, and you get a sense of just how populated this is. We're talking millions of people right now under a flash flood warning. And then this map really shows all that gray. That's a lot of concrete out here into San Bernardino County as well, into Riverside County, and then north of Los Angeles as well. Thousand Oaks, a report of 57-mile-per-hour wind gust there, sustained at 44. And notice these are north winds, so coming around that area of low pressure. Mud flowing across Highway 14 in one location near Santa Clarita. And then several flash flood warnings here in Riverside County. Also a considerable threat with that. No longer a tornado warning. That was allowed to expire at the top of the hour, but still several flash flood warnings. Riverside County, Imperial County, San Diego County, Los Angeles County. And this threat continues to move up to the north. Here's Ojai in Ventura County, where there was a 5.1 magnitude earthquake at 2:41 this afternoon Pacific time, and at least 5 aftershocks, a little bit stronger than 3.1 to 3.6. So much going on, Alex. Tough to believe they throw in a California earthquake on top of this tropical
Social
storm.
media is chattering about it a bit. They're like, what is next? I mean, you feel for them because it's been a day already.
This is a look at the latest fix, the latest position that the National Hurricane Center has Tropical Storm Hilary down 10 miles an hour to a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving through Southern California right now. It is 25 miles south-southwest of Palm Springs. Now, that's the center of the storm. What we've been seeing all day long and we'll see all night and tomorrow, that north of it, south of it, still some heavy rain. And you look for the counterclockwise swirl around this. Before we were seeing it, I thought maybe it was in here. But when you look closer with some of the new radar imagery coming in, you can see the movement of the last couple frames of the radar right in there and then out ahead of it. The south to southeast turning winds. And then, of course, this is a little bit more obvious over here. So, again, the fix, the location they have it is 25 miles south-southwest of Palm Springs and to the northeast of where Paul Goodloe is right now. And there is a lot of heavy rain still falling in areas that are currently under flash flood warnings.
Look at the large areas under flash flood warnings in southern portions of California. And oh, by the way, I wouldn't be shocked to see a flash flood warning for Las Vegas before too many minutes or hours go by. The heavy rain is right on your doorstep. But look at all these reports that we've had of really heavy rain, strong winds, and problems on the roadways. I want to start, as Mike Seidel alluded to, west of downtown Los Angeles, out here in the Thousand Oaks and Oxnard areas and Malibu. That zone is where we've got the heaviest, most persistent rainfall. And one example of what's going on in Camarillo, several cars stuck in flooding on the 700 block of Torreño Drive and near Center School Road. This is the problem that we can get into if we get out on the roads. Please stay off the roads. That could be a life-saving decision that you make. And if you are out there, allow extra time, be extra cautious, especially when it gets dark. Please turn around, don't drown. But if we can stay off the roads completely, all the better. Things will be getting a lot better tomorrow. Considerable threat on the flash flood warning here in Metro Los Angeles and extending east from there, San Bernardino and Riverside, and also the Beaumont, Yucaipa area. Considerable threat. And look at this report here in Forest Falls. Valley of the Falls Drive and Summit Drive roadway is washed out. We're not just talking about water-covered roads. We're talking about roads being taken out by the water.
And Hilary will be the first tropical storm to impact the West Coast since 1939. The average amount of rainfall for August in Los Angeles is 0 inches. But today, LA experienced the second wettest day in the month's recorded history. That's insane. Well, now it's time to prepare for storms as hurricane season ramps up for us. The peak of the Atlantic hurricane season is September 10th, but it runs through November 30th. And you should have a supply kit ready, including a flashlight, of course, some batteries, cash, first aid supplies, water, non-perishable foods, and copies of your most important information in the event that you do need to evacuate. So these are all really good tips, Avitas, but how are the tropics looking in our side of the U.S.?
Well, we have a little bit on both coasts. So we started with talking about California, so let's quickly talk about the tropical satellite out there. You can see all the moisture moving in over Los Angeles into Las Vegas as this continues to even wrap around into San Francisco. So when you get into upper elevated mountain regions, you get that water rushing down into the valleys, creating a lot of raging water, and also the streams and creeks really fill up relatively quickly. The same for out in the desert. Now, looking to track of tropical storm Hilary now. Winds at 45 miles per hour, was a hurricane, but it looks like, of course, it is losing a little bit of steam as it makes its way over those mountains and the drier areas. Rain to come for those folks out there. They could get anywhere from about 3 to 4 up to 5 inches in some areas, and even pockets a little more, and all that water has to wash down and go somewhere. Now let's head to our part of the country, tracking the tropics. Well, there's a lot of activity going on from the Gulf to the Caribbean out into the Atlantic. So let's first start with what's happening in the Gulf of Mexico. We had a lot of moisture rolling over South Florida for the last couple of days, all associated with this system here, which is going to continue to move west. About a 70% chance over the next 2 days and 7 days to form something out of this warm water over the Gulf, affecting South Texas and parts of the coastline of Mexico. So we'll watch that very closely. As we get a little bit further east, we also have Tropical Storm Franklin, which formed today, and it looks like we're going to see that continue to move up towards Puerto Rico and Haiti. We're looking at Tropical Depression number 6. Following that, Tropical Storm Emily is just to the east of that, and then we're looking at 70% chance of some type of formation coming off the west coast of Africa, heading out into the Atlantic. So let's take a look at each one of these storms. You're looking at Tropical Storm Franklin. It looks like it's going to be right now 50 mile per hour winds, getting up to 60 as we get into tomorrow, but making a right turn very sharply, heading over Hispaniola, then getting into the open waters of the Atlantic and maybe becoming a Category 1 hurricane forecasted by Friday. So we'll watch how this moves away from the United States, which is good news. The storm that will continue to make its way across there, right now all the computer models are in agreement pretty much with that right turn, which is good news. Now the one following it, Tropical Depression number 6, really nothing happening with that. It's going to fall apart and not have any impacts on the Lesser Antilles. Then we have Tropical Storm Emily, which is further to the east. It's going to make a right turn out into the Atlantic, missing Bermuda, but it looks like it will start to lose a little steam over the next 24 hours. So it looks like we have 2 storms out there named right now, Emily and Franklin, and if we do get another storm, it'd be Gert. So we're going to keep our eyes open as we're seeing the 2023 hurricane season start to pick up, and this is usually the time we start seeing things ramp up through the month of August, late August into September being our peak, and then into October. So definitely something to watch very closely.
Here's a live look at South Padre Island, Texas, and well, not too long from now, you're going to need to break out the umbrella, maybe some rain boots, and keep them on for the rest of the week. Tropical system will bring some much needed rainfall and thunderstorms to this drought-stricken city, really drought-stricken state. So it's one of those things, Ray, where we actually maybe have some good news coming our way. What's amazing, look at all the activity, not only in the Eastern Pacific, but all over the Atlantic Basin. It just really blew up over the last 24, 48 hours here.
Yeah, and the closest to the U.S. is Invest 91L. I mean, we're going to be waking up here. I've got a
radio affiliate in South Florida, Miami. They're going to be like, what the heck, WIOD radio? We're going to get on the air. What is this?
What's happening?
There is, believe it or not, from all these, if we go with what we think right now, probably not going to be much impact.
I was going to say you could cross up. Gert, by the time I wake up after this show, Gert's going to be gone. The track for that literally is about the size of my driveway. We have Tropical Storm Emily. That's not going to be worried about. Now that one could be interesting here too. And again, we're going to see Tropical Storm Franklin stick around a bit, but all these will at least be curving away. Invest 92L, but it's going to be this one. That is going to be the Gulf system that's going to be playing a role in places like Texas later on, but it doesn't look like much right now. When you need to get some type of name or depression, you need also low-level circulation.
Not seeing it. Closed center. You'll look for thunderstorms going around that center. Here's Florida. Most of the thunderstorms out over the open, warm water of the Gulf of Mexico. But that is just one piece. Look at this, 90-degree Gulf of Mexico water. The threshold is traditionally 80 degrees. So that's one piece of it, though. You need low shear. You got to get rid of the Saharan air layer and all the things that would inhibit development.
And that stuff is coming together, but we need that circulation. It's not there yet, but the National Hurricane Center has up to 70% chance of at least some type of development here, and that's over the next 2 days. So we're talking by the time we hit into your Tuesday, we could be seeing some type of system. Is it a depression, maybe a named storm? The one thing that we have going for us, it's not going to be sticking in the Gulf of Mexico all too long.
It'll be moving, and the good news is, although we've got the potential for tropical development here up to 70 to 80%, it does look like whatever it is, it stays on the weaker side and brings much-needed rainfall into parts of Texas.
And not only is it warm water off of Florida, but even for the rest of the Gulf of Mexico basin. Hey, we'll be right back in just a bit.
Hilary bringing a flood of trouble to South California. It's the first tropical storm to hit California in more than 80 years, blasting the state with heavy winds and rains.
And as Sue Guzman tells us, there's now a state of emergency for the historic storm.
Storm Hilary lashing Southern California with heavy rain. The system making landfall Sunday is the first tropical storm to hit the Golden State in 84 years, putting at least 9 million people under flash flood warnings until early Monday.
Stay safe, stay informed, and stay home.
Local leaders warned the downpours could generate more than half an average year's worth of rain in just one day, especially across mountain and desert communities.
Very concerned about the potential for life-threatening flash flooding, potentially catastrophic impacts, especially here in this purple area you see where we have a high risk of flash flooding. That's in the areas of the deserts and the mountains of Southern California.
The rapid rainfall already transforming busy roadways into rivers and some cars falling victim to the rising water.
As expected, we are experiencing a citywide increase in calls for service related to flooding, winds, and debris flows. Large trees are susceptible to becoming uprooted as the ground becomes saturated.
Power lines buckling under the water and wind knocking out electricity to thousands in Southern California Sunday. Storm Hilary also elevating the risk for mudslides.
The water didn't have anywhere to go, so at the bottom point, it trenched into our driveway through a mudslide.
Hilary is expected to weaken as it continues to move further inland over parts of Nevada Monday. Communities there have been busy making sandbags to ward off any potential flooding.
This is a little scary.
Sue Guzman, Today in Florida.
And on Wednesday, we're going to do it all over again. We'll still have that steady breeze out of the east and a few showers possible, but not as wet as it was over the weekend. And the tropics, while it is very active in the Atlantic basin, we have 3 classified systems and 2 that we're monitoring for development, and both of them have a high chance to form. And the future low I'm talking about is the one that's currently located in the Gulf of Mexico, and as it heads toward parts of Texas and even northern Mexico, high chance 70% in forming. Franklin, 50-mile-per-hour winds as of the 5 o'clock advisory. Tropical storm warnings for the southern end of the Dominican Republic and Haiti. Northern end of the Dominican Republic, that's where we have a tropical storm watch. This one will likely make landfall sometime between Tuesday and Wednesday as a tropical storm. 50-mile-per-hour winds across these locations and then move into the Atlantic Ocean, and hopefully it won't bother anyone else. But the rain, flash flooding, torrential rainfall could lead to land and and mudslides around parts of the Dominican Republic and Haiti. Tropical Storm Emily, this one will be a short-lived system, but it will possibly be losing tropical characteristics very soon and no threat to land.
All right, Hilary, leaving a mark across parts of the West. Some have already seen that mark, others just getting into it, like in the northwestern United States. Neighborhoods here, even in Mexico, dealing with it. Check out the streets filled with high waters here along Baja California. So this is when it first came in. The tropics heating up on the Atlantic side as well. We will have plenty to talk about as the tropics have gone what we call hyperactive for us. We've got 5 areas of concern out there. But could there even be another? All right, that's what I'm going to tease you with. Let's get to the two, Molly just talked about Franklin and what it may do. Invest 91L certainly may come in to Texas with some heavy rain as we go toward tomorrow. You can see this thing bubbling out and through here now. Definitely, a broad circulation. Hurricane hunters will be heading out here. They'll have some stuff for us by about 2 o'clock this afternoon. NHC with 80% chance that this at least becomes a depression. But look at how lopsided it is. You've got storminess to the west, storminess off on the eastern side of this, and even some in the middle, too, which is being shrouded by that cone, that little circle there. But it's got to go west because we're on the south side of that big steering ridge over the central United States. So here's the model's depiction of it, potentially a little bit more robust than what is real. But the fact is they bring all this rain in overnight and tomorrow morning before any kind of a center makes it there. Right? So maybe this is the center tightening up. Some semblance of it anyway. But remember, until the hurricane hunters get out there, we don't really know where that center is. So it's pretty hard to take something that you don't know where it exists and model it out from there because you can ask for a lot of error, right? Because you're not exactly right where everything wants to be. But either way, we do think that somewhere in here will be some semblance of a tightening center before it moves ashore. And then look at this. By the time we get into Tuesday, 9 p.m., all this is heading up the Rio Grande and in toward western Texas. So what was I talking about this other area in addition to the 5? Well, you can certainly pick out the features that we got here. Here's Franklin. That is going to be of concern after this TD. We'll see what's left of it, but all the guidance blows it up. This could be our first major hurricane. And the big deal is, does it get missed by these troughs or does it get left behind and scoot toward the west? Uh-oh. We got to watch it. Can you imagine the rain that we've had in New England this year dealing with a landfalling hurricane? I don't want to imagine it. But the other thing I was talking about was this kind of broad area of low pressure that sneaks across Central America. And all of a sudden, the European has many members having a little area of low pressure down there. Some are in the Bay of Campeche, some are on the east side, some are over the Yucatan. But I think it's one of those things that we should definitely keep an eye on because this has to go north if it develops. And we know how warm that water is. So it could easily develop. All right. With 82% of the season, and of course the fact that we are entering the peak now, we got a long way to go, especially given the fact that we've seen a hyperactive tropics. Our next name is Harold. That could be what's in the Gulf. Or it could be something else, 92L, which is off the eastern Atlantic. And then we get to the I name storm, which, as you know, Kelly and Molly, I always dread those because we've lost a lot of those names over recent years. Yeah, about what else we've got going on, certainly with Hilary, because the moisture's now all strung out. You can see it all the way up into Canada now and still affecting parts of Nevada. A little secondary stream here coming into Utah, making its way north toward Salt Lake City. And still some showers going on here. I mean, remember, this is all tropical air here. So, Jen was talking about how these systems come in, you get showers, sometimes you get a monsoon shower, thunderstorm. This is a tropical system with a large, deep tropical air mass, which has come into the west. So any kind of heating, any kind of trigger, topography, flow up against the mountains, that can set off some of these heavy rain showers. And I think it's really interesting to kind of see this entrenched tropical moisture here literally interfaced with the smoke, which we have seen all summer long, whether it be northeast, Midwest, south, or across the west. And some of this is from fires in Washington State, some of these fires, of course, into Canada here. But it's still, I mean, you literally go from smoke obs to rain obs in parts of Oregon and Idaho. Just absolutely crazy to see that interface going on. And some of this is thick with reduced visibilities.
All right, be careful with those generators. We do have some power outages in the west with Hilary, and now we've got our next system to prepare for, and that's in the Gulf of Mexico.
We've been watching this disturbance for a while. Now it's made it over to the open waters of the Gulf. Very warm water right there. A lot of fuel to see development. But the good news, Kelly, is this is going to run out of that fuel very quickly.
Yeah.
It has no choice but to run into land.
It runs out of the Gulf of Mexico, basically, but it could become organized enough to get a name, and that would be Harold. And that's why it's a PTC, a potential tropical cyclone. The Hurricane Center can put a cone on it, issue the advisories. Look at the visible satellite. This is like a picture from space, and you can actually clearly see some rotation happening there.
It is pretty spread out at this point, so it doesn't have a lot of time to become very organized. At very least, bringing some beneficial rain to South Texas. Now, that's not really the spot in Texas that needs it the most, but we still need it in South Texas.
Yeah, be prepared for 45-mile-per-hour winds as the cone brings it right in somewhere between Corpus and Port Mansfield, even up toward the north. Everywhere you see the red on this map, this is where we have tropical storm warnings in effect and a watch north of that.
And this is moving in very quickly. So we're talking about late tonight, early tomorrow morning is when the rain starts to move in. This is a very quick moving system as a whole. So it's going to be in and out of South Texas in just a matter of a day.
Yeah, the bad news is there could be some severe associated with this, but as with any tropical system interacting with land, there is that severe potential from San Antonio right on down towards places like Corpus and also Brownsville, where we could see some flooding.
And we'll have live reports from South Texas starting tomorrow.
All right, stay with us. We'll have much more coverage on the aftermath of Hilary, too, when we come back.
Well, here we are on the 21st day of August with lots to watch in the Atlantic basin. Of course, still dealing with post-tropical cyclone Hilary out west after bringing record rainfall to portions of the southwestern U.S. This is now bringing rain to parts of the Intermountain West. It's going to move to the north of that ridge. But Dr. Postel, gosh, we have them. I mean, we have them lined up across the Atlantic.
You know, we kind of knew it was coming in July when it was so quiet. We just wait till late August. It typically happens that way. And we have an outbreak right now of tropical cyclone development, a whole lot of stuff to watch. And of course, some of the stuff that's most interesting is the one that's closest to home, and that is a potential tropical system in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, this is going to be bringing rain impacts. You are watching Weather Underground. I'm Alex Wilson here with Dr. Greg Postel. A lot to watch, but let's start with that potential tropical cyclone 9, because obviously in the short term, this one's going to be the most impactful. This is going to move onshore in Texas.
Tomorrow morning. Yep. Not a whole lot of time to prepare. Watch out for heavy rains and gusty winds in about 18 to 24 hours. And some of the rain showers are now closing in on the coastline. You can see right here, there's PTC9, potential tropical cyclone 9, meaning it's got a pretty good chance of turning into a tropical storm. The hurricane hunters are on their way in there right now, and they will be finding us out, giving us all the available information of what's going on with this system to see if indeed it is as strong as they think, and to test out the atmospheric conditions around it, because you know what? There is room for this to get stronger than the official forecast. Remember, that's just the expected value. There's lots of other scenarios here, and one of them is for PTC9 to get even stronger than the expectation. We have to be careful of that. It is circulating its way around the Gulf of Mexico right now. The winds along the coast, not that different than your typical late August afternoon, but as those rain showers come in, we'll get some squally weather, and tropical storm warnings and tropical storm watches are out for parts of the Texas coast. Let's watch this, though, very carefully. As I said before, pretty much the only thing that's holding this back from becoming a hurricane, let's say, and I'm not saying it won't, I just don't think it will, but the thing that's in its way is land. It just is not going to have enough time over water, I think, to strengthen a lot more than forecast, even though it could, maybe 45, 50, 60 miles per hour. Certainly a possibility, but heavy rain, regardless of that intensity on the wind scale, will be an issue for us tomorrow morning as the center of circulation likely makes it on board into Texas between Brownsville and Corpus Christi during the 7, 8, 9 o'clock local time frame, and then very quickly moves off to the west. And then so by later on tomorrow and Wednesday, the weather over the region much improved. Alex.
Live NBC6 News at 4 starts now. All right, we begin right here, all eyes tracking the tropics, as are we. Several areas in the Atlantic, including a couple tropical storms out there.
Tropical storm Franklin churning towards Hispaniola and expected to make landfall there sometime tomorrow night. Larissa Abreu keeping busy here with all of these systems. Talk to us about what you're seeing.
Yeah, there is a lot going on across the tropics and the Gulf of Mexico. And as we just told you, we are currently tracking 4 systems, in fact, 4 clusters of thunderstorms, 2 tropical storms right now. So there is a lot to talk about. So let's get right into it. I do want to start off by saying at this hour, South Florida, there is no threat to you, which is really good news. We did have a tropical wave that moved through over the weekend. That tropical wave now slated to become a storm, and it has its eyes set on southeastern Texas. We're going to dive into that a little bit later on in the show, but I also want to point out Franklin. Right now, this is a tropical storm located just south of the Dominican Republic. That is expected to make landfall as we head towards tomorrow, Tuesday. A little further off towards the east, we have another tropical storm. This is Gert. Now, this one is going to come to its demise as we head towards tomorrow, Tuesday. It's just going to hit some dry air as well as wind shear and then dissipate altogether. So this is not a threat. We're also watching this tropical wave, a cluster of thunderstorms at this moment has about a 70% chance of tropical development in the next 7 days. And that one just off the coast of Africa. Of course, we're going to be watching this one very closely. We're watching them all, I should say. And as we continue to get deeper and deeper into the heart of hurricane season, things are just going to become very active from here on out. Through about October 15 is when the heightened threat across the Atlantic. So we'll be watching this closely. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we'll go ahead and take a look at the tropics. We're going to have a closer look at what's going on. And we're also going to take a look at our weather because we do have a few thunderstorms out there right now.
And as we shift our attention to the Atlantic Ocean, it is busy once again. Of course, we had Hilary in the Pacific moving through California as a tropical storm on the weekend. In our area, if you haven't watched the weather forecast for a few days, we are way up on the hurricane name list. We're very close to getting Harold with an H storm this year. We've had Gert, we have had Emily, Franklin, Gert, and TD number 9 is our next one that could become tropical storm Harold later tonight or early tomorrow morning before it makes landfall along coastal Texas. Let's take a look at them. And a lot to talk about with what is now a tropical depression forecast to become a tropical storm around Brownsville, Texas, or maybe just to the north of Brownsville early tomorrow. The model tracks in very good agreement. Won't have any issues with this here in Florida. And from that, we go to the Central Caribbean, where we have Franklin. This is really our strongest storm at this point. Hurricane hunters have been flying through it during the day, actually doing multiple flights. Found a flight level wind of 67 miles an hour. The central pressure 1,001. Not too bad, not really super impressive, but it is expected to intensify. Not so much in the short term. In fact, as it goes over the mountains of Hispaniola, Dominican Republic, and Haiti, some of the highest mountain peaks, 8,000 and 9,000 feet in this area, some approaching 10,000. It is expected to get cut up quite a bit. But as it gets into the Atlantic, strengthening again and eventually becoming a Category 1 hurricane, but well to the east of not only us, but the Bahamas. This one shouldn't have any kind of impact either, at least not a direct impact for us. The computer model tracks in pretty good agreement with that. All right, from Franklin to Gert. Tough to see where Gert is. If you look closely, there's a low-level spin, just high clouds rolling through right here. That's the center of it. All the convection is displaced to the east. It's just hanging on by a thread, and this has maybe another day before it dissipates. That is Tuesday, 2 p.m. That's a tropical depression at this point, too. So we're getting these very weak storms and depressions forming. They don't last very long, but we're going through the list pretty quickly.
And we're tracking the tropics. The storm station is focused on 5 areas, 2 of which are headed for land tomorrow. Meteorologist Brent Cameron is in tonight. Brent.
So you mentioned those 5 areas, and of those 5 that we're keeping tabs on, only 3 of them have been classified as full-fledged tropical systems as of right now. Let me show you those: Franklin, Gert, and Tropical Depression number 9, which could become Harold as early as the next advisory. First, we begin with the least, which is Gert, forecast to dissipate in the next 24 to 36 hours. Not a whole lot going for that one as it's east of the Lesser Antilles. Now we go into the Caribbean. Notice a much larger system with Franklin. Lots of rain at times across the island chain, even some squally weather in association with this tropical storm. Now the hurricane hunters, the recon plane was out there this evening, and they found that Franklin had slowed down and was actually stationary at the moment, or near stationary. So that might affect the timing of when it's going to be approaching Hispaniola. Notice that line of green. That's the tropical storm warning for the entire southern coast of Hispaniola from Haiti toward the Dominican Republic, and a tropical storm watch for the northern coastline. System expected to move to the north over the next few days. Now I want to show you a closer look at that cone as it approaches. Now not as much on Tuesday as Wednesday morning. Possible landfall as a 65-mile-per-hour system, and then we'll continue to follow that as it moves into the Atlantic. One final system in the Gulf of Mexico. That is what could become Harold. Right now, Tropical Depression 9 expected to make landfall tomorrow in Texas. More with your entire forecast coming up.
Wow, take a look at this map. Tropical Storm Harold, yep, just newly formed as of 5 a.m. in the Gulf of Mexico. We have Tropical Storm Franklin here, bringing heavy rain, gusty winds to Puerto Rico and Hispaniola. Tropical Depression Gert, which is expected to dissipate quickly, and a wave out in the eastern Atlantic. Here's a look at Tropical Storm Harold already dumping tons of rain across portions of Texas, and that'll continue to move off to the west-northwest and likely become a depression by the time we get into tomorrow. And right now we're seeing tropical storm warnings and watches in effect for the coast of Texas. Here's a look at Tropical Storm Franklin, which is soaking portions of Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic at this time. It is going to lift northward and eventually turn northeast and could become a Cat 1 hurricane here out in the open waters of the Atlantic. Tropical storm warnings and watches in effect, not only for Hispaniola, for Turks and Caicos, and there's more. We're watching this wave out in the eastern Atlantic that does have a high chance of developing into our next tropical depression, but that is set to move west-northwest, and then yet another disturbance out ahead of it in the central Atlantic has a low potential of development. So it is busy, busy.
In the meantime, we did get that new advisory in, and we want to get it over to Jim just to give us an update of what it's looking like right now.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So now the center really hasn't changed much, which we've been talking about on satellite and radar. The plane's been out there, so it's still 45 miles an hour. But instead of being 155 miles east of Port Mansfield, it is now 70 miles east.
Okay.
So it's come, quite a bit farther to the west. Mm-hmm. And if you think about it, moving at 18 miles an hour, you're talking about we're about 4 hours from landfall. Okay. All right. So around 11 o'clock this morning is when they're expecting the center to come in. But of course, we have all sorts of aspects of this that are well outside the center, right? Mike's been talking about the bands that have been coming through him this morning. You've got this kind of elongated area of east-west rain, and then this pregame that we saw come in already. All of this is going around the high. The same high that brought Hilary north and is now moving Harold to the west. All right, everything's being steered around that gigantic, ever-consuming ridge. All right, so let's, I don't know where that came from, but I'm just move on. You can see the radar, again, showing this moving west with all of the rain just kind of juxtaposed to the north of this. It's very dry on the south side. So think about this. I mean, east of Port Mansfield, and all our crews are in Corpus Christi. We knew it was going to be lopsided, so that's where we put our crews to actually show you the impact weather. The wind is also lopsided with it, most of it on the northern side of it, now weakening out at 4202 and 4220. It's increasing a little bit. Mike said, when the squalls came through, the wind stayed up. There's a testament to that. You can see that buoy, even in and out of the rain squalls, we are seeing those winds stay up around 30 miles per hour. So a nice wild pattern from the hurricane hunters this morning, kind of getting an idea of how wide the wind field is. The center fixes down to the bottom, which weren't much at all away from the convection, and now they're heading back toward Biloxi. There'll be a new mission coming out here for landfall, I do believe. There you go. About 1 hour ago, they found another little hit going back away from the center where those winds are at tropical storm force, and it's really in those thunderstorms, which are on the northern side of this. So, warnings posted yesterday as potential tropical cyclone, which we had, right? And then this morning, they found those winds that were tropical storm force, upgraded this from PTC to Tropical Storm Harold. And here we are this morning watching this continuing to come on in, lopsided although it may be. Another band of these rains, heavy rains and thunderstorms coming through along the intercoastal. Now, what's interesting is this first band here really had a lot more thunder and lightning with it. Now you've kind of brought in a deeper, larger, higher tropical air mass so that this next band can't really get to the freezing level. All right, so you've got warmer air aloft come in now, and you haven't been able to make ice crystals and lightning out of some of this, even though we're still getting a little lightning here and there, especially out toward the east. So you can kind of see this broad center, which is making its way toward the west. Winds are staying up in Corpus at times. Port Isabel, not seeing much at all with an offshore wind. All right, it's mostly right on the coast that we have most of those winds, and that's what we're going to see as we go on through the morning hours. And there you see even the model, Steph, kind of bringing this ashore around 11, 12 o'clock.
Yeah, they are bursting with activity, Kelly. You're right. Right now, we've got a whole lot going on. Here's some live looks there. We have the Dominican Republic on the left, Puerto Rico on the top right, and St. Thomas and the USVI Virgin Islands on the bottom right there. And overall, the weather at these locations, not too bad right now, but there is a storm that's lurking nearby, and that is Tropical Storm Franklin. There it is in the Caribbean at 50 miles per hour, estimated on the wind speed there. And a couple of things I can just identify right off the bat here on the satellite picture. Well, one of them here is it's moving very slowly, only at 3 miles per hour. So it's essentially stuck right now. There's not a whole lot of wind aloft pushing it along. But also, the center of circulation does appear to be here, where a lot of the thunderstorms are here, kind of displaced somewhat to the east from where the likely center of circulation is. That tells me that there's a decent amount of wind shear operating on it right now, and I think that is indeed the case. There is a bit of an upper level low that sort of got cut off from a little dip in the jet stream that's been with it now for a couple of days. The bottom part of that jet stream, not the bottom part, the southern part of it kind of came down like this, and part of it is still hanging around like that. So some strong winds aloft right nearby this tropical storm, and that is in part why it looks the way it does. It's kind of stretched out like that. Now, this is a good thing, because this is going to try to limit the strengthening over the next couple of days. But what it does maybe is it actually spread the rainfall out over a larger area and maybe bring even more of it. Sometimes that works. So Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico even, Haiti, heads up. A tropical storm will be moving on by over the next couple of days, bringing very heavy rain that by far and away is going to be the most significant impact. Now, the amount of rain, just an estimate by one of the models. There are going to be locally higher amounts even than that. But look, maybe a foot, 2 feet of rain, certainly in the complex terrain over Hispaniola. Watch out for life-threatening flooding there, and even a couple of more inches on top of what we've already gotten in Puerto Rico, over a few inches in spots. Another inch or two, heads up, we're going to still be dealing with some unsettled weather for the coming days. But let's talk about Franklin after this, because look what the cone does. It doesn't really look like a cone. It looks like a, I don't know, a balloon. It slows down, the steering currents kind of fall apart. It doesn't know what to do. It's like a drunken sailor out there in the western Atlantic. It's kind of lollygagging its way. But it may indeed be a hurricane over the weekend in that region. And let's talk about where it might go after that. Well, the good news is the guidance has been fairly consistent all along, that whatever happens there, once it moves north of the Caribbean, probably, now, nothing's ever for sure, but probably rolls on out along a path like that. Residents in eastern New England and the Canadian Maritimes, just keep an eye on this thing. But the good news is the consensus is that it is likely to pass well offshore. But, of course, we'll keep an eye on it, Alex.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Well, how about we take a live look here at the Texas coast here as we deal with this tropical storm, Harold, quickly approaching here for us the coastline. You can see right now, again, 50-mile-per-hour winds as of the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, the 9 a.m. advisory there. Moving to the west-northwest, 21 miles per hour. So picking up speed, and some of the heavier rains have now started to push on in, and they will continue to do so over the next hour or so. Heavier rain, gusty winds as well. It is going to move, so by the time we get in towards later on this evening, should eventually, at least the center of the circulation, be basically there in northern Mexico and pulling away. So conditions will improve, but for now, get ready for heavy rain and gusty winds.
That the wind whips through and creates this eerie howling sound. We've seen this in nor'easters in Boston and across the Massachusetts coast, and of course here in tropical systems along the Gulf Coast as well. So winds have noticeably picked up. We'll see this for at least another couple of hours, and they could even get stronger. We may approach 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Power outages have started to pick up a little bit. So that's something too that we're going to be watching and monitoring. You could see power outages, some minor palm fronds, minor tree limbs down. There are a lot of oak trees here in the eastern part of Texas and across the coastal bend. So that's something else that we'll watch. But all in all, thankfully this is a fast moving system. Just kind of stay put for the next few hours. Driving conditions in this kind of weather is definitely very difficult and dangerous. But once we get through this, the rain's going to be so beneficial because this area has been in drought for so long. It's been so hot. Today almost feels fall-like, guys, because of the lack of sunshine, the temperatures in the upper 70s, and the constant strong winds.
And Chris, hang tight. Looks like the center of circulation is about 30 miles south of you. We'll be making landfall within the hour. So heads up there. Now, Chris's winds are a bit stronger than these reported at Corpus Christi CRP. He's right along the coast in an exposed area, and they're going to see stronger wind gusts in Chris's location, likely over 50 miles per hour. But the center of circulation is going to bypass to his south, again, by about 30 miles, and do expect wind gusts over 60 miles per hour in some of the heavier rain showers right in there. So look, this thing is trying to wrap up an eye at the last second right there. Can you see that? It is such a good thing that we don't have another 12 hours over the Gulf of Mexico, or we'd be in for a world of hurt. Still, as is, it's going to be impactful. It's bringing very gusty winds. I think in some cases we're going to see those wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. Why? Because the Doppler radar is telling us that those winds are aloft a few thousand feet up. The inbound component of the wind from the Corpus Christi Doppler here shows it about 67 miles per hour. So that is just one part of the wind, not the total wind, but most of it in this case, and near 70 miles per hour, a few thousand feet above the ground. So some of those heavier showers that roll into Corpus Christi in the next hour or two will bring a fraction of that to the surface, probably gusting over 50 in some of those locations near where Chris Bruin is. But farther to the south, you can tell where the center of circulation is using the Doppler radar, right? There's the inbound component of the wind right there. There's the outbound component of the wind right there. This thing is just a few miles offshore, and in that the developing eye wall there, we're seeing winds aloft over 60 miles per hour. So this is a potent storm that's trying to wrap up at the last second, and we're seeing some winds, very strong winds over the Gulf of Mexico. Some of those winds just in the matter of hours will be rolling on in along with the heavy rainfall. There could be some flooding as well, we know that, but again, not all of this rain is bad news. We need it in drought-stricken regions of Texas, but from here on out, it's going to be a fast mover and will be long gone by later on tomorrow with 3 to 5 inches of rainfall in its wake. Chris, thank you very much. Let's give a recap for everybody, showing you when Harold made landfall about an hour ago on Padre Island, Texas. Is a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm. You heard Chris talk about wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Certainly that can happen when you have a tropical storm with 50-mile-per-hour sustained winds over the water. It will bring 60, 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts, no problem inland, and we're seeing some of that around the coast of Texas. Pressure 998 when it made landfall. Again, 30 or so miles south of Corpus Christi, Texas. There's the latest advisory. Again, it is now inland. Strengthening is no longer an issue for us. We're dealing with the circulation that is still bringing in a lot of rain in some places and still very gusty winds in others along the region. Look at this. Okay, so Corpus Christi, the Naval Air Station sustained 36, gusts to 61. Last hour, they were gusting to 63 miles per hour. Again, while the center of the circulation is right about there, south-southwest of that location by about 30 miles. The strongest winds remain in this outer band that Chris was talking about, bringing in heavy rain, and those are squally weather conditions that will likely be with this for at least a few more hours, bringing in quite a bit more rain as well. So the center of circulation on the radar is right about, let's say right about in there, and we still have a lot of rain and the flooding potential off to the north. Now, some of the wind reports from the Doppler radars were actually giving us very good clues clues to the kind of wind we would get in and around Corpus Christi all morning long, sort of sampling winds in the 60 to 70 mile per hour range, a few thousand feet above the ground. We thought that a good fraction of that wind would be transported in the form of some wind gusts and the strongest rain showers. That's exactly what happened, and we saw those winds of 63 at the Naval Air Station there in Corpus Christi. Now, this is also telling us where the center of circulation is, longitudinally anyway, right about in here. So it's very likely down in that zone, well inland now and racing farther inland. So it is going to continue to move over rugged terrain, eventually bringing even more rain to the vicinity. So here's a good view, and let me show you why our rainfall accumulation map, which goes from here on out, looks so weird, is because we've got the heavy rain coming in here, but we're really drawing out south of Corpus and south of Padre Island, Texas, which is why the rainfall accumulation map looks kind of odd. It's sort of elongated in the east-west direction. A lot of heavy rain, 3 to 5, 5 to 8 even, still to come across parts of southern Texas. Now, a lot of it at once is no good, but we need the rain. It is a drought-stricken area, and this will help for certain. Now, as this moves on westward, very quickly, it will likely cross over the Rio Grande this evening and into Mexico tonight and dissipate, certainly wind-wise, very quickly. And the rain will also diminish rapidly during the midday hours tomorrow. So, Alex, tomorrow, Corpus Christi and Padre Island and Brownsville and everywhere in between, the weather tomorrow much better, but also very hot and humid coming back into play.
We're taking a live look over Corpus Christi Beach as the rain is starting to pour in.
And heavy rain and strong winds up to 50 miles per hour are hitting Padre Island as we speak. This is the first storm to make landfall in the U.S. during this Atlantic hurricane season. Good afternoon. I'm Tiffany Kenny.
And I'm Erin Guy. Thanks for joining us for WPBF 25 News at noon. Want to get right over to First Warning meteorologist Glenn Glazer, as you are tracking a lot of activity in the tropics today.
Yeah, but nothing that's going to impact Florida, and that's one of the most important things that we've been stressing. There's a lot of things going on out there, but they're all going different directions. Now, of course, we're not done watching the tropics for the season. We're still going to keep an eye on everything. But for now, we've got Harold that's headed right now into parts of Texas, mostly South Texas, northern Mexico. And we've also got Franklin, which is really going to impact Hispaniola. Got a couple of other disturbances out there with a 50 and 20% chance for development that aren't really going to bother anyone. So let's get right down to it. The 11 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center for Tropical Storm Harold. Here's the latest, moving west-northwest at 21 miles per hour, expected to become a depression pretty soon, and then just a remnant low, but a lot of rainfall with that. And Tropical Storm Franklin, which is actually going to be around for quite a while. It's moving very slowly to the northwest at 7 miles per hour. It is expected to intensify once it gets up here in the open Atlantic to perhaps a Category 1 hurricane. Again, not expected to bother anybody except for Hispaniola, which will be greatly impacted from the heavy rain from that storm as it continues to move up to the north.
All right, Tropical Storm Harold is lashing South Texas and the Bend Coast right here. We are getting crushed with really high winds right now. We're getting hit hard here in Corpus Christi with extreme rainfall rates and banding that's really set up over Corpus Christi. Feels like needles hitting it right now. And then there's the coastal overwash that's occurring. Look at how the waves are just crashing over the beach watch here on North Beach in Corpus Christi, and then just all that salt water, look, comes right over the curb, right into the street, and fills it up. So this is the coastal flooding that we thought we might see with this, with a forecast of 1 to 3 feet of coastal flooding. That's what that is. I mean, it looks rough, doesn't it? If you look behind me, the backdrop of the USS Lexington here in Corpus Christi. We've got a little ways to go before this is going to be over. We've got some intense rainfall rates. We're going to see rain an inch an hour. We've already had about 2.5 inches of rain here in Corpus Christi. And I'm going to get a little bit closer here to show you one thing in particular about the localized effect that you can get from a tropical system when the winds, as they picked up this afternoon, get funneled between buildings. And so here we are underneath a beachwear location. Look at this thing called the Bernoulli effect. Look how I can lean into that wind. See how much more intense that is? Not sure if you can hear me, but you can see just how intense that wind is. I back up. There, I'll back up. More exposure here, more room in essence for the air to move instead of getting funneled down between the buildings and getting accelerated. Sometimes you get events like this, and then you can actually get vortices that spin between buildings. actually saw one of those go right down the street beside us here, not 75 yards from where we stand. The little vortex spun up and went right down the street, lasted seconds, and that's it. But of course, when you're in a coastal location, you've got to be smart about how you build. Elevated buildings are a must, right? So here we are, concrete pillars. We're elevated here about 12 feet off the ground here, so this t-shirt shop is in real good shape. You'd have to have some pretty significant storm surge here to get water into this building. They didn't board up. I think they'd probably wait for something more significant. The windows are all holding. They're in really good shape, but you can certainly see what the impact of Harold is right now. This is our 9th system to generate so far this year. We're on a really rapid pace with the storms. The forecast for the season is for an above average season, and for just a tropical storm, you're seeing what it's doing here. Again, low to mid-grade tropical storm at that, Dr. Nab and Alex. So think about the Gulf of Mexico in particular. Dr. Nab, you've talked about this so many times on our air. When a system gets into the Gulf of Mexico, it can be dangerous because you know it's going to make a landfall, and the Gulf of Mexico has this ability to really make storms intensify rapidly. You have, generally speaking, less time to prepare for something of this magnitude or even far worse.
Yeah, and so this is a golden opportunity in real time to talk about the vulnerability of the Corpus Christi Bay area. And here's the latest advisory from Harold. The center is well inland. Max winds are at 45 miles an hour, but that doesn't mean things are over at the coast, as your shot shows, Mike. And I wanted to just quickly show you, there's this band that is still trailing behind the center, and that is what is still pushing onshore flow into Corpus Christi Bay up in here, where we're still getting sustained winds up near 35, 40 miles an hour and gusts to 50 or 60. But look at the shape of the bay is catching that flow from southeast to northwest, and Mike Bettis is there on the west end of the bay. So here's where North Beach is, right in here, and the USS Lexington Museum of the Bay, and then right across from there is where the Art Museum of South Texas is, and that is where we had the report there near downtown of the parking lot being flooded by salt water. But adjacent to there, in downtown Corpus Christi area, the northwest loop on Highway 286 was flooded. That appears to be rain-induced flooding. And near North Beach, the 181 turnaround at North Beach has water over the road. So, Mike and Alex, that is the zone right where Mike Bettis is, that we're getting both saltwater and freshwater flooding, again, because of that band pushing the salt water in that direction and the rain falling in that narrow zone.
Yeah, the rain has been coming down super heavy. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
I wanted to ask, just kind of like a science, experiment or a question here. Meteorologically speaking, Dr. Nab, why are we getting some of the heavier banding occurring on the back side of the system now instead of on that front side or the initial push when it came in at Padre Island?
Well, I think what you have is kind of large-scale convergence, right? You can imagine the flow coming in from the south here and from the east here. You get often these bands that are converging along a particular point. So, Alex, Mike, this is what outer bands often behave like, and the landfall is not the end of the bad weather at the coast.
When you get in on those torrential tropical downpours, the visibility going to drop off rapidly, too. So just another reason why, if it's not urgent, how Mike said, cook dinner at home tonight. Don't go pick things up. Don't go get groceries. Just stay put.
Yeah, we've lost lives in tropical storms just from car accidents on slick roads and blinding rainfall. So very, very good advice, Alex. Now let's talk about what else is going on in the tropics. Plenty of it. Let's mainly focus on Tropical Storm Franklin, because that is a land-threatening system into the northern Caribbean. Hispaniola at great risk of significant life-threatening flooding from a tropical storm. It's moving slowly northwest at 7 miles an hour. It's been moving very erratically, and the center appears to have reformed a little bit farther to the west. Hurricane hunters have been investigating it, not getting hurricane force winds, so it's still a kind of disorganized tropical storm, but it is still loaded with water. So even though by tomorrow morning, when it is likely impacting Hispaniola, not as a hurricane in all likelihood, it's going to be moving relatively slowly, and that increases the rainfall-induced flood and mudslide risk that could be very significant. And oh, by the way, before I leave that, it is still forecast to encounter conditions that are a little more conducive for it to reorganize after it's disrupted by Hispaniola. Could become a hurricane, and then could it threaten other land areas down the road, like Bermuda? What impact could that be on the east coast of the U.S.? So here's Hispaniola, and here's where the center circulation appears to be. A lot of the convection off to the east, so it is definitely a bit lopsided due to the wind shear in the atmosphere. There's plenty of it, but not enough of it to completely tear this apart. And then is this trough going to pick it up and take it out to sea, or is it going to miss that ride out of town and get closer to the continental U.S.? Those are questions yet to be answered. So let's take a look at this part of the forecast after we look at the rainfall totals that could be astronomically high in some localized spots that could be over a foot of rainfall in portions of especially Haiti and Dominican Republic, but also Puerto Rico at risk. Tropical storm warning there, Turks and Caicos as well. But what about later on, beyond that 5-day period? Could this go somewhere over Bermuda or between Bermuda and the east coast of the U.S.? Still have to watch this in the U.S. very closely.
First at 5, hurricane season heating up. The First Alert Weather Team tracking 4 tropical systems right now.
Tropical Storm Harold is one of those systems. It made landfall this morning in Padre Island, Texas, after forming overnight. Some impacted areas could get up to 10 inches of rain, which they need right now in that area.
NBC6's hurricane specialist John Morales is here now to track it all for us. How about it, John?
Hey, Jackie and Joanne, good to see you here in studio this afternoon. And yeah, I mean, Harold, there it is. And I've got a theme today, the good, the bad, and the ugly in terms of storms in the Atlantic. I wrote about that. You can find it on the NBC6 app as well as NBC6.com. And this one is the good one. Harold brings much needed rain to South Texas. They've had an extreme to exceptional drought, and because Harold made landfall as a modest tropical storm and now it's a remnant low, the last advisory was already issued. Well, listen, there were going to be some scattered areas of flash flooding, but with the proper advisories, which have been out there all along, hopefully there'll be no loss of life and no significant damage, with instead very beneficial rains. So Harold, again, a last advisory issued for that as it continues to move into Texas. Now, off the top of the newscast there, you showed this very same map. There's Franklin, and Franklin is the bad one. We'll talk about that in a second. This is the remnant of Gert. That's the ugly one. I mean, Gert barely became a tropical storm. Now it's just a little remnant low. It really struggled. And 2 other areas of development with a 30 to 40% chance of formation into a tropical storm over the next week or so. But they're going out to sea. They're no concern to Florida. So from our perspective, we're in really good shape right now here in Florida. Now let's talk about this bad one. This is Franklin. And now, I mean, this is extremely disorganized. As a matter of fact, a Hurricane Hunter aircraft struggling to find a center of circulation. However, it is possible that a new one may be forming under the stronger thunderstorms. But here's the deal. The threat from Franklin was never wind. It's always been rain. We are extremely concerned about 5 to 10 inches of rain widespread across Hispaniola, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and the possibility for up to 15 inches of rain in some areas, especially from the central section on south and southwest, where the heaviest precipitation would occur. And you can see this is going to be a slow mover, 2 a.m. tonight, 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Finally, tomorrow night, it leaves the Dominican. So big chance for heavy rainfall accumulation there in the Dominican. Once it's past that, you can see it heading out over into the open Atlantic. Listen, we've had 9 named storms this year. We're up to Harold there on the list. How many hurricanes, though? Just 1. I think that wind shear is playing a role so far, the El Nino-produced wind shear playing a role in keeping the intensity down. We can only hope that continues the rest of the season. I'll be back at 6 with more on the tropics. Back to you.
This is Storm Center. I want to show you what we've been watching and what we will be watching for in the days to come. Saying goodbye first to Tropical Depression Harold. by tomorrow. Still seeing some heavy rain associated with it for now, and that will continue to be the story across southern Texas, getting into the western part of the state, with the possibility for some flash flooding out of this. And not a great chance with this kind of rainfall totals in the States, but in Mexico, 3 to 5 inches could be an issue. Now, Harold has taken the southern route here. I don't want actually doing this, staying out of the rest of the Gulf Coast, in part because of this big area of high pressure, this heat dome that brings dangerous heat extending from the Gulf Coast all the way up to Minnesota. You're looking at almost 20 states with excessive heat warnings, and some of the feels like temperatures are out of control here. Davenport, tomorrow it's going to feel like 117 degrees. Also this week, keeping a close eye on what is Tropical Storm Franklin. It is going to bring some very heavy rain to both the Dominican Republic and to Haiti, especially the Dominican Republic here. Could see a foot of rain as it moves to the north. The next big question, what happens after that? This weekend we'll be watching very closely. There's a chance it could get a little bit closer to the U.S.
Storm warnings along the Texas coast now canceled as Harold weakened to a depression. The storm still packing a punch with 30-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain, and flash flooding. About 14,000 customers are without power in the state. Harold made landfall earlier today as a tropical storm on Padre Island, Texas. And we're keeping a close watch on a number of tropical systems. One is threatening parts of the Caribbean tonight.
Quite busy out there. Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis here with your tropical update. Betty.
Hey there. Tropical Storm Franklin is nearing Hispaniola tonight. Winds of 40 miles per hour. It's moving north at 9 miles per hour, and some of that tropical moisture already starting to stream into parts of the DR, and some of that clipping the western end of Puerto Rico as well. The center of circulation will head for a landfall on Wednesday. Franklin is going to make its way across Hispaniola, dropping a lot of heavy rainfall along the way. There may be some localized areas that get up to 15 inches, so life-threatening flooding is going to be a concern there. Notice it is forecast to come out on the other side over the Atlantic waters, and as it does so, strengthen and may very well become a hurricane this weekend. Bermuda will want to pay attention to Franklin and the developments with it and the location down the road. As for Harold, a tropical depression, it is pulling away from Texas, heading on over into northern Mexico tonight and dragging a trail of tropical moisture behind it. Elsewhere over the Atlantic waters, farther out to the east, there are a couple of systems, including the remnants of Emily. As that moves northward, it may evolve, re-evolve, we should say, into a tropical depression or maybe a tropical storm, but it'll be headed on a track northward, not a concern. And then this other disturbance has a 40% chance of development over the next 7 days. Maybe it becomes a tropical depression by this weekend as it moves northwestward. For now, nothing else out there of concern for us here in South Florida, but we're keeping an eye on everything. Calvin?
Is moving toward the Dominican Republic. It's about 145 miles to the southwest of Santo Domingo. You can see that right here. Thing is, it's going north at 9 miles an hour, a lot slower than the storm we saw yesterday, but a lot of interest here in the Dominican Republic and the eastern side of Haiti. It will track through for a couple of days, and then as we head into Thursday, tomorrow, it's offshore. So it's still going to be lashing out for a while, and then it might become a hurricane when it's out to sea. Thankfully, that frontal boundary kept it away from us, so that's good news. And if you were wondering about Tropical Storm Harold, well, it's a depression. It's not going to have much of a longer shelf life, and it's going to be a remnant low here in a little bit.
All right, guys, Tropical Storm Harold slamming South Texas, causing flooding, high winds, white caps, power poles to bend, surge, blanketing beaches here in Corpus Christi. The 8th named storm of the season, our 9th overall. This one making landfall. Our first one to make landfall on the Atlantic side for Padre Island, packing gusts close to 70 miles an hour and nearly 5.5 inches of rain falling. Corpus wiped out their rainfall deficit in a day. We had over 4.5 inches of rain. 8,000 customers without power this morning in the state of Texas, and even a flood warning out for the Trans-Pecos, which they've had 4 to 6 inches of rain in parts of West Texas. So the tropics are still very active out there. We've got a couple of X systems that we're keeping an eye on, even though the only one that could develop again is likely Emily. And that's the area to watch there on the northernmost part of the Atlantic. That has a low-level swirl with it. 92L has a chance, albeit brief. And it's Franklin that we're going to focus in on with this particular talk. So the main feature to watch, big trough here, digging a little bit to the southwest. But notice, instead of cutting across from the northwest, it is actually helping to ventilate Franklin this morning. This is the ridge aloft. This is how a system breathes. As the air comes in at the surface near the low pressure center, comes up, and then is evacuated out. So that's how you ventilate a system. Sometimes it's not the system itself that's doing it, but there's upper air features that are helping to do that. So the worst shear is starting to work its way away, but also help to ventilate the system. Now, what also is happening at the same time is we're seeing the storm come ashore near Barahona in the Dominican. So that's going to keep it at bay. So you may be ventilating it, but you're also weakening it by moving it across land. All right, and not just land, but you're talking about 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 foot peaks. So expect the tropical storm to move across Hispaniola. Heavy rains anywhere from 10 to maybe even as high as 20 inches here. Life-threatening flash flooding, even with a system that's disorganized. All right, and you can see the rainfall forecast that we have here for you. Very wet Santo Domingo, even over toward Port-au-Prince. Certainly a lot drier in Puerto Rico, thank goodness. Again, big mountains in through here. If you just take a system, for example, and cut it across, a lot of times, especially with a well-developed system, you can kind of screw up the situation. But in this case, it's not really that well-developed. So it has a chance, as it gets on the other side of Hispaniola, to have other atmospherics come into play and have that center reorganized to even get better organized. All the guidance brings it to a hurricane, and then it gets interesting because the waters are warm, but where's it going to go? That's the big question on you. So here's the system post-advisory, and you can see how the guidance takes it up and east because this big trough is coming in. Now, that's as I'm giving it to you a week from today, but could that change a little bit? Sure. And I'd certainly keep an eye out if I was in eastern Canada with this by next week. Steph.
That's not the only player, though. The tropics have had a really early start. They're still 80% of the season, but things have been cranking out there. That is Franklin that Jim was mentioning. We have multiple other clusters that we want to focus in on here in the Atlantic. So let's take it over to the maps and show you where these could develop and where they could head to. So here's a big cluster. There's a little cluster. There's a cluster. Could we see something later develop here over towards Central America? We're going to get to that in a minute. But first, let's talk about Harold. What's left of it is racing through western Texas with a few showers, and it brought some very heavy rainfall. Corpus Christi now up to 5.42 with our storm total. We saw wind gusts up to 50, even 60 miles an hour with this, and this is why we always say you have to take a tropical storm seriously. Otherwise, I was mentioning this mass of clouds. Look at all of the clouds basically shift off to the east of this. It's not right around the center, which is what you want to see for development, and that's because this shear is blowing everything off to the east, and we'll get to that little cluster as well. But first, 60% chance of development with the system I was just mentioning. It does look like if it does develop, it will head out to sea. Idalia is the next named storm. The I-named storm is the most notorious. We have the most retirements when it comes to the I-named storm. And then that other little cluster, just a 30% chance right now of development. But as it heads west, thankfully, it looks like it's going to stay north of the islands. So overall, it's all about the pattern, what's pushing these systems. That's system number one. That's system number two. You see that one races off to sea. This one kind of flattens out. And then we're still dealing with what's left of Franklin that we'll keep a close eye on there. And then there's also maybe the potential for something to develop as we head towards Central America. I just want to get through these models. They're about the same. Both models are kind of doing the same thing. Real quick to get to our next graphic. Click, click, click. No, never mind. All right, late August, this is where we typically do see that development out into the Atlantic. Jordan.
All right, we're going to get everybody caught up on our Wednesday morning front lines here. Authorities in Hawaii now say between 1,000 and 1,100 people are unaccounted for following the Maui wildfire. They expect that number will continue to fluctuate for some time. Teams have completed their search of residential properties and are now focusing on apartments and commercial buildings. The number of confirmed deaths remains at 115 today. And take a look. Floodwaters in Chile cover the field of professional soccer stadium here. Golly, look at that thing. Chile's disaster agency says 34,000 people have been evacuated in the south central part of the country, with 5,000 homes lost. Government meteorologists point to the El Nino weather phenomenon in the Pacific. They say it's enhancing winter rains across South America.
And on the right side of your screen, Dominican Republic and Haiti, the weather here is getting worse as Tropical Storm Franklin moves on in. The storm is lashing the island with heavy rain in places right now, and we're going to see some gusty winds as well. So let's get to the map, and I can show you where Franklin is in relation to the rest of the stuff out there in the tropics, which I'm not so really concerned about. Let's focus on Franklin because this is going to bring life-threatening flooding to Hispaniola, the Dominican Republic and Haiti. Rain has already moved in, very heavy in places, as the system moving northward is actually now beginning to accelerate at about 13 miles per hour. This time yesterday, wasn't moving very much, maybe a couple miles per hour. It is now moving northward a bit more quickly. That's good. That gets the weather out of here more quickly, but it's bad because it means it's got nowhere else to go but through Hispaniola, bringing very heavy rain along the way. And you can see that these models are underdoing it. There's no doubt about that. Between now and when this system is gone, there will be places that get over a foot of rain. Tropical rainfall in mountainous terrain, complex terrain, there's no chance that the models have really a big clue as to what's going on locally. So higher amounts expected in spots, life-threatening conditions for sure over the next 24 hours. Here's a new cone, by the way. It's not a whole lot different than the last one. What it's done probably is speed things up a little bit in the Western Atlantic. If you live in Bermuda, notice that you're right now in the cone with a nearby hurricane, potentially a strong hurricane. So heads up, interest in Bermuda early next week, Monday, maybe even late Sunday and into Monday, there may be a hurricane rolling on by with all the trappings that come with that, the bad weather and the rough surf and the like. All along the way, the East Coast is going to be dealing with some pretty heavy rains, big waves. Let me scratch that. It does indeed look like this system will move well east of the East Coast like it has been expected to for days now. The models have been rock solid with this idea that Franklin will be passing well east. Now, this is just one set of simulations, but there are lots of others that pretty much say the same thing. That being said, there is still a decent amount of uncertainty this far out. So, a little bit of movement here and there in the data, and you can change an outcome. So you're going to want to pay attention if you live on the eastern seaboard. But for right now, with everything that we've seen and the almost unanimity, the models take this thing well east of the U.S. Big waves, though, Alex, could be a problem for us along the East Coast. But, of course, stay tuned if anything changes.
Tracking the tropics, Tropical Storm Franklin made landfall on the island of Hispaniola, bringing heavy rain, potentially life-threatening flash floods, as well as mudslides to the island.
Let's get the latest now from First Alert meteorologist Larissa Breu joining us with more on the tropics. Larissa.
Hey there, ladies. Yeah, we continue to watch Tropical Storm Franklin. It has weakened. Keep in mind that Hispaniola is very mountainous. The Dominican Republic has one of the highest mountain peaks, sitting just above 10,000 feet. So this has helped shred this storm. And you can see here it's actually moving quickly northeast at around 13 miles an hour, which is good news because on the onset of this storm, it wasn't moving at all. Now, it's still dumping heavy rain, especially across the eastern part of the island. We're talking rainfall after rainfall, so buckets of rain just falling there. And it is still prompting about 40-mile-an-hour wind speeds at the moment. So this is going to quickly continue to move northeast, and here's what we anticipate. Once it hits the very warm waters of the Atlantic, it'll continue to further intensify. Notice what happens as we head towards Sunday, possibly becoming a Category 1 storm and staying west of Bermuda. And luckily for us, there was a cold front that's draped over the United States. This is going to help steer this storm away from the United States. So as of right now, Florida, we are not going to see any threats, and this storm should stay away from the states altogether. Once it passes Turks and Caicos, which, by the way, also under warnings at this hour, it's going to make its closest approach to the island of Bermuda. This taking place on Monday, and we're going to be watching it closely as it could further intensify. But as of right now, we are in the clear here in South Florida. And when I see you guys next, we'll go ahead and take a look at the local forecast.
And we're now tracking Franklin, which slammed into the Dominican Republic this morning, and there are 2 more systems out there we are watching.
Take a look at the widespread flooding Franklin is causing in Santo Domingo. You can't even see the roads, and it appears the water is waist deep in some areas. It has been a busy week out in the Atlantic.
And hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Hilary here now with your tropical update. Michael.
Hey there, Calvin. That's right, Nicole. It has been very busy week across not only the Atlantic, but also in the Eastern Pacific. Here's the latest information on Tropical Storm Franklin, those videos of the flooding. Wow, it's just been raining there for hours upon hours, and we can see the results of that. This is the latest information as of 5 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center. Winds still at 40 miles per hour, but this is not a wind story. This continues to be a rain story. You can see it's a very disorganized tropical storm. The center of this, though, emerging off the northern coast of Hispaniola, the Dominican Republic, where the heaviest of the rainfall that we're seeing is occurring, up to 16 inches. It's 1.5 feet of rain in some spots. The forecast from the Hurricane Center brings us to the north, so not coming in our direction, thankfully, but headed in the sort of direction there of Bermuda. You can see that once it gets over the southwestern Atlantic, it is possible that this could re-strengthen, maybe even into a moderate hurricane here, a Category 2 hurricane. Here are the models beyond 4 or 5 days, and you can see Bermuda still in the crosshairs right now. Nothing, though, pointing to the United States, so this one's going to stay off our shores. Thankfully, after a very busy week here, you can see all of the systems that we're monitoring here across the Atlantic. We have the remnants of Harold that moved in as a tropical storm. That was the first landfall in the Atlantic this year in southern Texas, bringing 65 to 70 mile per hour winds there yesterday morning. Franklin, and then we have the remnants of Emily. Thankfully, that is going to be headed to the graveyard of the North Atlantic. And then Invest 92L, that's the one farthest to the east there. This one, low chance of development, 30% chance of development. And you can see what our computer models are doing here in the days ahead. That one bending to the north. So thankfully, this one's staying out to sea as well. We're going to keep an eye on things closer to home as we get into early next week. But for now, at least, things quiet in our neck of the woods here through the weekend.
Welcome back to Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. We're going to get to storm specialist Carl Parker in just a moment. I want to bring you a little bit of breaking news. The area that we've been talking about for some potential development in the northwestern Caribbean or southern Gulf has now been identified by the National Hurricane Center as of their latest update for the potential of development with time. So this is one of several other areas now that we've been tracking, including Tropical Storm Franklin, which is emerging off of the Dominican Republic. The odds of development over the next 7 days are pretty low. It's only 20% right now, but I think with time that those odds are going to begin to go up. So this is the time where you should be ready regardless, because we are getting into the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season. This would be slow to develop, we think, across this area. It could develop down here, it could develop over here, it could develop over here, it could develop up here, but this general broadness of an area of low pressure is likely to be moving in that direction from the Northwest Gulf over the next couple of days. So just to let you know, the models are also picking up on this. In fact, all of our models are predicting some type of something getting organized, whether it's a weak system or a strong system. It's just really too soon to say. This is just one model, the European model, aiming closer towards Florida. The Canadian model is doing something similar, but a little bit farther to the south, and the GFS trying to paint something a little bit weaker. But the takeaway is they're all trying to do something with it, Carl. And this is going to be a big area that we're going to need to monitor now each and every day here on the Weather Channel.
All right, let's get to the tropics tonight. Franklin has gained a little strength. It was at 40, now up to 45. It's now finally off the coast of Hispaniola, where it battered that area for the last 24 hours. Now north of the area, just east of the Bahamas. You can see we'll continue to track towards the north and northeast, move more east, and then eventually curve to the northwest. And then it's moving into open Atlantic waters. These temperatures are at least 80 to 83. So yeah, we could see some strengthening. In fact, Hurricane Center thinks Cat 2 status by the weekend. And of course, we've got to watch this system as it does continue to move to the north for places just east of New York into next week. But you can see it's not going to bother us here. across South Florida. All right, let's track what we're tracking again. You know, this area is a low chance for development. At the top of the broadcast, I was watching this little spin, right? This is an upper level spin, and sometimes this time of year, it could translate into a little spin in the lower levels, and that could spin something up. So I'm going to be watching this area closely. Right off the coast of the Yucatan, here's the Bay of Campeche, back out towards the Caribbean. This yellow shaded area per hurricane center, 20% chance we could see some development over the next 7 days. So that's going to be watched very closely. The two other areas won't bother us. This is going to be Emily. Good chance, 70% chance it re-becomes Emily. And then we'll be watching this. Pretty moderate chance we can see this tropical wave develop, but that has no impact to us here in South Florida.
Because we all are watching the tropics. National Hurricane Center sent out some information yesterday that we need to keep our eyes on what may be developing over the Yucatan going into next week. Otherwise, Franklin moving away from Dominican Republic and two other areas in the Atlantic. Why? Because this broad area of low pressure that's expected to develop will be lifting north thanks to a dip in the jet stream. And that's going to help draw the moisture to the north as we go into early next week. Again, too early to tell what it could be. Maybe just more rain for us, maybe something tropical. All eyes will be on it. You know, I'll be breaking down for you for the next week. More of the forecast coming up.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff to watch. We have an area to watch in and around Central America. We'll be talking about that coming up at the top of the hour. But let's focus on Tropical Storm Franklin. The other areas that are here encircled in the distant eastern Atlantic, no threat to North America, not even close. Let's go to Franklin right now as a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm. So it's trying to get a little bit better organized. We're starting in the most recent satellite pictures to see a flare-up of thunderstorms near where the center of circulation is, near the ocean. So that tells us that this system is perhaps maybe getting at least a bit better organized. When you have those thunderstorms above the center of circulation at low levels, oftentimes you can get intensification, and we expect that. So here's the most recent cone. Unfortunately, it's not updated the way I wanted to, but either way, we're dealing with a 110-mile-per-hour hurricane, very likely not that far from Bermuda on Monday. By the way, there's Bermuda. Center of circulation likely to pass somewhere inside of this cone. But again, the impacts extend outside of that. So it is possible that early next week, Bermuda does indeed see some weather impacts from Franklin. But look at the shape of the cone here at the end of the period. As we expected, as the models have been telling us, the most likely by far impact in North America would not be from the weather, but from the waves. Big waves, perhaps those long period swells coming in to parts of the mid-Atlantic and Northeast early next week. And by the way, there's the cone that I just showed you. So starting to lean now to the right. The reason why is because the models have been very clear about a dip in the jet stream early next week over the region, meaning whatever is of Franklin at this time likely moves on by well east of the United States. So weather impacts very unlikely, Alex, in the east coast of the U.S., but wave impacts very likely.
The two stories here are connected because that big ridge that's producing all that heat, you would think, well, that pushed Harold into South Texas and Mexico. Isn't all that stuff down in Central America also going to do the same thing with that ridge in place? Well, wow, are things going to be changing? Yeah. Some of you are going to have a cool down, but some of you are going to maybe be facing another tropical system coming up into the Gulf.
Yeah, we could be looking at this thing work north. And what we saw with Harold is something in the Gulf. It's going to be able to take off. So with a little more time, could this do just that? There's a look at the area to watch. Again, we've got about 50% chance of development here in the next 7 days. And as you pointed out, this is moving up into some very warm water.
Yeah, and I think in general, the chances of development are trending upward. It started at 10% last night. It's 50% now. And these numbers are almost certainly going to continue to go up over the next couple of days.
Yeah, actually, as we've been standing here now, they've upped it to 60%. So
well, see, there you go.
There we have it.
They heard us and they said, oh, well, if Alex and Rick say so, then we got to change the percentage.
They got to help us. And obviously, we don't have a computer over here. There's no room on the Western Caribbean.
But so, I could feel the hurricane specialist typing and sending out the outlook.
You hear the little clicks, right?
So we're up to 60% chance of a depression or greater
Yes.
in the next 7 days.
Okay, so we watch this cross over Central America. Again, Western Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico. We know the fuel is there. We know we've got that really, really warm ocean water to work with. Dr. Knapp, what else are you going to be watching? Why are they upping these chances here in these 7 days ahead?
Well, yeah, Alex, in general, in part, it's getting closer to the event and getting a little more confidence, but it's also the models doing kind of the same. You know, the European model, for example, last couple of days was on again, off again in forecasting development. Now it's getting a little more consistent. Also, we can see the beginnings of the system taking shape a little more. So a lot of those things, you know, everything gets more confident the closer you get to the event. And again, I see the trends with those percentages probably continuing to go up. Now, 60% chance of a depression or greater, that means a 40% chance that it doesn't become a depression or storm. And so if that were to be the outcome, we're still almost certainly going to get some heavy rain moving northward, even if the system doesn't become a depression or storm. So the whole setup is to bring moisture at least northward. But again, the chances are, again, this has been increased to 60%, and the development area is a part of the basin in late August that we have to pay close attention to because of the warm waters, and they're warmer practically than they've ever been this year. So there is the beginnings of it. Yes, it's on the other side of Central America. This is kind of what we see in June and October often, a Central American gyre kind of setup. And when you've got this much focused spin and this much convection, and all indications are this is coming northward, you got to allow for the potential of this after it tangles with some land, gets into the Northwest Caribbean, or even it goes over Yucatan, gets into the southern Gulf of Mexico. Yes, there's an upper level low here, but that's getting out of the way. And what's happening is weak wind shear, upper level high pressure is going to be taking over in the Caribbean, Central American region. And then there's the fuel. We've talked all year about how the Atlantic Basin, along with El Nino, is making the waters warmer than average. But this is the warmest part of the basin. And it's even worse than that because it's not just the sea surface temperatures that are super warm. It's the depth of the warm water over the Northwest Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico. There's just so much fuel for a system to tap into. So when we look at what the models are suggesting, here's the low-level spin that the Euro sees currently, but it shows the spin kind of focusing here over the Northwest Caribbean with upper-level high pressure. Those traveling white lines mean upper-level high pressure. And I don't think, if the Euro is right, that the wind shear would be too prohibitive for this to continue to strengthen as it moves into the eastern Gulf early next week, Alex.
Well, today marks 31 years since Hurricane Andrew made landfall in Florida. Hurricane Andrew was a Category 5 storm with winds of up to 165 miles per hour. Here in South Florida, most of the damage we saw, you might remember, was caused by those strong winds in 1992. That hurricane caused $27 billion in damages and forever changed so many who were here when Andrew hit.
It really did. And right now, we're tracking 4 areas, including a tropical storm in the Atlantic. Models are struggling to agree on whether or not a low over Central America will develop, potentially bringing rain to our area next week.
Larissa Abreu joins us breaking down the tropics on this Thursday, Larissa.
Hey there, ladies. Yeah, it's a busy one today. In fact, as you can see, as we just mentioned, we're watching 4 areas of concern. So we're going to go ahead and break them down, who is seeing what. And we'll start with this tropical wave. Right now has about a 50% chance of tropical development in the next 7 days. This one located across the eastern Atlantic. Notice its trajectory. It's supposed to head north. So this is going to be what we call a fish storm. Then we have remnants of what was Tropical Storm Emily, and this is going to fuse out because it's going to continue to move north, move into cooler waters, and then eventually dissipate. Also a fish storm. Now let's go ahead and talk about Tropical Storm Franklin. It moved through Hispaniola, bringing about rain and wind across parts of the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and even Puerto Rico tapped into some of that moisture. Turks and Caicos saw heavy rain today, and now that system is moving north and east at around 7 miles an hour. A couple stats with the storm: winds have increased as it sits over very warm ocean waters. We're talking 60-mile-an-hour wind speeds at the moment, and as it continues to track north and east, it's actually going to continue to intensify. In fact, by Saturday, we could be looking at hurricane number 2 of the season, a Cat 1 storm packing sustained winds at 75 miles an hour. Not quite done with this system, because as Franklin begins to turn north, it's going to skirt Bermuda, this taking place by Tuesday and turning into a Cat 2 storm. Luckily for us here in South Florida and across the U.S. in general, this will stay away from any landmass, including folks out in Bermuda. Now, coming up next, we're going to go ahead and talk about this disturbance, because as you can see, here's South Florida, and you can see the area of potential development. So I'll have your full forecast coming up next.
Tonight, we continue tracking the tropics as all eyes are on the Gulf of Mexico. There's an area of concern with a chance of development that could bring heavy rain to our area.
First Alert meteorologist Stephen McLaughlin joined us now live with more of what we can expect right here in South Florida. And how soon, Stephen?
All right, Trina and Jackie. So it does look like next Tuesday and Wednesday would be our best chance of seeing rain here in South Florida. But as we see it right now, we are not forecasting anything directly moving over us, but there's a very good chance now we're going to have a new named storm in the Gulf of Mexico. Let me start with the big picture. We have these 3 systems way out in the ocean. These are of no concern to us. They're either curling up or away or dying out before they get here. This is Tropical Storm Franklin, still forecast to be a Category 1 this weekend and possibly a Category 2 as it moves just to the west of Bermuda. Bermuda is right on the edge of that cone of concern. So this is where we have now an 80% chance of tropical cyclone development. I know that here in Miami, everyone watching at home, we are very sophisticated and knowledgeable when it comes to hurricanes. Just a reminder for you folks that aren't as comfortable with hurricane forecasting, remember what this is. This is not a cone of concern. This is an area of development. The National Hurricane Center is saying this X has an 80% chance of becoming a tropical depression. Now, once that happens, we would then transfer to a cone of concern, which will tell us where the storm is likely to go. But that's it right there. We call this Invest 93L. And just to compare our GFS and European models. So this is Tuesday. Watch the storms approaching. The more circles you see, the stronger the storm. So the GFS is showing a much stronger storm near Panama City, Mexico Beach, same area that had Hurricane Michael in 2018. Euro is much weaker, closer to Tampa and the Big Bend. Neither goes over us, but both would probably drop moisture, rain on Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll talk more about that and our weekend forecast. I think tomorrow's a beautiful day. Full forecast just a few minutes away.
Live. The one and only Local 10 News starts right now.
Off the top at 11, we're keeping a close eye on the eastern Gulf and a growing tropical threat that has Florida on alert.
Let's get right over to Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis with your tropical update. Betty.
That disturbance designated Invest 93L still hovering right around the Northwest Caribbean Sea. This is where there's an area of low pressure, some shower thunderstorm activity still associated with it right around that northeast side especially. And the National Hurricane Center still shows that it is likely to develop into a tropical depression later this weekend or at some point early next week. And that happens as it's lifting northward over the eastern Gulf of Mexico. The formation potential is at 80%. Here's a look at some of the track models, and these models do agree that as we head into early next week, it does start to move northward over the eastern Gulf, where it will gather steam over those warm Gulf of Mexico waters. The forecast models also show that it goes for a landfall along that Gulf Coast of Florida. These models showing somewhere between the Panhandle and the Big Bend. At any rate, we'll be watching all the forecast model runs to see exactly where this will be placed for a direct hit. What it does appear like is that South Florida won't necessarily directly score a hit with the center of the system. However, all the moisture on the east side, some of that gets funneled over our area. And with that moisture coming in, it will mean a higher chance for rainfall in the area. It looks as though Tuesday, Wednesday may be that stormier period for us, as well as a period with swift breezes. So make sure you download the Max Tracker app to stay on top of this system. If it grows into a tropical storm, the name it gets will be Idalia. But we'll chat more about this in a few.
All right, 50 past the hour, time now for a tropical update, and we are watching Invest 93L. If you're watching us from Cancun, the Yucatan here, Not the best weather upon you today or even into tomorrow as well. But as this thing kind of pushes north and leaves the Yucatan, it comes into the Gulf of Mexico, where we expect this thing to continue to develop. Let's talk about this. A lot of people, might get caught off guard on this. That's why you're watching the Weather Channel. You're not one of those people because you're an informed person. Yes, this has already been, a fairly active tropical season. We have now Franklin, which is a hurricane. We'll talk about that shortly. But we had Harold, a tropical storm, make landfall in Texas a couple of days ago. The next name on the list, this one with the I, it's Idalia. That's how you pronounce that, and get used to that name because that is what we're watching, which most likely will become of Invest 93L. Something else we're watching in the Pacific as well as the rest of the Atlantic, very active, including Hurricane Franklin. But now, Invest 93L. Right now, just kind of a tropical disturbance. This is bringing the rain and the rough surf across the Yucatan and Cozumel and Cancun. If you get seasick easily, yeah, stay on shore. If you want to go snorkeling, this is not the weekend to do that. It's going to be rough seas for a while this weekend for sure. But that center develops and moves northward in the Gulf of Mexico. Then it starts bringing impacts here across the U.S. Florida first. Also on the table, Alabama, Georgia, and South and North Carolina as well. But bottom line, we do expect the eastern part of the Gulf to be directly impacted by whatever this becomes. Storm, maybe a hurricane. But as we head on towards midweek, potential landfall, European ensemble saying by Wednesday afternoon, that low is either nearing or onshore here in northern Florida, Florida Panhandle, Big Bend area. And it also says heavy rain is going to be the biggest impact. European model farther east, American model farther west, but still bringing in more of Alabama with the American model. And then we go farther east into the western central Atlantic. We have Hurricane Franklin. It was a tropical storm bringing deadly rains to the Hispaniola, Haiti, and the DR here. Also Puerto Rico, rough surfs, Virgin Islands, rough surf, and some showers associated with this. This is forecast to strengthen, maybe a major hurricane. I'm concerned more about Bermuda. It could do that 7-10 split, 7 being the East Coast, 10 being Bermuda. The center comes pretty close, but weather definitely going to impact Bermuda for sure, and also waves up and down all the East Coast beaches as we head on towards next weekend, and that weekend is Labor Day weekend, so a big concern. Lynette?
Governor Ron DeSantis officially issuing an executive order today declaring a state of emergency for 33 counties. This in response to a storm expected to hit the Gulf Coast within the next few days. It is expected to unleash rain, strong winds, and possible tornadoes. The National Hurricane Center is urging Florida residents to monitor the weather conditions as the storm approaches. And who better to bring in on the topic than our own meteorologist, Michael Ehrenberg. Michael?
Yeah, that's right, Alexa. This will likely make impacts in the Florida Gulf Coast area as a hurricane, probably Tuesday into Wednesday. Right now, it's still just a disorganized tropical depression, and some of it is scraping the Yucatan Peninsula tonight. Hence, it is remaining rather weak. It was stalled out at 5. It's now drifting down to the south and west. Latest numbers, there you go, 21.1 north, 86.4 west for those of you that still plot the old-fashioned way. Top winds are 35, but gusts up the tropical storm 45 miles an hour. It's expected to turn around, move north, strengthen, become tropical storm Idalia tomorrow, a hurricane by Tuesday morning, and then make landfall somewhere in the Big Bend area later Tuesday night into early Wednesday. Of course, that cone of possibility shows there are always some errors in the track. Could be Tampa Bay, could be the Panama City area, but a lot of the models are right there across the Big Bend area of Florida. So it does have a wide-reaching circulation. We'll be kind of on the wetter side here, but it's going to pass at least 150 miles to our west on that red line straight track. So we'll see a few rain bands here or there. There's a look at Tuesday afternoon. We go into Wednesday, some rain bands as well. We won't be in the main circulation. We'll have intervals of clouds and sun and a gusty wind Tuesday and Wednesday, but some of the rain bands could come down hard at times, and then it moves to the Carolinas Wednesday and on into Thursday. So rain chances on the way up. We had a nice dry week. That's about to end. Tomorrow, just a few showers around, but a 60% rain chance for Monday, and then 70% for Tuesday on into Wednesday, lowering to 60% on Thursday. Meanwhile, Hurricane Franklin continues to gain strength as the second hurricane of the season. Top winds are 85. Franklin now expected to become a major Category 4 hurricane and sideswipe near Bermuda by Tuesday and Wednesday, hopefully far enough away to preclude them from getting a direct hurricane. But nevertheless, they're going to get a lot of wind and rain there for the early and mid part of the week. And finally, Invest 92L, development chances have gone down on that as that's going to kind of fade away in the Atlantic. And then we've got this tropical wave off the Atlantic coast. So we got 4 systems out there, and our concern will be Idalia.
All right, meteorologist Casey Sherman, she is back, and she is keeping a very close eye on the tropics. A very busy morning for you, Casey.
It is, yeah. We have newly formed Tropical Depression 10 as of yesterday. This is continuing to churn near the Yucatan Peninsula. We haven't seen much change from the updates that we had yesterday afternoon, but we have seen those wind speeds increase just a touch here. Now at 35-mile-per-hour max sustained winds. We do have hurricane hunters scheduled to be out and investigating this system here later this morning, so it'll be interesting to see if they find stronger winds to perhaps support a tropical storm where it will be taking the name Idalia. We're not anticipating much movement as we head over really the next 24 hours. It's kind of going to sit and meander near the Yucatan Peninsula through the day today and also into the start of Monday. But notice as we head into late Monday and Tuesday, this begins to lift northward into the Gulf of Mexico. We have some very warm water right now in the Gulf of Mexico, so that is going to support strengthening. The National Hurricane Center has it forecast to reach up to 90-mile-per-hour max sustained winds, so Category 1 hurricane status before it then begins to push onshore to the Big Bend area of Florida. That's where landfall is looking likely sometime very early Wednesday. So this is not going to be a direct hit for South Florida. This is going to remain a Gulf Coast system. This is a close-up shot of that cone. Notice we are very far out from it, but keep in mind the cone just shows where the center of circulation goes. The system is going to be a little bit lopsided. The impacts are going to extend far to the east of the center, and with any kind of changes, shifts in this track, which we certainly could see along with changes in intensity, that is going to determine exactly what magnitude of impacts we see, including how much wind, how much rain. But right now you can bet on what's going to be some wet, windy conditions really kicking off as we into Tuesday and Wednesday. There are the latest forecast models. They've been pretty consistent on the solution that takes it into the Big Bend area. So that's where we're really going to be honing in on the highest amount of impacts. But for us locally, we will be looking at some gusty bands of rain. Today, we're going to be looking at kind of similar to what we had yesterday. Not much, a little bit more in terms of shower and storm activity, but no impacts from the system. Beginning late tomorrow, we're going to start to see those storms increase, moisture being pulled in from the south. And it's Tuesday that we should start to see some of those outer bands move in. Some gusty storms, windy conditions Tuesday and into Wednesday. Then the system, it's out of here by Thursday, where we should start to see some improvements.
Idalia. It has a name, Tropical Storm Idalia. You're going to hear this countless times over the next week, hopefully just over the next week and not for years to come here. But bottom line, we now have a special advisory coming in from the National Hurricane Center, most likely based on the hurricane hunters, which are in Idalia right now. And they have discovered flight level winds, and which extrapolate down to the surface and surface winds of a tropical storm nature. So right now we have yet our next tropical storm name, Tropical Storm Idalia, just off the coast of Cancun and Cozumel, 80 miles east-southeast of Cozumel, moving east at 2 miles per hour. Not moving fast right now, but it's going to change. The other hurricane hunters, they've been in here kind of moving across that center, and you can clearly see, yeah, they were experiencing tropical storm force conditions as they moved and traversed through the center. So the special advisory coming out just about 6-7 minutes ago of now we have Tropical Storm Idalia. As forecasted, we were saying perhaps minutes, if not hours today, we'd have a tropical storm on hand. But notice how that center is kind of moving now towards the east, and that's as a response to a little upper level low and trough kind of coming off the Louisiana coastline. As that trough starts to move and go this way, Idalia will follow suit into the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. And there's that low spinning here. And notice how this has been drifting southward and kind of pushing the center of Idalia a little farther southward. But that is now going to lift north and Idalia will kind of follow right behind it, almost like its shadow here, but that's going to dissipate. But Idalia will not. It's forecast to become a hurricane and approach the Florida coastline as we head into Wednesday, perhaps midday Wednesday. So early week, we're going to track this tropical storm strengthening into a hurricane. It's coming over waters which are awfully warm, warmer than average. Yes, the Gulf's supposed to be warmer this time of the year. It's late August, but it's warmer than average. Not to mention, we've been more humid and hotter than average across the southeastern U.S. this summer. All because of the response to what's going on over the Gulf of Mexico. We're going to see less wind shear. So these things need a calm vertical environment to grow because they're growing vertically too. That's going to help this thing strengthen, perhaps rapidly intensify. Some of the models are hinting that way, but even quickly intensifying, 25 miles per hour the next 24 hours is quite common. So this thing could easily be perhaps a Category 1, maybe even a Category 2 hurricane as it approaches the coast of Florida as we head on through midweek. Now is the time to prepare.
And the tropics are continuing to heat up. Thanks for sticking with us here on the Weather Channel. Special tropical coverage going on right now. Now, if you were just looking at this, you might think that the special tropical coverage was for Hurricane Franklin because it's looking pretty impressive there. Definitely your characteristic strong hurricane moving through the Atlantic. What we're watching, though, also Tropical Storm Idalia, which you might think looks a little disorganized right now. You wouldn't be completely wrong about that. Not telling the whole picture there. That storm is going to move into the eastern Gulf of Mexico and taking aim at the state of Florida, eventually across the southeast U.S. as well. Both storms, though, will be causing direct and indirect impacts. Franklin causing indirect impacts for the U.S. in terms of swells, which is terrible timing as a lot of people are trying to get their last beach visits in before that Labor Day weekend close. Big swells mean dangerous conditions at beaches. Tropical Storm Idalia also going to be increasing those waves there in the Gulf of Mexico and bringing threats all of its own, Dr. Nab. So, you know, sometimes when the storm is far away and it's not a direct impact like Franklin, people let their guards down at the beach a little bit, and you can't do that because a storm like that is going to churn up those waves.
Yeah, too many times in past years, we've lost a lot of lives on the east coast of the U.S. from high surf and rip currents from distant hurricanes, even some on the other side of Bermuda. So this is going to be a little bit closer than that.
That's right. So, Dr. Nab, the forecast is taking Franklin pretty close to Bermuda as well.
Yeah, closer than in previous advisories. So let's take a look at, here's Bermuda and here's Franklin. And oh, by the way, as Felicia was just showing you, this is, in some ways, a preview of what Idalia could look like when it's over the northeastern Gulf of Mexico. Franklin is at the intensity right now that Idalia is forecast to be before it makes landfall in Florida. So just keep that in mind. Don't focus on what this is looking like now. Focus on what it's going to be. And it's going to be looking a lot like Franklin. And both of them are generally moving north around high pressure to the east and will get picked up eventually by troughing coming across Canada. But right now, weak wind shear over both of them. And look at all the fuel that Franklin has to tap into. It's not going to hit the north wall of the Gulf Stream until it gets north of Bermuda. But how far north of Bermuda? And even after that, it's got warmer than average waters. So it's a Cat 2, 100-mile-an-hour winds right now. But look at that track. The right-hand side of the cone is still dangerously close to Bermuda, and this is forecast to be a lot stronger than in previous days, almost certain to become a major hurricane. So the closer it gets to Bermuda, the more direct impacts they could receive, so they've got to keep tabs on that. But this system will be on this side of Bermuda, definitely close enough, even though we're not going to have any tracks possibilities anywhere near the coast of the U.S. We're going to have those swells coming toward the east coast of the U.S. as this hangs a right. But as it is in this zone, it generates ocean swells. So watch how the wave field is going to increase from tonight into tomorrow. So tomorrow and Tuesday, Felicia, look at all these swells bringing the dangerous, life-threatening surf and rip currents to the east coast of the U.S. We get a short break before the effects on the southeast coast of Idalia come through. So a dangerous time at the coastline there on the east coast.
Definitely going to have some beach erosion issues before all is said and done with these two storms. Thanks, Dr. Nab. Well, hurricane hunters have been flying missions into Franklin. This is what it looked like on board as they flew into Franklin on Thursday when it was a tropical storm. Now they're also flying into Idalia, providing crucial information to the National Hurricane Center. Man, that looks like a scene out of a scary movie, right? But trained to do this, and such an important part of the forecast that we get from hurricane season. We are going to have such a better idea of the forecast and what is going on with Idalia by tomorrow morning from the recon from those hurricane hunters, Dr. Nab.
Yeah, so they're doing double duty, literally, because there's another Air Force plane headed into Franklin now, and then they've got all kinds of aircraft that are starting to fly into and around Idalia. So we've got Air Force plane going into Franklin now. Now, look at this lawnmower-shaped track of this aircraft that took off from Lakeland a little while ago. I'm wondering, why are they wasting all that time goofing around over the Gulf of Mexico instead of flying into the storm? Oh, but it's the exact opposite. Felicia, they are doing a synoptic surveillance mission. They're dropping dropsondes along their flight path, and those data, those vertical profiles of data, getting into the computer models to better forecast the environment and the track of Idalia, and they're going close to the center, but they're not flying into it with that jet.
That's right, Dr. Nab. And of course, the better information we have about the atmosphere that Idalia will be moving into, what is eventually steering Idalia, the better forecast we can get out of this. So the better data, the better forecast, and then of course, hopefully we can see these forecast ensembles like we're seeing here, still very spread out, coming closer together as we get better data on the storm.
Yeah, so the timing of that mission tonight is going into tonight's model runs that are initializing this afternoon and tonight. We'll get that output late tonight, and then the Hurricane Center can use those new models for the 5 a.m. forecast tomorrow morning. Maybe the models will come into a better agreement. I sure hope so. That's one of the goals of that mission. But then we've also got to fly into the storm, right? From Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi and from Lakeland, the NOAA planes. The Air Force and the NOAA planes are going to be flying into Idalia, starting with the 11 o'clock Air Force mission tonight. And then look at this. Tomorrow morning, Felicia, both a NOAA plane and Air Force plane flying in at the same time, just at slightly different altitudes.
Hurricane watches have been issued for Florida's Gulf Coast from Englewood to Indian Pass, including the Tampa Bay metro. Nearly 7 million people under some kind of tropical alert tonight. Tropical storm Idalia continues to strengthen over what are very warm waters in the Caribbean. With the watches up, it means the clock is ticking. So get ready before tropical storm force winds arrive in the next 48 hours. I want to welcome to the special coverage. Welcome you to the special coverage. Tropical Storm Idalia. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren with storm specialist Carl Parker. We are here this evening in the lab. And right now, let's take a live look at Cozumel, Mexico. A look at an area where nearby, it's a little bit of sunshine right now, not too far away. This warm location here in Mexico, where Idalia has formed now into a tropical storm. The storm will again continue to strengthen, and it will also get back on track. I want to show you what I mean by that. You can see where it has gone, kind of doing one of these and coming around, sort of meandering around the Yucatan here in the Caribbean, in the Western Caribbean. But the latest update, 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It's moving to the east-northeast here at 3 miles an hour, so it's barely moving. And eventually, that is going to change. And we're seeing on the water vapor, we're seeing a lot more clouds getting up higher into the atmosphere, so we're getting more thunderstorm activity. Franklin's over here spinning and getting stronger as well. It's possible this could eventually look like that as this goes up here and likely to strengthen here in the coming days. This is a look at the forecast here from the National Hurricane Center. Forecast taking it up here, but the center of the storm could go anywhere within the red, and even about a third of the time goes outside of the red. That's where the center would be. So the track still does matter. It matters a lot for a lot of people. As far as the intensity goes, expected by at least Tuesday, maybe late tomorrow or into early Tuesday, to become a hurricane category 2. Can't rule out something stronger. And then does it stay inland or go back offshore? A lot still that needs to be and will be worked out here in the coming days. Hurricane watches, tropical storm watches also extending inland. And this is also another one of the big threats with that storm surge. Certainly going to be a possibility here with this storm. Expected to arrive Tuesday into Wednesday for some, depending on where you are, but tropical storm force winds, you can expect those. So be ready by Tuesday evening, maybe even a little bit earlier if it takes more of an easterly or southerly route here. Carl, I want to go to Storm Specialist Carl Parker right now with a closer look at what's going on, kind of everything that's going into this right now. Because if lots going to happen here in the next, day and a half, we're going to know a lot more.
Yeah, and it's really tricky because, there's so much energy in the Gulf of Mexico right now. There's so much warmth in those waters right now. And so some of the modeling has been indicating that this thing really could intensify very quickly. And in fact, Tuesday is going to be an important day for figuring that out. Right now, as we're looking at the satellite picture, we're seeing some bursting of thunderstorms that are very near that center of circulation. So it does appear to be getting more organized. What's also interesting here is that not only is there plenty of warm water, there's also a great depth to that warm water. So even as the storm is sitting in the same area and churning up the water, it's bringing up a limitless supply of fuel to keep those storms powered. Taking a look at the watches here, hurricane watches up along the west coast of Florida. So that includes Sarasota and Bradenton, Tampa Bay, and then farther north and up into Cedar Key. I want to show you the forecast track and intensities overlaid with the storm surge watch. And as Chris mentioned, about a third of the time, the center can actually be outside of the cone. And we've said this many, many times. This is not an impacts cone. This is not showing you where we think the impact is going to be. Rather, it's showing you where the center is likely to be, where it looks like it's going to be at this point. But keep in mind that a storm is not a point. Impacts lie well outside of the system and often more to the right than to the left of that center. So you see how the storm surge watch is well outside of that cone and down into those areas that were affected by Ian last year. So just keep in mind that it is entirely possible that we see significant surge farther down the coast in areas that are not within the cone right now. So you need to be equally prepared all along the coast. It is vitally important that you listen to local officials, and if they tell you to evacuate, you've got to evacuate. This is an incredibly surge vulnerable section of coastline here. If you go to Tampa Bay or surrounding beaches and you walk out into the water, you can be on your feet for 200 yards. It's very, very shallow. And so it's a lot easier to pile up the water. So right now the forecast calling for 3 to 5 feet of surge around Tampa Bay and then down towards Fort Myers and into Naples as well. Those values are absolutely subject to change depending on the intensity of the storm, depending on the exact track of the storm. You see higher values here up into the Big Bend area of Florida. That's an extremely surge vulnerable section of coast there. And I want to also show you a wind model forecast. May not happen exactly like this, but if that center were to go in near Cedar Key, Wednesday morning is when you would see that flow driving right into Tampa Bay, and so that would bring in the maximum impact there into Tampa Bay early on Wednesday morning. Welcome back to our coverage of Idalia. We have a new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center right now, a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm. This is not at all surprising, given that we've been watching a very impressive burst of thunderstorms near the center of the circulation. This is a 6-hour loop, and you can very clearly see that burst of thunderstorms there about the center. And so it is strengthening right now, and this does have implications for the forecast. And in fact, the Hurricane Center has bumped up their forecast a bit, and we'll take a look at that in just a second. It's now stationary. It's not moving, sitting over an area of very warm ocean waters. And because there's great depth to that ocean water, that is not going to have a negative impact on the system. We don't expect that it is going to churn up cooler water from below. Welcome back to our coverage of Idalia. Again, we have the brand new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center, and it's now expected to become a Category 2 storm, but on the verge of becoming a Category 3. 110-mile-per-hour wind is what is forecast as the storm is nearing the coast, and that is just shy of being a Category 3 at 111 miles per hour. Let's take a look at the satellite picture and show you what's been happening here. And again, there's been this very impressive bursting of thunderstorms that has occurred. You know, oftentimes you will see that when conditions are optimal because you have greater instability at night. Waters are very warm, obviously, in the Caribbean and the Gulf, but then the upper atmosphere cools a little bit, and so the differential increases. You've got more instability as the upper atmosphere is cooling, but it's still very warm just above those ocean waters. So it's not at all unusual to see bursting of thunderstorms at nighttime with tropical systems, but this one has looked very impressive. It's been persistent, and it really is getting an organized look about it. So again, it's not at all surprising that we've got a 60-mile-per-hour storm. Now, here's the latest forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center, and we're seeing a little bit of a bend farther to the east and southeast relative to where it was before. So a little bit more into the Tampa area. And also notice here, this forecast point, 110-mile-per-hour storm on Tuesday evening. So that is a strong Category 2, very nearly a Category 3. It's entirely on the table that we could be looking at a major hurricane coming into the west coast of Florida. And you see that the center line is here towards the Big Bend area of Florida. But as we've been talking about for a while now, it's very important not to focus on whether you're in the cone or not in the cone, because impacts can extend well outside of the cone. For one thing, the cone is only talking about where the center is expected to go, and the reason why it's wider over time is because the average forecast error grows over time, but you still have tracks that are outside of the cone about a third of the time. That's a lot. So it's entirely possible that it could be outside of the cone in addition to being somewhere within the cone. But then on top of that, you have a system that's much larger than the point. The center is important, obviously the eye wall is important, but it's a larger system than that. And especially when you've got storm surge to be concerned about, that comes up on the east side of the circulation in particular. And so you see that's why the storm surge watches are extended much farther to the south and east relative to where that track is. And so certainly in those areas that were hit by Ian last year, you absolutely have to be on your guard as this thing comes up towards the west coast of Florida. Even if the center of the storm comes in farther north, we could be talking about significant surge impacts there in southwest Florida, in part because this is such a surge vulnerable area of the coastline. There's a very shallow continental shelf. It doesn't take a lot to push a lot of water on shore.
It's a new day. This is CBS 12 News This Morning.
Idalia is moving north. Winds have increased a bit overnight. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Matt Lincoln.
And I'm Sam Kerrigan, and it is likely to strengthen further and make landfall as a Category 3 hurricane.
Let's get right over to meteorologist Lauren Oleski. Lauren, the last update came out 30 minutes ago. What did it say?
So we got winds now up to 65 miles per hour. There's Franklin. Franklin's our first major hurricane of the season, now a Cat 3. Winds with Idalia right now, though, are at 65 miles per hour. Here is our latest track. We'll see it move off towards the north and then make that curve off towards the east. You see that 3 right there, Wednesday morning at 2 a.m. This will likely make her, landfall as a Cat 3 in 2 days from now. We'll see some of the indirect impacts from Idalia. Of course, the center of the storm is to our west, but we know that those impacts can be felt well outside of the center of the storm, of course, well outside of the cone as well.
This is 7 News Today in Florida.
Your storm station tracking Idalia, the tropical storm on the move and eyeing the Sunshine State. Here's what we're waking up to here on this Monday morning as we take a live look over North Bay Village. We are enjoying that sunshine for now.
Yeah, we are. Meteorologist Viv Gonzalez live in the Newsplex with your first forecast. Hey, Viv, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Lorena, Vanessa, South Florida. And soon we're going to see bands of rain, some stronger winds increasing across the region, but indirect effects from Idalia currently in the Caribbean Sea. And here's a look at the radar. We're already seeing a few spotty downpours developing out there. If your commute takes you around I-75 in Broward County, especially between Pembroke Pines, parts of Davie and even Weston, you're going to be seeing some moderate rain moving northward. And along coastal Miami-Dade, we have a spotty downpour too. So here's the latest on Idalia, stronger as of the 5 o'clock advisory. Well, now we actually got an 8 o'clock intermediate advisory, 65-mile-per-hour winds. That has not changed. It's still moving northward at 8. And it is expected to clip the western tip of Cuba as we move on into tonight. Tomorrow morning, moving across the Gulf of Mexico, where rapid intensification could take place, and it could become a Category 3 system with 115-mile-per-hour winds in the morning Wednesday, making landfall late in the morning anywhere here in this shaded area in red between Tampa, St. Petersburg, all the way north into Tallahassee and Carabel. It'll interact with land. Some weakening will happen, but there's the likelihood that the center could emerge back into the open waters of the Atlantic, but also impacting parts of Georgia, South, North Carolina into the Outer Banks. Watches and warnings are in effect for the state of Florida, and they stretch inland. Hurricane watch for Panama City, Tampa, Port Charlotte, Southwest Florida, and the lower Florida Keys under a tropical storm watch. Tropical storm warning for the dry Tortugas. The reason why and what we can expect to see out of this coming up in a few minutes.
It's 6 a.m. The news starts now.
It is Monday morning. Hi, South Florida. I'm Eric.
I'm JC Birch. This morning we are all watching Tropical Storm Idalia, which is expected to strengthen into a hurricane before hitting Florida's west coast. A tropical storm watch is in effect for the lower Florida Keys. And we do have team coverage this morning. Samir Nefsi is standing by with how Florida cities are preparing for what the storm could bring.
Let's begin this morning with our certified meteorologist, Julie Gert, in the Weather Authority Center with the very latest on the storm forecast. Julie.
Hi, Eric. JC in South Florida. As you heard me mention, the 5 a.m. advisory has now Idalia actually strengthening. It's got winds of 65 miles per hour. We're not just tracking only Idalia in the northwestern Caribbean. We also have Franklin that, as of the 5 a.m. advisory, became a major Category 3 hurricane just to the east of the Bahamas. Okay, but all eyes on Idalia because the state of Florida is preparing for the system. Winds of 65 miles per hour. Pressure 989 millibars. Is moving to the north at 7 miles per hour, and the center is located 125 miles just south of the western tip of Cuba. Forecast projected path has the system riding parallel to the state of Florida for much of its duration until it starts to move closer and is expected to make landfall near the Big Bend of Florida, near Cedar Key. One thing I can tell you, much in the direct impacts will stay well west of South Florida, with the exception of the wind strengthening as its closest approach to the Keys, which will be tomorrow. So there is a tropical storm warning for the dry Tortugas. We have a tropical storm watch for the lower Keys. You can see the forecast projected path, and the wind is expected to strengthen going into tonight and into tomorrow morning, mainly for the Keys, and then eventually we will see the system make landfall. And a big concern is the storm surge with the system, because not only are we dealing with the storm surge effects from the system, but also king tide. The tides will be higher than normal because we have a full moon phase. Remember, we have 2 super moons this month, and we'll end the month with that super moon, and unfortunately the timing of this is not good. We are going to see down here in South Florida the possibility of up to 3 feet of storm surge with those higher than normal tides. So the timing of the storms, we'll see a few downpours this afternoon, but really the main event of the system for South Florida will be Tuesday into Wednesday, with the rain bands bringing us downpours and also some very gusty winds. So as you're planning your week ahead this morning, getting ready to head out the door and get the kids ready for school, we're not expecting too much in the way of precipitation this morning. Really, it's going into tomorrow. We'll be talking about the flood threat. So the school bus forecast doesn't look terrible, but definitely make sure you have the rain gear for this afternoon. More on all this coming up.
Good morning, everybody. Well, we are waking up on alert. Tropical storm Idalia strengthening, and now it is forecast to become a major hurricane before it reaches Florida's Gulf Coast. I'm talking more than 10 million under hurricane and tropical storm watches this morning. The threat for life-threatening storm surge, dangerous hurricane force winds, all of that is increasing. You're watching America's Morning Headquarters. I'm meteorologist Jordan Steele alongside meteorologists Jim Cantori and Kelly Cass. We also have a team of meteorologists stationed all across Florida, including Paul Goodlow, who will be joining us live from Clearwater. Right now, Idalia is gathering strength off the coast of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. We got a live look at Cancun right now. Here are the headlines on the tropical storm and what we know. Florida's governor has put 33 counties under a state of emergency. Schools in Hernando County are closed today, while Citrus County students get a half day. Southwest Airlines is issuing travel waivers for 8 Florida airports, and disaster supplies are tax-free in Florida this week, making today a great day to stock up and plan ahead. And that is the best way to kind of get everything situated, Jim. We still have a couple of days here, which is kind of good. It kind of slowed down a little bit, which hopefully gives us time to prep a little bit more.
Yeah, the problem is last week at this time, it wasn't even on anybody's radar, except ours. Right. Okay, number one. Number two, it was forecast to become a depression at some point over the next day and a half. And now we're talking about something that is going to landfall as forecast as a major hurricane. All right, it's forecast to become a major hurricane at landfall. So this is absolutely a big deal that we are watching this morning, a really big deal. So hate to hit that with you on a Monday, but that's what we do. We're talking about a storm that, has kind of been futzing around down and through here. We knew that was going to happen. And even now, the steering winds aren't really super strong, but it's going to go on the move, and it's going to go over very, very warm water temperatures here. So at some point, we will see a rapid intensification of this. Unfortunately, is going to probably be right before landfall and then right leading up to landfall. So here comes the plane out of Biloxi, a new plane coming out. We mentioned a few days ago, or at least I was tweeting about this, there is going to be an armada of Hurricane Hunter data out here, both in the high altitudes and the low altitudes. So we are going to see this thing at every step. Plus, you have great satellite data, plus a lot of high-resolution models that are being run on this thing. And some of them, frankly, are quite scary. Okay, I'm just not going to sugarcoat this. Tropical storm force winds extending out 65 miles from the center. It's still very lopsided. It's a little sheer this morning, but it did have the fortune to go over one of the buoys, which is kind of hard to do. But between aircraft, it went over the buoys, and you saw the pressure drop, and in some cases down to about 984 millibars. I mean, that's a big deal. All right, and then, of course, the storm moved on and the pressure went up. But either way, I mean, that just tells you got a deepening storm when the atmospherics aren't quite perfect. So, good Lord, what's going to happen when we lose the shear and get into this area, I think, up in here north of Cuba, where it's going to be the wheelhouse? We've got very warm water temperatures, very light shear forecast here, and this thing has to use the channel to come up to Florida. And that's why you're in the cone from Tampa northward. Hurricane watch is up all the way inland to Lake City. Now, some of these may go into Georgia at some point, all right? And we'll see what's done about this. But you'll at least have tropical storm issues all the way along the southeast coast. So if you're watching us from Daytona, Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, all the way up to Wilmington, Myrtle Beach, you're in this too. Now, it may not be as bad a hit as they're going to take on the west side of Florida. It probably won't be. But still, you're going to have impacts. So don't think you don't have to prepare for this. And interestingly enough, Bermuda's in the cone from Idalia. So they could actually have two storms that they're going to deal with this week. First, Franklin. It won't directly hit them, but they're going to get impacts from it. And then they're going to have to deal with Idalia as we get into the weekend. All right, so here's your major hurricane right here, Wednesday morning. What is this thing going to be? And one thing I want to point out is look at where Tampa is in the cone. They're on the bottom side of it. I'm not going to say that this is going to happen just like, Ian did, but it is on the bottom side of the cone. So Tampa, do not let your guard down. Please do not let your guard down. All the guidance, especially some of the high-resolution models, bringing this up to a major hurricane. They were yesterday. And, the Hurricane Center has ramped up accordingly, given confidence on that. And, here we are, something in the 111 to 129 mile an hour range certainly is under the devastating part. So keep that in mind. We got a busy few days ahead of us. You should be absolutely preparing. And, Kelly, hopefully people are taking this serious because 4 to 7 feet storm surge right now in Tampa Bay is the forecast. That could go up. So just keep that in mind.
That's inundating water on normally dry
exactly
ground. Right. And by the way, it speeds up as it moves through the eastern Gulf of Mexico. Right now, it's only moving at about 7 miles per hour near the Yucatan Peninsula. So here's what it looks like right now. Definitely not all that organized. As Jim mentioned, it's kind of undergoing some strengthening, but yet it's still got an atmosphere to fight off in terms of shear off to the north. Now, the hurricane hunters, they've been flying through the storm, recently finding wind right around 40, 55 miles per hour. So again, we have a 65 mile per hour tropical storm at this time, but it is forecast to strengthen and even become a major hurricane as we head towards Wednesday morning.
Now, Franklin, a major hurricane this morning. Idalia is forecast to be one. So could we have two major hurricanes in the Atlantic Basin at the same time? It's possible. All right. Even though Franklin is forecast to weaken a little bit by time Wednesday rolls around, Idalia should be ramping up to a major before landfall. So we're going to be somewhere in that Wednesday wheelhouse of maybe that occurring. And I don't know when the last time that was, but if I were to just take a wild guess, it was probably 2005, the last time that we had two majors out there at the same time. But it maybe not. There could have been after that. We had a busy season in, I think, 2021. All right, so let's talk about the radar this morning. Again, nice symmetric CDO, central dense overcast. The eye wall, of course, sitting right in through here, the most dangerous part of the hurricane. And you saw the video that we showed of a clear eye. So, you got a lot of sinking motion going on in through there. So this thing, again, has had some wild times, but now it's on the move, and it will soon be picked up by a trough of low pressure and pushed on out. Now, yesterday, for a brief time, Bermuda was actually on the right edge of the cone. Now, Bermuda, you're going to get impacts. All right, likely as we get into Wednesday, but more than likely tropical storm or maybe minimal hurricane force, given where this is going to be in relation to you. The wave motion has already been set out. We've got high rip current risk along the entire coast of Florida, the east coast of Florida, also the Outer Banks, and even toward Cape May and Atlantic City, New Jersey. So keep that in mind. Idalia is just getting its act together right now. We know it is going to be intensifying. In some cases, we may go from 80 on Tuesday morning to well over 100 by Tuesday night. So we're going to go through a rapid intensification period with this. And as you can see, it is forecast Wednesday early morning to be a major hurricane, likely before landfall. These are storm surge watches. There is no place in the country that is more storm surge prone than that area right there. All right? So when that water rushes up, obviously to the right of track, so to maximize that whole area, you'd have to have, a storm that goes this way. But look at this. Even with a storm that's forecast to come in around Cedar Key, you still have high surge coming up because you've pushed all that water out ahead of it. So that doesn't apply in this case. But waves, that's another big thing, especially for Franklin coming to the East Coast, and then eventually Idalia for the whole Gulf Coast.
Close to 4 million people right now under a hurricane warning as Tropical Storm Idalia makes its way toward Florida's Gulf Coast.
But we know the effects from Idalia will be far-reaching, with close to 14 million people under some kind of tropical alert right now, and that number could change a lot with our next full advisory from the National Hurricane Center. We've been keeping an eye on this storm, and keeps looking better and better.
Now, that advisory that you mentioned, that could come in maybe the next 20 minutes or so. Wonder if we might get an upgrade to a hurricane. I'm not sure if it really matters, 70 to 75 miles an hour, but there's a category that changes there, and maybe when it becomes a hurricane, it gets a lot more people's attention.
I do think that there's something that triggers in not only everyone's brain when you're talking about, a tropical storm, and then you're talking about a hurricane, and then it's easier to climb from there as well.
The categories go up 1 through 5, right? And we think potentially category 3 before a landfall sometime Wednesday morning. So roughly 36 hours from now, it's going to be quick. We're going to have an inland hurricane here along the bend of Florida. Felicia Combs with you, Mike Bettis with you. Want to show you something and kind of analyze it, all right? This is the high-resolution visible satellite of Idalia. Now, think about this. The low-level index that went into this, let's call it like noon, between noon and 1. What did they find? The Air Force Hurricane Hunters. They did not find hurricane force winds, but they also didn't have this blow up of convection right there to fly through either. That's all happened about the past hour or so. I think if they were to fly a low-level mission into this now, they may encounter hurricane force winds. It certainly looks a lot more impressive, and think about what you're looking at here, that big vertical blow up of thunderstorms. And so you're getting now cloud tops that are upwards of 65 to 70,000 feet, okay? So it's got all kinds of ice in the top of these really strong updrafts that are fueling it, right? And all that convection is now becoming a lot more confined around the center of circulation. The hurricane hunters found where the center of circulation is, and there was once a lot of convection down on the south side. Now it's right over top of the center. So what that's telling us is taking advantage of warm waters here in the Caribbean. It's building itself perfectly vertical here because we have next to no wind shear in the atmosphere right now, so the top of the hurricane's not getting blown off, in essence. Here's what we're dealing with. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 987 on the pressure. I think the winds are going to go up, and the pressure is going to go down consistently for the remainder of the day. Look by tomorrow morning, Cat 1. By Tuesday afternoon, Category 2. By Wednesday morning, Category 3. Forecast to be at least a 115-mile-per-hour hurricane, then coming inland from there, affecting us in Georgia, South Carolina, and then North Carolina before exiting then eastbound from there. There's a look at the wind field. Orange shows you tropical storm force winds. Purple, by the way, shows you hurricane force winds, and that may be a smaller, compact area near the eye, but notice here, places like Tampa, Orlando, you're going to be on that right front quadrant. A lot of tropical storm force winds for you, but more importantly for you, storm surge on the right front quadrant.
The storm is setting its sights on Florida, expected to hit the Gulf Coast later this week as a hurricane.
And it is 5 o'clock, which means the new advisory is in. So let's head over to NBC6 hurricane specialist John Morales.
Thanks, guys, and good afternoon, Joanna, Jackie. Well, the 5 o'clock advisory does not show Idalia having become a hurricane just yet. It is a high-end tropical storm still with winds of 70 miles per hour, but it is fully expected to become a hurricane throughout the night and certainly no later than tomorrow morning. And you can see the latest, those 70-mile-an-hour winds, also movement towards the north. 8 miles per hour. Pressure for now holding steady, 987 millibars. When the pressure drops, the wind eventually follows, and it tends to increase. Here's the forecast now. This is updated as of 5 p.m. from NHC. And again, we have a system that would be rapidly intensifying over the Gulf of Mexico, the dreaded rapid intensification cycle going from a Cat 1 to a Cat 2 to a Cat 3, making landfall as a major hurricane, probably a Category 3. That's what the forecast from the Hurricane Center currently indicates, and then quickly losing strength back down to a Cat 1 as it crosses into Georgia. One interesting thing that recent studies have shown, impact from wind tends to extend much further inland in this new era of hyper-intense hurricanes, of course driven by the climate crisis. We've seen these hurricanes become ever so much stronger, the number of Cat 3, 4, and 5 hurricanes increasing around the world, and you can see much more damage further inland. So that's going to be a concern with this system as it crosses through that area. And of course, the other concern is that we would have a storm surge that is going to impact, I would say, the entire west coast of Florida, as far south as the Florida Keys. Now, the Keys right now, the lower Florida Keys, are under a tropical storm watch at this time. That means that there is the consideration for the possibility of tropical storm conditions in the lower Florida Keys. However, for us in southeast Florida, we are not under that warning. We don't have any type of advisory right now anyway in relation to this system, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to get some impact here, as Tuesday and Wednesday look to be windy and rainy, and an isolated tornado cannot be ruled out. But here's one of the biggest impacts from this hurricane. Again, storm surge, just like Ian. We had those 10 to 15 foot storm surge readings in the Fort Myers area last year from Ian. Well, now it's being forecast to be between 7 and 11 feet north of Tampa Bay, but as much as 7 feet within Tampa Bay. So this could be very impactful, potentially life-threatening to many spots along the coast as it heads towards the north in that part of the world. And here's finally a look at Idalia as it is taking shape there in the waters off the west coast of Cuba. You can see just how intense some of the thunderstorms are, how symmetric it is becoming as it moves on gradually towards the north at 8 miles per hour. We're very fortunate here that in South Florida, all we're expected to see is breezy conditions in Broward and Miami-Dade with 35-mile-an-hour gusts and passing downpours. In the Keys, a bit windier, also with downpours, and let's not rule out an isolated tornado. A lot more coming up at 5:30. Now back to you guys.
Tonight, Florida Task Force 1 and 2 getting orders to deploy to the strike zone ahead of the storm, and South Florida is set to feel its effects.
And our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, kicks off our team coverage with the newest advisory tonight. Betty?
So close to getting that upgrade to being a hurricane, but not quite there yet. They are still holding that intensity at 70 miles per hour as Idalia is now 10 miles northwest of the western tip of Cuba, still moving northward at 8 miles per hour and still still expected to draw from the warm ocean waters of the Gulf of Mexico and get stronger. So let's check out the forecast track and intensity forecast, still showing that by tomorrow morning it becomes a hurricane. So we're just maybe hours away from this intensifying to a hurricane. And also notice the forecast track continuing it on that course that takes it right in the vicinity of the Big Bend and near Tampa Bay. And you'll notice as it makes that landfall, it still is forecast to be a major hurricane, a Category 3 hurricane. So this area will deal with the wind, the rain, and also the storm surge. Meantime, for our area, we are not under any watches or warnings in Dade or Broward, but we still do have a tropical storm warning for the Dry Tortugas, as well as a tropical storm watch for the lower Keys. You'll notice the forecast track for the system keeps the core of it pretty far removed from us, but we will be getting those fringe effects. We have had some offshoot showers, if you will, coming in for a portion of today from time to time, and we'll expect conditions to deteriorate more tomorrow as Idalia continues to pull northward over those Gulf waters. For now, winds through the Keys are sustained about 10 to near 15 miles per hour. They should start to get a little bit stronger tonight, and then by Tuesday, as we're getting into those off and on gusty rain bands, we're going to plan on having a breezy to outright windy day through the lower Keys, and the breeze will build too for Miami-Dade and Broward. Keys tomorrow, 25 to 35 mile per hour winds, gusting 40 to 45, gusting up to 35 through parts of Dade and Broward.
Breaking right now, we have a hurricane, and it is Hurricane Idalia. Florida waking up on alert this morning, and so is the southeast coast, including Georgia, the Carolinas. More than 15 million are under some sort of tropical alert. As you can see, we've got most of the alerts up here for you to kind of peek at. This includes hurricane watches and warnings. We could see winds over 100 miles per hour as the storm makes landfall as soon as tomorrow. The Weather Channel has teams stationed all across the southeast, and that includes places like Cedar Key, Florida, where meteorologist Jim Cantori is this morning. Good morning, Jim. And we know the last chance, this is right now the last chance for people to make preparations and evacuate, especially with that new update saying that it is a hurricane.
Yeah, it's a hurricane, and this is really a big day for Idalia, okay? And the fact that you're getting over some incredibly warm ocean heat content. We've got some type of eye wall structure now. It may not be complete, as discussed, but also this could come really quick. And so you've got something now that's a minimal hurricane and certainly could come up to a major hurricane by the time we go into landfall. So that's a very, very important takeaway. And we're going to be dealing with potentially a whole different animal by the time it gets dark again, which would mean sunset tonight. So keep that in mind. Let's give you the latest here. First of all, Cedar Key is all too familiar with hurricanes. This is a very dangerous area. This is ground zero, certainly for this one and others of the past, like Hermine that we had back in 2016, where we had this. Listen to this. This thing barely became a Cat 1 at landfall, and we had about 6 feet of surge. So this is forecast to be a major at landfall, and the forecast is for 8 to 12 feet of surge. Think about that. This could be a big, big deal here. So remember that. They're boarding up. We saw that coming in, starting to move some of the cars. The elevation of this island is 10 feet. So if we get anything over 10 feet, the whole island is underwater. And we are expecting a higher surge than what we had with Hermine. Maybe twice as much, frankly. So that's something we got to worry about. Tampa, of course, another big story there, 4 to 7 feet. We talked about this yesterday morning on the air. 4 to 7 feet is no slouch when you're talking about storm surge in Tampa Bay. There's a lot of low areas that are going to be impacted. Roads are going to be cut off. That's where they have to do evacs in some of those areas. And they'll probably move these fire stations that you're going to be looking at here. These fire trucks, I should say, at the fire station. All right, here we go. Again, Hurricane Idalia, if you're just joining us this morning, pressure again down there in the low 980s. It's moving north at 8, so it's on the move now. It's kind of getting in that channel that we talked about that it has to come up on. Hurricane warnings are posted. Now you've got the tropical warnings all posted now on the southeast coast because we are going to see impacts there, especially with this thing coming in as a major and then going across. You're going to still see its strength. So this is not just Cedar Key. If you live in Lake City, if you live in Gainesville, if you live in Ocala, Ocala, potentially that far south. Really, the I-10, I-75 corridor looks very active, as does Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, on up toward Myrtle Beach. So we got to keep this. And now some of the latest guidance actually pushing a little bit of south in North Carolina. But the storm surge is going to be the big deal here. There's no other part of the United States that is more surge prone than where I'm standing right here in Cedar Key. You could walk out in the water for hundreds and hundreds of yards and be, your head above water. So that is why you're building up the water and just pushing it in. It has no place else to go in through here. So Kelly, again, as we mentioned, a big day with ocean heat content. Weather's going downhill by the time we get into tonight. So today is your last day. Don't pay so much attention to where the model has the center, but pay attention to how the model generates a hell of a circulation there. And that's what's coming in tomorrow morning here, Kelly. 24 hours from now, it's going to look a lot different. As a matter of fact, I may already be underwater at that point, but I won't be standing here.
We have the very latest on Hurricane Idalia, and we want to bring you into what we know. Right now, the new North Carolina governor has declared a state of emergency.
That's an important part of the story, Jen.
It's well beyond just landfall.
Idalia will continue to move beyond Florida and impact North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia as well.
Yes.
No doubt.
All right. So we've got millions that are under hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings. Hurricane Idalia inches closer to the Florida coast. And again, the latest in what we know, we do have the governor of North Carolina that has declared a state of emergency ahead of the impacts from Idalia.
And in Florida, evacuation orders have been issued for 22 counties. The state is waiving tolls on highways to help people evacuate quickly. And Tampa International Airport today is closed.
The FAA just shared in a tweet that they're actually rerouting around the storm. As you can imagine, no Gulf routes are going to be flown today because of this. And you can see all the planes actually kind of dotting around the Gulf of Mexico, which you have to do when you have a hurricane.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't think the weather's going to be that bad for Central and South Florida throughout the entire event. We'll get some squalls right along the western shores. It's going to be much farther to the north along the Big Bend area where the core of Idalia goes. That's where the most damaging wind is going to be and the significant storm surge, although we could have significant water rises too across the entire west coast.
Yeah, so we have an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane out here, and we want to look at the visible satellite. We haven't shown this yet today. The eye is not visible. I mean, you get a sense of the circulation, but there's still that overcast on top of it.
Yeah, it's trying, and the hurricane hunters are in there now, and they've been telling us that the pressure is kind of steadily falling. It is between about now and very late tonight or early tomorrow morning as it moves parallel to the west coast of Florida. That's when we expect Idalia to strengthen pretty quickly.
It's kind of the worst timing. It's going to be strengthening as it approaches land. Worst case scenario. So you've got a hurricane that is strengthening rapidly as it gets closer to land. We're already seeing some of the outer bands reach us, bringing us some squally conditions right along the coast. We've seen that in Key West already this morning. And boaters, don't go out today.
Right.
There could be some water spouts in some of these outer bands.
Water spouts and perhaps even a tornado threat in western Florida later on today and tonight. Here's some of the buoys out here, 38 gusts to 49. That's actually technically not even tropical storm force winds. The real bad weather is farther to the west from there, but still the weather conditions all around are going to get worse the farther north you go.
Two things change in this latest cone update that just came in with the previous advisory that just came out at 11 a.m.
Yeah, 125 miles per hour is now the maximum wind speed expected at landfall. That is up a little bit with the sort of nod to the potential of this thing getting very strong very quickly as it moves on toward the northeast.
Yeah, and the cone was shifted just a little bit. I mean, not a lot, but just a little bit. So that westward movement of the cone and the track is what we're monitoring.
Cuba getting a tropical punch as Idalia passes by. The island nation dealing with relentless rain and flooding. Many areas are without power.
The Keys getting a taste of the tropics as you look at the southernmost point, courtesy of EarthCam. The waves kicking up as the hurricane creeps closer to the Sunshine State. And meteorologist Erica Delgado is tracking Idalia. Erica.
Ethan, and we have a very strong brand now moving across the lower Keys, across areas of Key West and Stock Island, but a very healthy looking system over the Gulf of Mexico is what we can see. And you can see all the outer bands. It's not just for the lower Keys, but all along the Gulf Coast here. We're starting to see that. We even had a tornado warning issued for Marco Island within the last 30 minutes. It was just allowed to expire, but you can see how far removed removed a system can be to still create this unsettled weather. And that's exactly what we're seeing since we are on the dirty side. So all up and down the Gulf Coast, we'll continue to see these bands pushing through and initiating a lot of these advisories and warnings. Here's the very latest. As of 11 o'clock, we did see Idalia strengthen some. Winds up to 85 miles per hour, moving towards the north at 14 miles per hour. Being tracked out of the Dry Tortugas, just 120 miles due west of it. So this is the closest approach that Idalia will be making to the lower Keys as it continues to drift towards the north and strengthen now that it is moving into very warm water. Still a Category 1 hurricane. Once winds reach 96 miles per hour, that's when it will be upgraded to a Category 2 hurricane. But forecast models are suggesting that this could become a Category 3, a major hurricane with winds of 125 miles per hour just before it makes landfall near Florida's Big Bend. You can see here near Cedar Key and as far north as areas near Panama City, with high pressure in the Atlantic continuing to steer Idalia in that direction, crossing northern Florida, then becoming a problem for southern Georgia, all the way through Carolinas as a tropical storm before moving into the Atlantic for the upcoming weekend. Locally, we've already seen some tropical downpours push through Miami-Dade and Broward County. Some of them even triggered marine warnings for Biscayne Bay. Look at this band, though, pushing through areas of Marco Island, Naples, through Fort Myers. If you have family there, they're starting to get some of this ugly weather as well. Lower Keys, it's been nonstop, and now you have a much stronger band, this one holding together, pushing through areas like Stock Island. Heavy rainfall, producing rainfall rates between 3 to almost 4 inches per hour, and you can see a lot of that lightning with it. But they're also producing some gusty winds. So this one right here across the lower Keys really packing a punch, and there is a special weather statement for this. We'll keep it in place till about 12:45. Wind gusts up to 55 miles per hour will be possible. A flood advisory also in place for that same area. Lots of moisture with Idalia, and all that moisture is already spreading across portions of the Florida Panhandle. This is where we find Idalia. For us here in South Florida, we'll see some late day storm chance, maybe even some tropical downpours. Wind gusts could be reaching up to 35 miles per hour for our mainland areas. This is this evening. You can see another batch pushing through as Idalia continues to lift north across the Gulf of Mexico. Landfall somewhere near Florida's Big Bend on Wednesday morning, and then making that turn across northern Florida and look, becoming a problem for the Carolinas by Wednesday evening. For us here in South Florida, we'll have a southwest wind, so it'll still be breezy to gusty at times, and some of that could push in our direction during the afternoon. So still remaining unsettled throughout the day on Wednesday.
Let's go back over to Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross as we're waiting on that update from the National Hurricane Center. We're several minutes out. What are you seeing, Brian?
Well, we got what's called a vortex message from the plane. What I was looking to see is what the wind speed was. So what they did is they drop an instrument package out of the back of the plane, and it goes down to try and find the eye. And they did a very good job of finding the eye because they only had 6-mile-an-hour winds when it hit the ocean. So you look at and see how strong the winds are at the ocean surface, and if they're very light, that tells you you're very close to the center, right? So here's what they found. They found 72-mile-per-hour winds on the leg coming in.
Got it.
Okay, so this is not where the strongest winds are because we know that the strongest winds are on the leg going out, right? And so 72-mile-an-hour winds, they found pressure there at 972. So whether the Hurricane Center will use 971 or 972, we'll see, but that's down
a few millibars.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And the eye is characterized as being open to the northwest. So as you were describing, we know that the strongest part of the storm is on this southeast side, right? They found stronger winds on that side. They said it was a circular eye and a pretty big eye, actually.
Yeah.
So part of this process may very well be for the eye to contract as it moves to the north, which intensifies the storm and the winds pick up. And obviously, the eye would be expected to fill in all the way around as part of the development process.
So some of those powerful storms on the southeastern portion of that inner core rotate around and kind of help fill in as this consolidates?
Yes, yes. So, and just whatever is causing the mechanics of it not to be in this sort of pristine nature. I was trying to go back here. Let me see if I can make it go back to the previous. So, all right, I just wanted to look at this one more time where it's going to be very interesting to see where they put the center. It's staying. You made the very good point. Well, here, I was going to go back to that satellite picture, Jordan, but that's okay. All right, so you made the good point that and we happen to have a longitude line here to look at, right?
It's well placed.
Right, is to see where that eye is compared to the way it was going. There it is, new advisory just came in. So there you see the wobble to the right.
Big upgrade, too.
Yeah, up to 100 mile an hour. So now we have a Category 2 hurricane. Again, moving to the north at 16 miles per hour. And there you see that 972 pressure that they got from the drops on just then, and you see the wobble. So the idea is you don't jump on a wobble, right? You jump on you take an average, and they're taking this on average to the north. And when they say north, it's not 0 degrees.
Right.
Right. Exactly. It's plus or minus in that range before it becomes northeast.
By the way, you just saw that stinger, new advisory. We're close to the top of the hour, just a few minutes out. If you're just joining us here on Fox Weather, I'm Ian Oliver. This is Fox Weather's hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. We just got the update from the National Hurricane Center. Brand new complete advisory with 5 p.m. Idalia is a stronger hurricane, now up to Category 2 intensity. And we've seen some indications, as you were just describing to us, that this inner core is getting better formed.
It's starting to develop. In fact, we have an eye wall on the south part of it. It's open to the northwest, but it's a circular kind of eye wall. And you know, as expected, it's wobbling. The question is, what we're going to see is where does it come in the next step? You know, is it edging closer to the coast, and we can compare that, or is it going, you know, is it more or less just going north and waiting to turn? You know, it's the same drama that we went through with Ian.
Yes.
Right? When it first looked like it was leaning to the right, is that a lean or not?
Yeah, it sounds dramatic, though. Every wobble counts.
Every wobble counts, right. So here you see the change. The wind's up 10 miles an hour. The pressure down 2 millibars. The movement up.
Yeah, so the forward speed, just a tiny bit. And you said, per your calculations, you would expect that to be close to 20 by the time we get to land.
Yeah, and we'll do it. Go back to the cone there that we were just showing. So what I did is I looked at the two positions that were 12 hours apart and did a little calculation, and it was just under 20 miles an hour at that point. But that's the average.
So just a quick measurement, distance divided by 12 hours?
Right,
yeah.
Exactly. And it was just under 20 miles an hour, but it was accelerated through that process. So that was the idea. All right, so there you see the new cone. And, well, the thing we see here is while we're just putting all this together, you're looking at the behind-the-scenes action here. So
pay no
85
attention to
miles
the man
per hour
behind the
there.
curtain.
So here we have why the cone is tricky, because now we're in a situation where this means 2 a.m. So Wednesday, 2 a.m., it's here. So at this point, it's pushing water toward Tampa Bay. Notice that the cone is narrowing because we're getting closer. So that's a little misleading, but it is, you know, leaning left. So the afternoon models that they've incorporated here lean it left a little bit.
Winds gusted at nearby Tampa Airport to 40 miles an hour. And out here we got just lashing rain. The water got pushed up around the seawall, and you can see now it has retreated. And we've got some waves, maybe, you know, ankle slappers, but this part of the bay was generally almost like a lake when we got out here several hours ago. So now we have some action on the water. But as quickly as it came in about 6 or 7 minutes, the winds backed off, and then the rain has now basically virtually stopped. So they're quick hitters, and they really pack a punch. And as we get the rain bands closer to the center later tonight and Wednesday morning, those are going to have the higher wind gust, maybe here in Tampa, St. Pete, up to 50 or 60 miles an hour. And that's when we have to worry about the power outages. And then that persistent wind. Once the storm goes by our latitude to the north, off to the west in the Gulf, the winds are going to come around to the west and southwest, and that's going to push the water up into these bays and these inland tributaries and nooks and crannies around the Tampa Bay area, and there is going to be storm surge flooding. How much is really dependent on how strong Idalia gets in the next 15 to 20 hours because tomorrow morning, 9, 10 a.m., Mike Bettis, it goes inland, and that's it for strengthening. So it's got a lot of room to grow, but by tomorrow morning, that's it, fortunately, and then it will weaken as it gets inland, but there's still going to be a lot of rain and flooding as it goes into the southeast.
Far-reaching impacts even well after landfall. Very good point there, Mike. But there'll be a lot of places outside of that forecast cone. Mike's in one of them. It could be hit pretty hard. We think that will be Tampa and St. Pete. I'm going to give you the very latest on Idalia with the 2 o'clock Eastern time on 1 o'clock Central Time advisory. A 90-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane. The pressure's dropped just a little bit. The winds have come up just a little bit. Flying missions into it right now. So we're going to get really good data from the hurricane hunters. And the modeling has been really good. It's been very consistent. It seems like all the models are really honing in on that north and then northeast turn here. The current movement is north at 15 miles per hour. It's going over very warm sea surface temperatures right now. And those sea surface temperatures are basically, in essence, just fuel for the hurricane. And so this is why we're expecting more intensification through the day today, potentially all the way up to a Category 3 or higher by the time it makes a landfall. Hurricane warnings in effect. That will include down here in Tampa and Sarasota, even though the forecast is more like this for the center of circulation. Again, think beyond the center, though, because this is where you're going to have the strong push of water is going to be on this front side in particular as it makes that approach in. Areas highlighted in red, tropical storm warnings in effect for us in those locations where high winds and a lot of rain is in your forecast. There's a look at where the center may go. Again, think beyond the center, though, because say it goes literally right down the center of that. These are the locations here where you maximize some of that storm surge. And right near the center, maybe in a place like Cedar Key or surrounding areas, those are locations where the surge could be as high as 15 feet. But general overall momentum and the swells that come in will actually force storm surge up here towards, say, Apalachicola as well. So you're not out of the woods, even though you might consider to be more on the clean side of the storm or the left side, the west side of the storm. As it pushes in this direction, though, a lot of wind and a lot of rain through Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. For that reason, tropical storm warnings and watches extend all the way through the Carolinas. More live coverage for you of Hurricane Idalia when the Weather Channel comes right back.
The men and women at the National Hurricane Center are working around the clock, fine-tuning their forecast for Hurricane Idalia.
Joining us right now, Michael Brennan. He is the director of the National Hurricane Center. Dr. Brennan, thanks for being with us. What are your latest thoughts on the hurricane? I know it's intensifying. It's doing it rather slowly. You still expect rapid intensification to occur today?
Yeah, the stage seems to be set for that. I mean, we haven't really changed our expectation at this point. We are seeing the cloud pattern get better organized. We've seen the winds come up, the pressure go down a little gradually this morning, but the stage seems set for steady to rapid intensification here in the next 12 to 18 hours as Idalia moves over those warm Gulf waters towards a landfall up near the Florida Big Bend early tomorrow morning.
And Michael, it almost feels unfathomable to some people to talk about 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you come to that forecast, what it could mean for people who are choosing not to evacuate?
Sure. Yeah. We are super concerned about the storm surge potential here along the Florida West Coast. Actually, the expectation of life-threatening storm surge all the way from south of Tampa Bay up through the Big Bend region over towards the Apalachicola. The west coast of Florida is exceptionally sensitive to storm surge. There's a shallow continental shelf, and the direction at which Idalia is approaching is going to allow the wind field to just funnel all this Gulf water up along the west coast of Florida into these bays and harbors, and then ultimately up into this Big Bend area where we are concerned about the potential or the expectation of 10 to 15 feet of inundation above ground level somewhere in that area with destructive wave action on top of that near where the core of the hurricane moves on shore. So that's why this is an area where it's going to be catastrophic damage in this area, and why we hope that everybody in this region has taken followed the evacuation orders that they've been given and still have time to get out. You still have today, at least up through this evening, especially this far north, to heed those evacuation orders and get to a safe place.
Dr. Brennan, can you take us a little bit farther south of there? Take us down toward Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater. What are your expectations there, and what's the timing there? Because that's likely to be sooner than what we see up in the Big Bend, correct?
That's true, yeah. As the center of Idalia moves closer and the stronger winds start to blow into the mouth of the bay, once you have 40, 45, 50-mile-an-hour winds blowing into Tampa Bay, it's going to essentially plug the water up into the bay, not let it drain out. And then with each successive tide cycle, the water is going to get higher and higher until the wind direction changes. So that's why we are expecting still 4 to 7 feet of inundation above ground level in that Tampa Bay area. That includes places like Clearwater, Pinellas County, St. Petersburg into Tampa itself. Even if the center of the hurricane stays pretty far offshore, it doesn't take a lot of wind, again, to pile the water up into that bay. And with the big wind field of a powerful hurricane, those winds are going to be blowing parallel to and into the west coast of Florida for many, many hours, starting later today and all the way through tonight.
And Dr. Brendan, of course, as we head up to landfall, there's a lot of focus on that, as there should be. But talk to us about what it's going to be like after a storm like this, after a major hurricane makes landfall, with all the threats that we're talking about and are in the forecast.
Sure. Well, along the coast, you're going to have, potentially devastated communities and regions where you have that, catastrophic storm surge in the core of a major hurricane making landfall. But we're also concerned farther inland. Everywhere you see in red here is under a hurricane warning, with a fast-moving major hurricane making landfall. Places like Gainesville, Valdosta, Georgia, Tallahassee are at risk of seeing significant wind impacts and hurricane-force winds that could result in widespread power outages, tree damage, structural damage. So we could see long-duration power outages in this part of Florida and even into southern Georgia as we go later into this week and even into the weekend. And we see a lot of fatalities after major hurricane landfalls from medical issues, carbon monoxide poisonings, heat-related fatalities, cardiac arrest, and just general cleanup accidents. So we really want people to be safe after the storm and don't become a statistic, even if you survive the storm itself.
Dr. Brennan, let's say that someone's watching us right now. They're listening to what you're having to say, and it's convinced them it's time to leave, right? What would you tell them to do over the next hour or two as they are preparing to evacuate? What do they need to do right now?
Well, if you're evacuating out of an evacuation zone and you've been asked to leave, get what the supplies you're going to need to be self-sufficient for a few days. Food, water, medicine, any other supplies you need. Make sure you have batteries, make sure your devices are charged, pack all that up, know where you're going to go. You don't have to drive hundreds of miles to get to a safe place. You just need to get out of that storm surge evacuation zone. And in some cases, that may mean just going tens of miles inland to a hotel, to a shelter, to stay with a friend or loved one. You don't have to necessarily drive hundreds of miles. Just get to a safe place, ride the storm out there, and then don't return back to an evacuated area until you've been told it's safe to do so by local officials, because you could be coming back into a very dangerous environment in the post-storm environment where there may not be medical services, emergency services, power, water, anything you might need to survive in that area.
Well, Dr. Michael Brennan, the director of the National Hurricane Center, appreciate your time. I know it's a busy day for you and your team, but thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah, Lorena Inclán joins us, and of course Lorena has been there reporting from Cedar Key. We're going to get to Lorena so she can give us a better idea of the conditions and of people who should have gotten out by now. That is coming up in just a few minutes.
But first, we're going to begin our coverage with hurricane specialist John Morales. John, talk to us more.
Hi, Shelley and Roxy. Good afternoon. Well, indeed, we have a strengthening system in the Gulf of Mexico, and I'm going to use the combined satellite and radar image this afternoon because it is close enough to radar range where we can see even the core of Idalia this afternoon as it slides and accelerates on a northbound track, as you can see, paralleling for the most part right now anyway, the west coast of Florida, but that will change eventually as it's expected to take a turn towards the northeast, and that's what's going to bring it directly towards the coastline. And while Yarisa Abreu will be here in just a little bit to cover these feeder bands and their impact upon the Florida Keys and soon to be impact upon the metro area here in South Florida, I'm going to focus on the general threat of a potentially major hurricane heading towards the state of Florida during the next several hours. So we'll take a look at this as it heads towards the north and show you, hopefully, if this clicker works, there we go, show you the latest on this system. 90-mile-an-hour winds moving north at 15. And this is important, right? Remember when it was stalled, when it was doing nothing, and then it was moving 7, 8, 10 miles per hour. Well, now it's moving at 15. And what that means is that preparations must be rushed to completion in the areas that are going to be impacted by this hurricane. And this is the forecast intensifying past a Category 2. It's not there yet, but it is expected to reach Cat 2 this evening, and then Category 3 overnight, 125-mile-an-hour winds. That would be a high-end Category 3, approaching the coast with increasing amounts of confidence that indeed it's going to end up in what's known as the Nature Coast, close to the Big Bend area of Florida. This, thankfully, it's not unpopulated. It certainly isn't, and there's a lot of people in harm's way here, but there's a lot less people in harm's way compared to when Ian struck southwest Florida just last year, when, of course, that area was so densely populated. This is the biggest threat, folks, the storm surge. Just like Ian, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge being forecast, again, along these counties, which have small towns mostly along the coast. And further south, notice Tampa still with 4 to 7 feet of potential surge. Further south along the coast, those storm surge warnings are also in effect because of the potential of 2 to 4 or 3 to 5 foot storm surge along the coast. I'll have a lot more during the course of our newscasts this afternoon, but for now, we continue our coverage on Hurricane Idalia.
We have the newest information. This is the 2 o'clock advisory that just came in from the National Hurricane Center. You can see that those winds have increased by 5 miles per hour. No surprises there. And it looks, Ken, as we check this out, the barometric pressure dropping by at least 2 millibars, also an indication that the storm is strengthening.
That's exactly right. And we'll continue to see likely these numbers in this form moving forward. We're expecting Hurricane Idalia to continue to undergo rapid intensification before making that landfall. This still holds it at a Category 1 storm, but we'll likely continue to see it strengthen through the overnight hours. Look at that movement. It's been moved up 1 mile per hour. So even its movement is on the rise here. And again, this storm's going to come in quick as we head into the next, say, 12 hours, closer and closer towards the shoreline of Florida.
Yeah, the National Hurricane Center saying, quote, with their newest advisory that just came out literally moments ago, that Idalia's squalls that we're seeing, those are the same squalls that are producing those tornado warnings over portions of lower Florida and the Florida Keys and parts of the southwest coast of Florida, will also produce life-threatening storm surge and hurricane conditions. That's expected along the Gulf Coast of Florida, not only tonight, but also through the day on Wednesday, especially earlier in the day. So, again, a lot that we're going to keep track of. If you're wondering where the storm is now in relation to one of the biggest metropolitan areas in Florida, that, of course, being Tampa, St. Pete, and the metro, it's about 240 miles or so south of that. Moving toward the north, the speed is also picked up by about a mile per hour or two, up to about 15 miles per hour. So, again, all trends still indicating its northerly movement. I'm curious if we have an updated track here, too, just to see if there's been any differences there, too.
Well, I also want to talk about the core there. If we can go back to that one. If we could go back to that one graphic really quickly, I want to take a look at how established the core is beginning to get itself. Looking at, the last couple of hours here, you can start to see that eye wall, that center of circulation, become a little bit more defined. So I'm sure over the next couple of hours, we'll still see this development unfolding as such as we head into the latter half of this afternoon and evening. But, right now, that one band that we have been watching, here it is. You can watch this loop, Michael. You'll see the storms really bubbling up around that center. But look at the center of the storm. It's trying to get itself established, trying to become more formed, the eye wall. And that's going to be the theme over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, we mentioned with the 2 o'clock advisory that those winds, the maximum sustained winds, are now at 90 miles per hour. It has been strengthening through the day today. Just to put that into perspective for you, on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale, that's a scale that kind of helps us determine the strength and the intensity of a hurricane. Typically, Category 2 sustained winds start at 96 miles per hour, 95, 96 miles per hour. So this is edging closer and closer to a Category 2 storm. And as we've been mentioning, as it works over the warm, open waters of the Gulf of Mexico, and then when you look upstairs in the atmosphere, Kiana, there's not a whole heck of a lot of wind shear.
There's not really much of anything holding it back. We were even watching a pocket of dry air to the west of the storm. That's not even getting wrapped up in this storm. storm. It's overpowering the opportunity for dry air. There is no wind shear. The Gulf of Mexico is so warm that, it's record warmth that's in place. So that's continuing to fuel the storm from downstairs. You mentioned upstairs in the atmosphere. We lack that wind shear. And then the movement. This is just continuing to plow over the Gulf of Mexico. Our outer bands are being impacted by land, but really the core of the storm is just continuing to be powered and fueled.
Yeah, absolutely. And, in line for this is going to be places like Cedar Key. That's, of course, in Levy County. We're going to watch for you. But what you're looking at on your screen right now, again, is basically the size and scale of our Hurricane Idalia. The width of this thing, about 300 to 350 miles in width. You look at the length and you do a top-down perspective, and generally speaking, it's about 750 miles in length or so, with a few of those spiral rain bands. Check this out, about 500 miles in length from top to bottom. So again, it is going to be a massive system, and just in terms of its strength, its scale, it's going to continue to increase in intensity. You're looking live in Bonita Springs, Florida, where again, the rain continues to come on down, with those tornado warnings not too far.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that tornado warning is just to the south of Bonita Springs. So just be mindful of that. Again, this band is still moving off towards the north, and that northward direction could certainly lead to some rotating storms.
And of course, we have our hurricane expert with us, Brian Norcross, joining us. And of course, we just had that 2 p.m. advisory issued from the National Hurricane Center. And Brian, it looks to me as if there's a little bit of strengthening that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's on track. I mean, it's in a high strengthening mode. It's over top of a lot of hurricane fuel. The waters underneath it are not just warm, they're deep in warm. This is actually from a fuel standpoint under the storm, this is its prime opportunity to strengthen. Now, what's going to happen is it's going to increase in forward speed, so it's not going to need as much fuel. But during this particular part of its life here, it's taking water out of the Gulf of Mexico, taking energy out of the Gulf of Mexico, out of the water there. This is what's happening, and we're seeing a core developing clearly and an eye trying to develop right there. And there is that outer band that you guys were talking about. Here we see it on the radar, and look at all the lightning in this. This is going from Cuba, east of Havana, on up over the Middle Keys and on up. Go closer up in there, and you see the tornado warnings that you guys have been discussing. But this is a very robust outer band, and you never know with hurricanes. You just never know when they're going to put a lot of energy in the outer bands. It's got to do with all the factors around it in the atmosphere. And I have to think about it, why this is happening quite so robustly in this storm. I guess it has to do with the driving factors, and that you have this change in wind direction with height. It's quite so dramatic that's enhancing those individual cells. But it is quite intense, and this is just going to spread up the coast. The indications are that this band of heavy rain is going to spread up, starting in southwest Florida right now and advancing north, which will limit people's time. I mean, you can't be out driving around in storms like this. This is not your garden variety afternoon Florida thunderstorm that's going on there right now.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting because there's going to be a lot of training, just along the outer rain bands that are going to produce perhaps some flooding. And Brian, I think about when we do tropical coverage, a lot of times, lightning isn't necessarily something that's notable. You'll sometimes see it kind of around the center of the eye and around the eye wall. Is it to see this much lightning in these outer bands? Is this normal?
Well, it's not completely abnormal, but it's a lot.
That's a lot,
I must say. And I suspect that it's got to do with some kind of dry air at some level in the atmosphere. We'd have to go and examine that, but it makes the thunderstorms grow higher very quickly, and that vertical velocity is what the lightning comes from, of course. So you have on the energy on the outer bands, it's not purely a tropical kind of energy thing, where the energy is coming out of the water underneath the storm, right? But but it's got to do with the interaction with the atmosphere outside of the storm. And in this case, the atmosphere is obviously very conducive to producing these kinds of storms. And if you look at it on the satellite there, Michael, you see where the center is, and what we see is around the center. Notice now that the deep purples are all around the center. That's a sign that we have an intensifying hurricane. And to your point, the way the geometry of this is like this, and as the center goes that way, it's going to drag this up the coast more or less linearly. So people that are getting rain are going to have this strong band and intense band moving north up the west coast of Florida.
Yeah, it is something that we're going to be continuing to keep a very close eye on. Of course, Hurricane Idalia set to become the first major hurricane to strike the United States this season, with over 20 counties under evacuation orders as we speak. It is going to be a busy afternoon and a busy evening ahead of us here on Fox Weather and for our friends.
Strange when you look at the satellite picture here and you see these two storms so close together. Franklin over here, Category 3 storm. Idalia, a Category 2 storm now with winds of 100 miles per hour. And not much water between them, really. They're both pretty close here, but Franklin continued to move out to sea, and Idalia working its way up toward the Big Bend part of Florida, as Steve just mentioned. You can see in here on the close-up visible satellite right in here, an eye trying to develop. Let's follow with my finger right in here. As it moves to the north, it did pick up some speed. You can see an explosion of thunderstorm activity right around the center right there as it continues to build that eye wall, and that's a sign of a strengthening storm.
So there it is, sitting about 195 miles southwest of Tampa with those 100-mile-an-hour winds, Category 2 system. Now, for the Middle Keys, you're looking at a coastal flood advisory until tomorrow afternoon. Same for the lower Keys, except you have a coastal flood warning. And then in the tropics, it's not just Idalia that we're looking at. There's also Hurricane Franklin. Wind speeds have come down from 150 to 125. We have a brand new tropical depression, number 11, and then a tropical wave with a 50% chance for organization over a period of 7 days.
And that breaking news right off the top tonight at 7 continues to be Hurricane Idalia. All eyes watching the storm, as is the First Alert Weather Team here at NBC6. What you're looking at here, though, is a view from the International Space Station, the ISS, passing over the system today as Idalia is intensifying, heading towards Florida's Big Bend. And this is a time lapse now that we're sharing with you of the storm. The bands moving through Collier County. We're talking about the Naples area, just for perspective. The heavy winds and wind and the rain prompted several tornado warnings there that have since expired. Idalia is now a Category 2 hurricane, expected to bring life-threatening storm surge along with it. So there's a lot that we're covering for you this evening. So thank you so much for being with us. I'm Roxanne Vargas, and as you can see, we do have live team coverage for you tonight. We do have Jamie Garola joining us with a live report in just a second, but we do want to begin with NBC6 hurricane specialist John Morales, who has the very latest on this storm tonight. John.
Thanks, Roxanne. It is accelerating northbound in the eastern Gulf of Mexico, Idalia is, and it's accelerating because there's a dip in the jet stream that's picking up this storm, drawing it northbound, and eventually turning it a little bit more towards the northeast. So it'll head into that Big Bend area of Florida, as you've been hearing over the last couple of days. You can see as well the core of the hurricane, the thunderstorms wrapping around the eye, so an eye wall trying to form here in what is already a Cat 2 and forecast to be a high-end Category 3 hurricane as it heads towards the coast. Just very briefly, this is the feeder band, very outer feeder band that moved through Metro South Florida today. Wind gusts 49 miles per hour with some of the squalls as that came through. Now, the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center was at 5 p.m. There'll be another one at 8 p.m. 100-mile-an-hour winds at 5 p.m. moving north 16 miles an hour. That is a faster movement across the Gulf than had been 3 hours prior. The pressure dropping to 972 millibars, so expected to strengthen. Not just to 115-mile-an-hour storm. That happens to coincide with the 8 a.m. position of the hurricane tomorrow morning. But between 8 a.m. and landfall, let's call it sometime in the late morning tomorrow, it's expected to continue to intensify. So that landfall right now is predicted to occur with a 125-mile sustained wind, higher gusts, of course, significant storm surge, tornadoes, everything that a major hurricane can bring, which can, in the case of a Cat 3, be quite devastating. Beyond that, look at this. Maintaining its hurricane strength into southern Georgia, possibly even into South Carolina. So the warnings, the hurricane warnings, extend far inland for that. This is the wind field. It's broad on the eastern and southeastern side of the hurricane. So here's the core of the hurricane with those hurricane force winds when it makes landfall. There's the 8 a.m. position. You can see from Tampa to Orlando, Daytona, and Jacksonville, that area, Gainesville, of course, Tallahassee as well, everyone included under those tropical storm force winds. And then again, the core of the hurricane moving through and sustaining that intensity even as it goes into neighboring Georgia by tomorrow morning. Now, obviously, there's water as well to deal with, not just rain water, 8-12 inches, but the storm surge, which could be 10 to 15 feet deep. But Ryan Phillips is going to have a lot more information on that in just a little bit. Now back to you.
All right, John, thank you for that. This storm, Hurricane Idalia, making itself felt in southwest Florida. What you're looking at here is a dock. It's flooded. This is Fort Myers Beach. Video from this area shows that coastal flooding and strong wind gusts in the area. And this is an area that, by the way, is still recuperating from Hurricane Ian's devastation, which killed more than 100 people there and caused billions of dollars in damage. Let's go ahead and give you a live look right now. Hard to tell. This is the southernmost point. This is Key West. There's the buoy and there's the water kicking up there. Plenty of people still stopping by. We have been telling you, of course, we have been feeling the impact certainly across the Keys, but that has not stopped people from coming out. Probably not the recommended course of action this Tuesday evening.
Hurricane Idalia continues to intensify as anticipated, and unfortunately more strengthening is on the way. This is on its way to becoming a major hurricane. 5 p.m. advisory had the max winds at 100 miles per hour, and now they're up to 105. And that is based on the aircraft data. And again, Category 3 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale starts at 115 miles an hour, so we're only 10 miles an hour away from that. And I think that is an extremely high likelihood that it will reach that later tonight into tomorrow morning. So it's still Category 2, but it's on its way to becoming a Cat 3 major hurricane. And it's still moving north at 16 miles an hour. Now, forward speed can be a double-edged sword. The faster forward motion lessens the duration of wind and rain and so forth. I don't like Category slow systems, but moving north that quickly shortens the time frame for us to complete our preparations so that we're safe, evacuated, sheltering in a structure safe from the wind. But also, once it comes ashore at that forward speed, it's going to hold on to more of its intensity and bring those stronger winds farther inland. So taking a look at both the NOAA hurricane hunters that got the winds in the past hour or so as they came up from the south to the north, and then the Air Force hurricane hunters in there as well. They've been through a couple of times, so the combination of those data showing us the winds getting up to 105 miles an hour. They're looking at flight level data as well, so they have to blend all that together at the Hurricane Center as a specialist and come up with that advisory intensity of 105. Now, the hurricane warnings extend way outside the cone because of the size of the system and could still come in either the left or right side of the cone or somewhere in between. But again, because of that forward speed, it's going to bring those hurricane warnings, those hurricane conditions all the way across the Florida border into Georgia before it becomes a tropical storm. And we do have this really nasty band on the eastern side that's not far off of Fort Myers Beach and Sarasota. That could have some tropical storm conditions in it. And we've got some lightning in the eye wall, but these outer bands are really prolific lightning producers, and they're going to have some really strong winds in them as well. So gusting to 32 at Venice. We're gusting to 30 at both Fort Myers and Sarasota at some slightly inland locations, Punta Gorda as well. But right there at the coast, these could at least have tropical storm force gusts in them. And then the leading edge of the tropical storm force winds, probably not far behind this buoy. So right in about here is where we're already getting gusts to tropical storm force. The sustained are not far behind. So we're on the doorstep of having tropical storm conditions in the Sarasota Sarasota and then Tampa Bay areas a little while. But then late tonight into early tomorrow morning, getting to Cedar Key and Apalachicola, and then maybe before you wake up in the morning, getting to places like Tallahassee. So we've got to be evacuated as told by local officials before those winds of tropical storm force arrive. So time to comply and get to safety is really running out quickly.
Well, it is going to be a couple of hours that are very tense as vulnerable coastal areas like where Brandon is prepare for potentially life-threatening storm surge.
Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow is here with a look at the storm, where it is now, and the water levels that some places may see. Phil?
It's going to be a very worrisome night, especially for areas across the Big Bend. This is a satellite imagery from sunrise to sunset. Rather large storm. There's a center of circulation continuing to make its way to the north. Now, beginning at 10 p.m. and from here on out until landfall, advisories will be issued every hour on the hour. We're 1 mile per hour away from becoming a major Category 3 system. It is moving north at 18, centered 135 miles west-southwest of Tampa, Florida. Now, the forecast cone suggests that the system will continue to intensify, possibly making landfall as a Category 3 across the Big Bend, and then moving towards the southeast, finally pushing offshore sometime on Friday at 2 a.m. The close-up cone indicates that the system will probably arrive anywhere between Cross City and Carabel with 115-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even a little stronger. That is a major Category 3 system. Now, here are the areas hardest hit with the storm surge, anywhere between 4 to 7, 6 to 11 feet, 10 to 15, and this will be catastrophic. According to the National Weather Service in Tallahassee, here's the reason why they are expecting such an intense storm surge. The average depth of the Gulf of Mexico is about 5,300 feet. However, just offshore here and into the Big Bend, we have the West Florida shelf, so the average depth is about 650 feet. As the wind pushes all that water on shore, as that seafloor rises, the column of water also gets elevated, and that's why we are expecting a huge wall of water to make its way along the coast, bringing those catastrophic impacts. For us, after the afternoon heavy rain, it's been nice and quiet, but take a look at that eye sitting right there with plenty of rain from Fort Myers through Tampa. We'll have a lot more on this a little bit later on in weather.
At 111, it would be a Category 3 or a major hurricane. And now moving north at 18 miles per hour. Very impressive on satellite. You can see the well-defined eye showing up right there. You notice the cloud field also expanding off to the north, indicating a favorable environment for strengthening. And it's also going to be working over exceptionally warm water. So expected to be a major hurricane before landfall. And that's going to be overnight tonight, very early in the morning tomorrow when it comes in there to the Big Bend area. Catastrophic storm surge is our primary worry here. We have not seen a storm like this in this part of Florida for decades and decades. So this is going to be outside of everyone's experience in that area. And then farther south, not the worst case scenario for Tampa, but still it could be 4 feet plus of storm surge there, and certainly a lot of heavy rain and gusty wind going through tonight. The wind's already now gusting to 54 miles per hour offshore. That buoy is going to be very interesting to watch over the next few hours here as that eye wall gets closer and closer. And what we're looking at here in the radar picture is a dual eye wall structure. So you've got an inner eye wall, which is right in there, and then you've got a secondary eye wall, which is right in there. And so oftentimes what will happen is that inner eye wall will begin to collapse and the secondary eye wall takes over. And sometimes when that happens, you can lose a little bit of intensity, but also what happens is the area of strong winds begins to spread out, becomes a larger area of strong winds, and that also increases the risk for storm surge. Very strong wind showing up in the velocity data. That's over 100 miles per hour at the core of the storm. We'll have much more on this coming up in just a few minutes.
Now
Now at 11, Idalia moving closer to Florida. The hurricane is expected to intensify to Category 3 before it makes landfall tomorrow on the Gulf Coast.
Forecasters calling Idalia an extremely dangerous major hurricane that could bring catastrophic storm surge and strong winds to our state.
A lot to get to tonight. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Juwan Strait.
And I'm Roxanne Vargas. We appreciate your time. That 11 p.m. advisory, it is in. So let's get right on over to NBC6 hurricane specialist John Morales and First Alert meteorologist Ryan Phillips. Gentlemen.
Okay, Roxy, Juwan, good evening. Significant developments just this evening with Hurricane Idalia on the doorstep of becoming a major hurricane, but on the way, John, explosive development, and that will have some downstream effects here in the next not even 24 hours, 12 hours.
No, exactly. It's less than 12 hours from making landfall, and what's happened this evening is just astounding. I mean, it's gone through a rapid intensification cycle, still going through it right now. The planes have been flying in there, and as they've been flying in there, same mission now, same aircraft mission, flies through the center of the storm several times, and the pressure keeps dropping every single time they fly through it, and it's all the way down now. You're going to see it here towards the end to 958 millibars to where it was at 972 millibars just 6 hours ago. That's a 14 millibar drop in the minimal central pressure of the hurricane. And, you know, if you've lived here long enough, if you're hurricane savvy like I know you are, you know that when the pressure drops, what follows is the wind. So it's already increased 40 miles per hour since 8 p.m. yesterday. It only takes 35 miles per hour in 24 hours for it to be classified as rapid intensification. And indeed, between yesterday at 8 p.m. and today at 8 p.m., it did the 35 miles an hour, now 40, up to 110 mile an hour wind, accelerating towards the north at 18 miles per hour, and expected to make landfall in the Nature Coast, along the Big Bend of Florida, Appalachia Bay. Either way, northern Florida about to get a historic hurricane. Historic because, and you might find this hard to believe, but this part of the state, the Big Bend, they've had hurricanes. Obviously, they've had hurricanes. But there's never been a major hurricane in that part. Yeah, I mean, you remember Michael, you remember Ivan, you remember all these other storms hitting the Florida Panhandle, but that's over here. Not in this particular section of the state has there been on record, and our records date back to the 19th century, the reliable ones anyway, there's not a hurricane on record that's been a major hurricane to strike that area. By the way, if you're wondering what this is, it's a tornado watch that encompasses the vast majority of the west half of the Florida Peninsula because, of course, on these feeder bands, there are tornadoes developing. There's the eye of the hurricane very clearly visible as it's moving towards the north, and here's a forecast from our in-house computer forecast model as to what to expect. There's your timeline there. 5:30 tomorrow morning on final approach, if you will, towards the Big Bend. 6:30 in the morning, making landfall just about somewhere between Gainesville and Tallahassee. Those two locations are inland. Of course, it's going to hit the coast first. Look at the wind field now with the tropical storm force winds overnight tonight in Tampa, not far from Orlando throughout the night and into tomorrow morning. Here's the landfall. And then notice the hurricane force winds surviving deep into Georgia. We have hurricane warnings, and this is unprecedented as well. Hurricane warnings as far inland as southern Georgia tonight due to the presence of this hurricane moving fast, maintaining that hurricane force wind far inland. Here's the last piece of news I'll leave you with. Tonight, the National Hurricane Center is no longer forecasting this to make a landfall as a Cat 3. They are forecasting the hurricane to make a landfall early tomorrow as a Category 4 hurricane. Back to you.
All right, breaking now, Idalia now a major hurricane, a Category 3 hurricane with 120 mile per hour maximum sustained winds and continuing to gain strength as it barrels toward Florida's Big Bend. And a pressure drop, Todd, in the last report an hour ago of 13 millibars, down 945 millibars. Moving north now and slowing down 1 more mile per hour, 15 miles per hour with the center located 100 miles southwest of Cedar Key, Florida.
It's amazing that every one of those numbers you just mentioned is trending in the wrong direction because not only did the pressure drop, and of course that corresponds with the stronger winds, but that moving north at 15 miles an hour, even if it's 1 mile an hour, that's slowing down. That is more energy that the sea surface temperature has, and that is more potential for the storm to increase in not only in strength, but we still have several hours before the potential landfall.
And usually a little lag between that pressure drop and the wind speeds to go up maybe even further. We've got to get to 130 to get to Category 4 strength, which the Hurricane Center is forecast.
And at this point, too, I mean, we're talking difference between 120 and 130 mile an hour winds. When you're talking about damage and you're talking about what could happen out of this, there's really not much of a difference at this point. I mean, we're a major hurricane.
No, we just want to hope it doesn't get stronger than that. But I mean, this is probably some of the best presentation we've seen in terms of the, you know, the structure.
Absolutely, yes.
You know, through the whole life cycle of this hurricane.
And going back to when it first was being looked at, and even when it was in the Western Caribbean, there was a lot of jaggedness to this. It wasn't looking good. And then you had the warm sea surface water, but we had the shearing. We had the upper level, the upper level winds were shearing this thing apart. There's nothing stopping this now, except for the forward motion and the land it's going to interact with.
Right, and you even got that little indentation in the Big Bend area, so it may actually spend a little bit more time over open, warm water with limited shear. There's not really too much that keeps it from getting weaker, that's for sure.
Exactly. Maybe because we have a mid-level trough, that's one of the reasons why we are going to be looking at that bend that's going to end up turning it. We have a mid-level trough that's going to help kick it a little bit more toward the Big Bend. But notice again, we still have that northerly direction. So it hasn't quite moved to the northeast yet.
All right, now we've got some new video in here, Madera Beach in Florida. This was Tuesday night, and you can see the water rise here. This is just west of Tampa, and yeah, they were expecting about a 4 to 6 foot surge or water rise here. As you can see here, certainly covering up the roads and the streets and maybe into the lower levels of some of the buildings, but you know, not realizing what they maybe could have as the storm continued to stay a little further west and hasn't taken that real big jog toward the east, at least just yet. So again, this year, Tampa does escape from a direct hit. They did miss a direct hit from Ian last year, and now with Idalia looking at a storm, the center is going to go well north. Continue to gain strength, too, as it heads toward the Big Bend. And major hurricane, and it is now and is expected to be one, and maybe a stronger one than it is now at landfall. So extremely dangerous. Category 4 at landfall, and could cause some catastrophic damage, storm surge, damaging winds included in that, and tornadoes on the northeast side. And then right now, the threat is going to continue to move east through the morning into the Panhandle and eventually into the Carolinas later today. So we're not just talking about something along the coast that's going to be devastating to catastrophic damage in terms of wind and especially storm surge. We can't forget about what's going to be happening inland. That's inland flooding and inland hurricane force winds for some, as the center goes right down the middle of the cone here, and still a hurricane Wednesday evening as it exits Georgia. The center tries to go into southwestern South Carolina. So you're still looking at strong winds, potentially with gusts, especially to hurricane force. 120 Cat 3. All right, we've got to get to 130 to get to Cat 4. The pressure dropped 13 millibars from the last hourly update. We should be getting another one close to the top of this hour, moving north at 15. The center now 100 miles southwest of Cedar Key, Florida. So things starting to unravel now. We're already seeing water rise near Cedar Key and starting to see some of these brighter, colder cloud tops get into areas around the Big Bend and near Tallahassee. Here's your center now, and look at this strong convection, these higher, colder cloud tops starting to get wrapped around the center and the south side. If we can wrap those all the way around, which we may do here in this tightening eye wall, we may see additional strengthening with our next update. So very well designed. The radar presentation on this, Todd, over the last, let's say, multiple hours here as we've gotten into tonight, probably the best it's looked, meaning the worst, unraveling here early this morning.
Hurricane Idalia continues to bear down on Florida's west coast. Now it's a major hurricane. Expect to slam into the state and an extremely dangerous Category 4 storm. Really, within hours, we're just going to be hours away from this. Idalia's forecast to make that landfall. Still don't know where exactly yet, but it's going to continue to get worse, particularly in around the Big Bend, bringing life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds, and even a threat of tornadoes a little bit farther inland as well. You're looking at a live look there. That is the city of Gulfport. and already seen the storm surge flooding that is currently going on there. So it's not just what is happening around the eye, but is impacts being felt well outside the eye as well. Let's take a look at the latest numbers. Every hour, top of the hour, the National Hurricane Center has now been giving out hourly updates, at least as far as the positioning and strength. So as far as the 3 o'clock advisory, still looking at a Category 3 hurricane, 120 mile an hour winds around that eye wall there in the eye wall. And hurricane force winds extend about 25 miles outside the center of circulation, but tropical storm force winds well outside of that. Still moving north at 15 miles an hour, but I mean, it certainly does look, you can see the longitude lines here, and I mean, there certainly does seem to be a shift here to the east, whether or not that is just a wobble or an actual turn to the north and east. But either way, we're going to be looking at these numbers as well, not only how fast it's moving in the forward speed, but also what direction is moving as well. Enhanced satellite, oh wow, look at the you can see just over the last hour or so, if I turn off the lightning strike there, you can actually see some of the purples that are popping up. So we're looking at the colder cloud tops really trying to wrap itself around the eye, and it does look like it's trying to strengthen a little bit. In fact, right now, notice the last scan there. Now we're starting to see lightning strikes all the way around the eye. So that is another chance that we are starting to see further strengthening possibly happening here. Even though it is a relatively small eye, there is the possibility that this thing is starting to strengthen a bit. Again, notice over the last 35 minutes or so, Ray, notice the lightning wrapping around that eye. So this is something that is a discouraging sign. And also whether or not, does that look to be maybe a second eye wall that's trying to blow there as well? It's kind of hard to see with that. But again, I'm really concerned about how the lightning is really wrapping around that eye and whether or not this thing is starting to maybe get a little bit stronger here. Cedar Key, Florida, we are still looking at the storm surge, and I believe just by looking at this and the fact that they've been dealing with what seems to be a persistent easterly wind this whole time, a lot of the storm surge has already been there in Cedar Key, and the water continues to rise, and it looks like conditions will get worse as Idalia will continue to work its way to make landfall really just hours from now. So let's take a look at the latest numbers. It's the 4 o'clock advisory that just came out moments ago. Category 3 storm, but look at the change here. Now 125 mile an hour winds. So that is 5 miles an hour stronger than it was over the 3 o'clock update. Another thing to hear, pressure drops, so that correlated with the stronger winds, now 941 millibars. But here's another big change here. Finally got the north-northeast movements, and now we're starting to push to that a little bit more of the east of north here. And also another thing, the forward motion at 17 miles an hour. So if you break this down, this actually is, well, as far as the Florida area goes, you want to get the storm out of here as fast as you can. So any increase in that forward motion may be the only good thing that came out of this, because this is an extremely dangerous storm. The bad thing about this for areas like South Georgia and the Carolinas is that if you have a major hurricane that is moving northward or moving in your direction at 17 miles an hour, those winds will continue to stay hurricane force strength farther inland. So this is not just going to be a Florida only or a coastal only impact here. It is going to be reached far inland because of how strong the storm is and how fast it is moving forward and how big it is as well.
Well, we are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Idalia as it lashes Florida and parts of the southeast. We got a risk of catastrophic storm surge, flash flooding, extensive power outages expected, and the newest update is breaking right now that this is a Category 4 hurricane. The Weather Channel has a team coverage of Hurricane Idalia as this thing approaches the Florida coast, and we want to start off with meteorologist Jim Cantori, who is in Cedar Key, Jim. And yes, that new update just came in, Category 4 status. Over to you.
Yeah, we're not surprised at that, given what we've seen here, guys. But the surge is coming into Cedar Key. I just wanted to come down here for 1 or 2 shots while I can, all right? We've got about 3 feet of surge already, and we know the forecast here is about 12 to 16 feet. We are at the University of Florida bunker here. This thing was made for a Category 4 hurricane. We know that at some point we are going to get cut off in terms of where we are, but we wanted to show you why it's so important to get out of the storm surge. There's a lot of planning that went into this. But just to give you an idea, again, 3 feet now, forecast 12 to 16. You look across the street, you can see all those buildings that are up on stilts right here. How high does that get? Well, maybe to the bottom of the first floor by the time we peaked out at this. So we're just starting to get the first push now. The center of this is about due west of us 65 miles. All right, 65 miles due west of us. us. And that is what's pushing the water with the southwest wind into this area, and it will continue to do so. It's just going to continue to rise and rise and rise and rise right through the morning hours. You know, you think sometimes you get a benefit when the storm comes ashore at low tide, but we're already, with the astronomical high tide, 1.5 feet above that low tide because of the moon. So that's an issue. So we're not going to get a big bonus there when you have about a 3-foot tidal shift. We're only going to get about 1.5 feet. But that may make the difference in getting it on the first floor of somebody's home and not getting it there. Either way, this will be historic storm surge here. We may see a doubling of the record here in Cedar Key. And that's what we're looking at. Hermine, as I mentioned yesterday, 2016, that's where we had 6.1 feet. But everybody should obviously be out of harm's way, well inland here, and out of this, because it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. We're not going to get the core. We're not going to get the eye wall and the strongest winds, but we certainly could get hurricane force gusts here. We've already been gusting to tropical storm force. And as I mentioned, if you look at the gauge here right at Cedar Key, we've already got about 3 feet of surge and climbing. All right, guys, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio, but you can see what we're looking at here. All right, you can see what we're looking at. The water's coming in already here on Dock Street, heading up toward First Street. This is just 3 feet. Think about what 12 to 16 means.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot worse before it gets better here. All right, Jordan, back to you in the studio.
Okay, we'll get caught up with you in just a bit, Jim. I want to get everybody caught up on what Idalia is doing right now. It's just to your west. So when we take a look at the map, again, Jim is in Cedar Key, Florida, which is right kind of on the start of the Big Bend area. And you could actually see the storm system is well structured. It had a clear definition of that eye a couple of cycles ago. And now we got a lot of convection here on that western side of the storm system, again, as it's moving north-northeast at about 20 miles per hour. So today, this storm is going to cruise, and it's going to hit multiple states. In fact, by tonight, we could be talking about big impacts and potentially the center of it all the way up into the Carolina coast, South Carolina coast right now. So you've got a lot of convection, pressures at 940, again, 60 miles west of Jim, but you could see the impacts that Jim's already experiencing with that 3-foot storm surge, and it's expected to rise. So if you look at the last 24 hours, it's been on cruise control and constantly ramping up its speed, and we just got that new update in. It went from Category 3 to Category 4 within the past 5 minutes or so. So it still has some time before it makes landfall. That Category 4 status is, a very alarming. This is the first time we've seen a storm of this size in modern history really hit this part of Florida. We have yet to see a big storm do that, and so you've got a lot of forested areas, a lot of trees. You are expected to see a lot of power outages, but I mentioned as we head into your evening tonight, we could be looking at this thing going through Georgia and then eventually up into the Carolinas through the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow. So as I said, it's moving, and it's going to be bringing in the wind and, of course, power outages and all the rain with it. When we look at the hurricane hunters who've just been flying into this, and over the last 45 minutes or so, we were looking at some of the data coming in, and look at some of the reports as they were flying through the eye wall itself, trying to get specifics, and we were getting that 140 mile per hour wind speed, which of course is helping us get it to that next category. You look at the hurricane warnings, you've got, they stretch up into the Peach State. I think we could still be looking at a strong hurricane, or a hurricane at that, by the time it arrives into Georgia and, of course, works its way into the Atlantic. So that's why we're seeing all the alerts for coastal Carolinas, both of you, North Carolina and South Carolina, and that tropical storm warning goes all the way into the interior, into the parts of the Piedmont. So I mentioned all the convection on that west side. You can see a lot of the thunderstorms there. We've been seeing some tornado warnings overnight, especially for areas into the interior here of Florida, as some of those bands tend to do that, and so we still will be watching out for the chance for some tornadoes to pop up as the storm system is arriving. Thunderstorms all the way back into Fort Myers. Looking at those winds, and of course the highest concentrated wind is going to be closest to the eye, but it's got a pretty big footprint here. So you've got gusts to 40 at Fort Myers, 45 here in Venice. Look at this, 50 in Sarasota. Same thing for you folks in St. Petersburg and Clearwater. And even on the east side, we're getting some gusts upwards of 25 and 30 miles per hour on that I-95 corridor of Florida on that east side. Just now starting to see and experience some of that wind in parts of South Georgia. We have yet to really get into the mix of that. That'll progress throughout the day and unfortunately get worse. There's your tornado watch, and this is something that I want to make sure everyone's aware of, Lynette, because, even though you're far away from the eye of the storm, you could be looking at big damage from severe storms just from the tentacles of the system itself coming on shore.
Now at 6. We're going to get hit with a major hurricane, likely to cause a lot of damage, and that's just the reality, so be prepared for that.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis warning residents about the potential impacts of Hurricane Idalia, now officially a Category 4 hurricane this morning. We have live team coverage on this powerful storm.
That's right. I'm morning field meteorologist Julie Gert breaking down the forecast path, what we're expecting currently that's happening over the Big Bend of Florida, and what happens after the storm makes landfall coming up.
It's 6 a.m. The news starts now.
Right now, all eyes are on Hurricane Idalia. The storm expected to make landfall in Florida's Big Bend this morning as a powerful Category 4 major hurricane. We're seeing new video from overnight of the impacts, like flooded streets in Pinellas County.
Live pictures this morning from Steinhatchee showing the impacts of Hurricane Idalia right now that are happening in our state. Good morning, South Florida.
I'm JC Birch. We have live team coverage for you this morning on the hurricane with crews spread out all across our state. We will be checking in with all of those crews that are live and ready to show you what's going on in just a moment.
First, let's get straight to our Weather Authority meteorologist Julie Dora with the very latest details and facts on the forecast. Julie.
That's right, Eric, JC in South Florida, because our crews will help you understand what I'm showing you in graphics. It's a complete story, and we can't do it without them showing you the live conditions. When I'm showing you the radar, you're going to have to deal with and understand what a Category 4 hurricane impacts are to the northern half of our state. As of 6 a.m., winds are at 130 miles per hour, pressure 942 millibars. It's moving north-northeast, still continuing on that northeasterly path, still pretty fast at 17 miles per hour. As of now, the actual eye is 95 miles south-southeast of Tallahassee, Florida, and I want to zoom in and show you this radar because, again, looking at this radar showing the downpours is nothing like what you're going to see from our live crew because this is heavy rain. And then as we go to the winds, you'll see just how strong our winds are gusting. We're talking about a Category 4 hurricane with an eye wall of winds of 130 miles per hour just off the Big Bend area. As we zoom in, I do want you to see that the forecast projected path does have it making landfall in the next hour or two just north of Horseshoe Beach. Again, with hurricanes this strong and powerful, I wouldn't be surprised if it maybe wobbles a little more towards the north or south, but the impacts have been felt for the last 24 hours and will continue regardless of where the eye does make landfall. And the devastation, the catastrophic storm surge, life-threatening storm surge will be the biggest thing we're talking about, as well as the wind and the rain. And what's interesting is that this system stays so strong as we're talking about a Category 2 hurricane by this evening moving in to the southern tip of Georgia. That's how large and how massive this storm is. This hurricane continues to head towards the northeast. Again, our biggest concern was the watches and warnings we put out a few days ago and the storm surge. Storm surge expected up to 16 feet. I want to put this into perspective for you. My graphic shows you a normal sea level rise on like a typical normal day. And then an ocean surge is typically when we talk about higher than normal tides. Watch what happens when we talk about 12 feet of storm surge. We're expecting the possibility of some areas dealing with 16 feet. My graphic doesn't even go that high because that's nothing that we're ever been used to. It's historic, it's catastrophic. And then the winds are not going to help, just ushering in that rainfall, providing for the flooding concerns. And look at how large this system is. Now, the wind radii of the system shows that tropical storm force winds extend out from the center 160 miles. So again, you heard me mention, we'll be talking about tropical storm force winds for much of northern Florida, southern half of Georgia, and even hurricane force winds as we go into this evening for much of the northern half of our state, even the Georgia coastline having to deal with tropical storm force winds and also rainfall going into the overnight hours. So this system isn't going to be moving through and then moving offshore for quiet conditions. We're going to be watching it all day long. And currently, our crews in the Big Bend area, Gainesville dealing with winds gusting in the 30s, Tampa in the 40s, Orlando 30s, Tallahassee in the 30s. And this is just the beginning of these winds continuing to whip. We are expecting the winds to continue to strengthen as the system makes landfall. And the reason this is so historic is because of the historic heating we've had with our sea surface temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico Mexico and the Atlantic. And you know, even though this system continues to progress towards the north with those hurricane warnings and watches in effect and hurricane winds expected till tonight, our local forecast is being impacted. We are under a wind advisory in Broward and Miami-Dade with the possibility of some rain bands as well. I'll have a lot more on all this coming up.
I want to get right now to the director of the National Hurricane Center, Michael Brennan. We've been talking to state officials, local officials, residents on the ground. Now, Director Brennan, just to start, as we've been watching this storm intensify throughout the course of the morning, what is the latest trajectory of Idalia, now a Category 4 storm?
Yeah, Idalia is moving very quickly north-northeast at about 17 miles an hour. You can see the eye here on the radar imagery. Expecting the eye to make landfall here in the sort of Dixie-Taylor County region of the Big Bend of Florida here in the next few hours. Folks, we're starting to see storm surge rise, and we're going to see that catastrophic storm surge play out in this region over the next few hours, as well as the destructive winds in the core of this major hurricane as it moves on shore.
You know, to the timing question, I know this is very difficult and everybody's very cautious about putting specific times on anything, but when you're talking about catastrophic storm surge, destructive winds, which have been repeatedly in your last several updates, when should people in those regions that you were talking about there, in those counties, be expecting the worst at this point?
Well, in terms of the storm surge, folks in those storm surge evacuation zones, hopefully they're gone because waters are starting to rise. Places like Cedar Key, we're seeing inundation now, more than 4 feet above ground level now, and those water levels are rising now. In this purple area here, we've just issued an extreme wind warning, and that means the, eye wall winds of a major hurricane are imminent in these areas in Dixie and Taylor counties. If folks are outside of a storm surge evacuation zone in those areas, that's where you're going to want to take cover and treat it like a tornado. Take cover in a safe place, get under a mattress, in a safe, sheltered room in your home.
I consume kind of the hourly updates line by line and notice it's almost like the Federal Reserve. Any change in any wording, I try and pick up on. The idea in the latest update that there's a possibility it could strengthen even more than it already has. Walk people through what you're seeing there.
Yeah, well, we've actually seen the central pressure come up a millibar or two in the last hour. So that suggests that the intensification is leveled off, at least for the time being. But it doesn't really matter. We're at a Category 4 hurricane. It's going to produce catastrophic conditions, whether the intensity goes up or down by 5 or 10 miles per hour. Those impacts are pretty baked in here for the Big Bend region of Florida. And then we're going to see significant wind impacts travel very, very far inland across portions of North Florida, all the way into portions of Georgia. With such a powerful hurricane moving so quickly, we have hurricane warnings in effect all the way over to Savannah and places like Hilton Head as well.
I want to follow up on a really good point you just made. The intensity of this, the strength of this, when you're getting into 5-10 miles an hour, you're kind of overlooking the scale of what we're seeing right now. Give people some context here. Compared to previous hurricanes, what does this look like?
Well, compared to previous hurricanes that have affected this part of the Florida Peninsula, it's unprecedented, at least in modern times. So these, if you live in this area and you live there your whole life, you've never experienced a hurricane like this. But, this is on the order of, some of the Category 4 hurricane landfalls we've seen in recent years, going back to Ian last year, going back to other storms like Laura and Ida. We've had a spate of these along the Gulf Coast and in Florida in particular. So this is just another one of these storms that's going to bring these catastrophic conditions.
All right, Director Michael Brennan, invaluable information. We'll get back to you in our 8 o'clock hour. Thanks so much for your time, sir.
Thanks.
Hurricane Idalia coming ashore now. We have an official landfall from the National Hurricane Center. Keene Beach is the location. We're, of course, in Cedar Key, where we continue to see water rise, probably past the record now that we had back in Hermine from 2016. And we have water entering homes. We have some structural damage floating around here, and I'll show you that in just a minute. But first, let's show you the radar. We can actually show you this on radar this morning out of Tallahassee. And you can see where the storm is actually coming ashore. All right, and this storm comes ashore. It's where the center, remember the center point, actually crosses over. That's when NHC calls an official landfall, and that's what we've got right now at Keene Beach. All right, Brad, let's look down the street here. We've been showing you this all morning here, guys, as we continue to go past 6 feet of surge now. As far as the eye can see, we've got damage, all right? And you can see these homes here that we've been looking at. This is right down, I think, Dog Street. This is First and Dog. This is where 24 comes in. That is the only way in and out of Cedar Key. And until debris is removed and that water goes down, nobody's going anywhere, including us, as we're surrounded by water. But we actually planned for that. We planned for that. Again, guys, we'll show you in a little bit where the water is coming into homes. But right now, let's go over to Perry, Georgia, that is not only taking the storm surge, but also some of the strongest winds. These Cat 3 winds in Perry, Florida. Reynolds, over to you.
Coverage continues now with meteorologist Erica Delgado. Erica, good morning. Lorena, yesterday all day we were anticipating this landfall to be along the Florida Gulf Coast. Where exactly it was, we knew it would be near the Florida Big Bend area, and that's exactly where it was. Landfall this morning at 7:45 near Keaton Beach. You can see it right there, just along Florida's Big Bend as a Category 3, but just moments before making landfall, it was upgraded to a Category 4 hurricane just offshore with winds of 130 miles per hour. Here's the very latest. Satellite still looking like a healthy system as that continues to push inland across northern sections of Florida, but still seeing lots of those stronger bands pushing through the Gulf Coast as far south as areas south of Sarasota, near Venice, and also near Punta Gorda. For South Florida, things are beginning to quiet down, but for the northern half of our state, it is nowhere near being calm. Here's the latest advisory. This was as of 10 o'clock. We're getting these advisories now, updates every hour on the hour because of its impacts on land. Winds are down to 105 miles per hour. Naturally, once a system moves onshore, we begin to see that weakening because it's lost that fuel it needs from water. So winds of 105 miles per hour moving towards the northeast. And the only saving grace with the system right now across northern Florida is how quickly it moved onshore. It's still moving towards the northeast at 18 miles per hour, and it's being tracked out of Madison right now, about 5 miles east-northeast of that town. As far as the cone is concerned, we'll continue to push Idalia towards the northeast, likely crossing the border into southern Georgia just around early afternoon, but still a Category 2 hurricane by this afternoon. So our friends in southern Georgia and even southeast Georgia could be dealing with hurricane force winds up to Category 2 with winds of 100 miles per hour later this afternoon. And I want to urge everyone, just because the system is now beginning to move closer and closer to the Florida-Georgia border, look how far out these tropical storm force winds are still extending. Areas like Ocala, down into Dania Beach, through Gainesville, all the way into Jacksonville, already seeing well within the tropical storm force conditions, and then across the Georgia border, already feeling some hurricane force winds, meaning over 74 miles per hour. Zooming out so we can take a look at the entire cone in its entirety. We have an area of high pressure that's been helping steer Idalia through the last couple of days, and a front blocking Idalia from moving any farther north or inland. So as we work our way into tomorrow, this will go from a Florida and Georgia concern all the way through the Carolinas, from Charleston, possibly even skirting areas near North Carolina, as a very strong tropical storm eventually moving out to sea. And that's what we'll watch Idalia remain over the open waters of the Atlantic as we work our way into the weekend and into next week, still as a strong tropical storm. Now, yesterday we talked about the possibility of a life-threatening storm surge up and down the Gulf Coast, with forecasts reaching as high as 10 to 15 feet near the landfall area, and as high as 2 to 4 feet just along areas that were hit hard last year by Hurricane Ian. Closer look here. This is where it made landfall, just along the Florida Big Bend. We were watching for the potential of storm surge between 12 to 16 feet. Well, right now we're seeing waters beginning to recede just a little bit. Cedar Key, one of the harder hits area, down to 6 feet right now of storm surge. Tornado alerts all across the northern half of Florida, with a tornado watch in effect until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Wind speeds, Mayo, Florida, 86 miles per hour and as high as 85 miles per hour. You can see those wind gusts with those bands pushing through along the Florida Gulf Coast as Idalia continues to move across the border here. Coming closer and closer, we're still seeing those winds up to 54 miles per hour. That's the very latest on Idalia. We'll have much more on impacts for South Florida because we'll feel them throughout the day today. That's coming up in a few minutes.
All right, let's take a look at these images here out of Perry this morning, the Big Bend area. As Lorena mentioned, that is about 20 minutes away from where the eye made landfall. You can see the impact of that life-threatening storm surge right there and all that rainfall.
We've been talking about that dangerous storm now making its way across the state. NBC6 hurricane specialist John Morales joining us from his home studio with a look at where it's headed next. John.
Shelley and Constance, good midday to you. Right now, the hurricane is in Georgia. And we'll take this on the full screen, show you exactly where it's located. It's moved out of Florida after having made landfall at 7:45 this morning at Keaton Beach, which is right down in this area. And since it's been moving towards the north-northeast, currently accelerating, moving at 20 miles per hour. Again, that's a good thing to a degree, but at the same time, it could extend those hurricane force winds to several spots along southeastern states. So from Florida to Georgia and into South Carolina. Current sustained winds are 85 miles per hour, down from 125 when it made landfall again at 7:45 this morning. Here's the satellite and radar composite. Also, you can see a tornado watch that continues in effect for a good portion of Florida and into Georgia. But the eye of the storm is right there, having moved to the east of Valdosta, moving towards the east-northeast right now pretty quickly. Rainfall rates are excessive, especially along the northern eye wall here. These are, beyond what we'd see here in a summer thunderstorm here in South Florida. This is the type of rainfall that's going to deliver, 4, 6, possibly more inches of rain as it slides towards the northeast. Also, just for geographic purposes, there's Savannah right there, Valdosta, where it just moved through, Tallahassee down to the southwest. It threaded the needle between Tallahassee and Gainesville as far as the core of the system is concerned. All right, so here's the forecast for the wind field. Again, concerned about hurricane force winds lasting not just through Florida, but beyond into Georgia and possibly even South Carolina. And you can see that in red. That would be the hurricane force winds, and the ones in orange are the damaging 60+ mile per hour winds. Tropical storm force winds are in yellow. So 2 p.m. still Daytona to Jacksonville, tropical storm force winds, hurricane force winds in southeast Georgia approaching Savannah there, and on to Charleston tonight. Hurricane force winds, not a large area, but remarkable that it would last that long and that we'd still have a possible hurricane 6 or even 12 hours from now. But again, as far as the hurricane making landfall, it made landfall as a Cat 3 after having peaked last night as a Category 4 system. Now back to you.
John, thank you for that. Want to take you to more footage here. This is Hernando County. Heavy flooding you're seeing there move through that area just north of Tampa. Idalia has shut down airports, as you know. It has canceled flights. It has caused widespread power outages. The National Hurricane Center said the storm is causing catastrophic storm surge and damaging winds.
And take a look at this, how the high water there has risen in Clearwater Beach. Some residents there finding some unconventional ways to get around through all that storm water there. You can see them right there, a woman seemingly taking to the water there with her paddle and her pup. Not the safest, but, you got to get around.
Making the most of it. The flooding continues on the streets of Treasure Island. This is video out of Pinellas County, just west of St. Petersburg. Storm surge damage could stretch about 200 miles along Florida's west coast, past the Tampa Bay area. Our governor has warned residents not to drive through flooded streets and to assume that all down power lines are live.
And as Hurricane Idalia crosses into Georgia, we're getting a glimpse of the weather conditions out there as well. Flooding already covering the streets of Valdosta. We hear that area just inundated with flood water. And of course, now downgraded to a Category 1 storm. The National Weather Service says heavy rains around the center of the storm are leading to severe water rescues in central and south Georgia.
We know that the hurricane is significantly weaker than it was when it made landfall earlier this morning. The winds right now at 80 miles per hour. It's down to a Category 1, 970 millibar pressure, moving off to northeast at a very rapid pace here. Forward speed has increased to 20 miles per hour, and generally speaking, we would consider that to be a good thing, a benefit, because it would tend to reduce the amount of rain that we get because it's moving fast. If it was moving slow, it put down a lot more rain. Having said that, some of the rainfall rates on the north side of the hurricane right now are pushing 2 inches an hour. But again, if the storm is moving along and is progressive here, I think that we're going to do, ourselves some favors by the fast movement. That's a good thing. Again, up came the numbers. Up through just before landfall, we peaked at 130 miles an hour. The official landfall speed by the Hurricane Center was at 125, then coming down significantly significantly after that with the interaction with land. This is often what happens with these hurricanes. But now it's going to work its way through Georgia and South Carolina and then eventually off the East Coast. So here are the stats. At Keaton Beach, Florida, that was the landfall location. That was between Apalachicola and Cedar Key. Winds were at 125 miles per hour. So officially that would be a Category 3 at landfall. The strongest landfall in the Big Bend of Florida since 1896, more than 100 years since we had this kind of hit here in Appalachia Bay. 8th Gulf of Mexico major landfall since 2017. So think about the basin, think about the Gulf of Mexico and the things that can happen, the dramatic atmospheric things that can happen when a storm gets going in the Gulf of Mexico. Take a look at some of the top wind reports we've had in the last 12 hours here. Again, landfall speed 125, but all the land-based reports have been significantly less than that. Buceo Junction here at 85, 81 mile per hour winds at Horseshoe Beach, where we had some pretty significant storm surge here. Tallahassee reporting a wind at 46 miles per hour. The gusty winds from here will be inland through Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. Felicia?
Let's get the latest on what we know. Thanks, Mike. Here's what we know on Idalia. 2 weather-related deaths in Florida from vehicle crashes, one in Pasco County, one in Alachua County. More than 370,000 customers are without power across Georgia and Florida. The Tampa airport reopens for inbound flights at 4 p.m. today and will reopen completely Thursday. And Florida Emergency Management is saying they are receiving 911 calls of people trapped but not in distress.
Some of the dramatic images of when Idalia made landfall this morning. You're taking a look at some of the storm surge at Keaton Beach. This was the landfall location. Look how the water came up here, and it really floods everything, right? Then on top of that, what you end up getting are some waves. A few white caps out there, and that's a lot of times what can do a lot of the damage. Is the water comes up and floods, and then all the waves on top just batter the buildings, and they kind of make mincemeat of everything here. And then, of course, there were the winds that came along with it as well, Felicia.
That's right. You can see that this is what we talk about when we talk about the dangers that come along with not necessarily, say, your structure completely blowing away, but the debris that you can get hit by if you are out in this. A lot of that debris is going to have nails with it, or it's going to be flying at such a speed that if you get hit with that, it's going to do damage. You can also see some of the other damage here in Keaton Beach. Some structures just absolutely destroyed. Of course, we're going to continue seeing the images coming out of this area as we get the chance to get out and see what has happened in Keaton Beach and Cedar Key and places like that, Mike. But one thing is for sure, we're far from done with seeing what Idalia has left behind.
You know, you see images like that where the top floor of the house is removed, right? You almost wonder if there was a brief tornado touchdown that came along with the hurricane. That's what that looks like, right? You can see the high winds taking off all the shingles of the home here, and then trees that have gone down. Of course, power outages have now become an increasing issue with roughly 400,000 customers without power right now across Florida and Georgia. But the cleanup is going to be ongoing in a lot of places. And then you think about all the saltwater intrusion that we got in some of these communities, and that means you quickly have to rinse everything out. You've got to get that all cleaned out before everything corrodes and rusts. But it's just a long, arduous task at this point to clean up from flooding.
A long, arduous task to clean up from flooding, to get that power back on. Of course, power crews all on standby out there and ready to get working as soon as it's safe to be out. But when you're talking about storm surge that has looked like this, the type of wind and damage that we've already seen, it is going to be, you know, years before we're completely recovered from this, but it is certainly going to be quite some time before that power is restored, before all of the, say, roads are passable again, before you're able to just really kind of go about life in any normal sort of fashion in this region.
You know, you think about how we have to do that, because a lot of times then the engineers, the county has to go out, they've got to assess, make sure roads are passable, bridges are safe, all those kind of things. So it could be some time. Be patient, folks. If you want to get back to your home, it may take just a few more days. But I want to give you an update on where Idalia is right now, what it's doing. We have a Category 1 hurricane, significantly weaker than when it made landfall, with 125 mile per hour winds. The winds are now 75. Pressure's come up to 981. Northeast movement at 20 miles per hour. So it's moving pretty quickly here. And usually a faster moving hurricane is a benefit because it limits the amount of water that you see. It doesn't stick around for a long amount of time and just increases the rainfall totals here. Having said that, north side, west side of the storm has got the heaviest of rain right now rolling through Georgia and between I-75 and I-16. So I-75 right here, I-16 between Macon and Savannah. This is where we've had a little bit of a pivot in the storm, as it's now going to start to work its way more easterly That's where we have some of the heavier rain right now and flash flood warnings that are in effect. But you can see a wide expanse of rain that extends through South Carolina and North Carolina as well. So from Tifton to Vidalia over towards Statesboro, I-16, the worst interstate in America right now. You want to be off of it at all costs, and it's going to be rough for the next several hours. Heavy rain bands in here. Rainfall rates exceed 2 inches per hour, and you can see some of the heavier banding that we've had highlighted in yellow on the screen here. In some locations, more than 3 inches of rain in the last 3 hours, approaching 4 inches of rain here just outside of Waycross, just outside of Jessup as well. I-95, problem for you there. I-26 is not a great highway. I-20 eventually, I-40, I-77. These are all places you wouldn't want to drive today because of the really intense rain you'll see today. And coming along with that hand in hand is going to end up being some really intense winds as well. Not to mention we've got the onshore flow that comes in here in South and North Carolina, meaning some storm surge in those locations. How about the high wind reports we've seen since the landfall? Here in Florida, 85-mile-per-hour winds at Horseshoe Beach. We saw the flooding there and the incredible storm surge. 81-mile-per-hour winds there. Out there at St. George Island, this would be what would be considered the west side or the clean side of the storm. 52-mile-per-hour winds. And in Tallahassee, 46-mile-per-hour winds. Had a lot of trees go down there. Even had a tree on the governor's mansion there in Tallahassee. Hurricane warnings still remain, especially where that center is going to track. So from near Valdosta up through Savannah, and then the red areas where we have tropical storm warnings as the center of circulation is going to kind of move in this direction and weaken along the way. So we'll still have gusty winds. They just may not be hurricane force winds. Knowing that the center is going to be tracking like this, we're going to have storm surge flow in this direction. This is why some of the beaches here could see storm surge as high as maybe 4 feet.
And we do continue to track Idalia here. This hurricane has been downgraded to a Category 1 storm as it now takes aim at the Carolinas.
And here is a look at an island in South Carolina where you can see the wind is whipping. You can see the waves. And are those surfers about to take off or just spectators? It's kind of hard to see, but just spectators there on the shore as we are taking precautions there in South Carolina.
First Alert meteorologist Larissa Abreu joins us to break down more on what's next here for Idalia.
Hey there, Roxy, Shelley. We have been tracking this storm since it first got on our radar. And of course, it made landfall this morning at 7:45 near Keaton Beach, Florida, with max winds at 125 miles an hour. That central pressure very low, very strong storm at 949 millibars. Here's a storm right now, a fraction of what it was when it made landfall earlier this morning. Still a Category 1 storm, still spreading heavy rain and now even a tornado threat across parts of Georgia and the deep south. Currently, it has winds of 75 miles an hour, and I do believe that in the next advisory, which is at 5 o'clock, this will be a tropical storm, but we're going to be watching it closely. It's moving very quickly, northeast at 20 miles an hour, and this is going to continue to move northeast. Eventually, it will downgrade as it skirts and hugs the coast of the southeast, moving further off towards the east. At one point, we thought the storm was going to curl right back into South Florida. The good news is models are consistent that this thing is going to continue to move east, approaching Bermuda as we approach Saturday, and even gaining some strength as it sits over the very warm waters of the Atlantic. Now, when I see you guys next in about 10 minutes, we'll take a look at the local forecast because we're still not quite out of the woods. We are still feeling some of those indirect impacts, and I'll have more on that again in about 10 minutes.
Local 10 News starts right now.
And right now at 5:30, take a look at the storm surge of Idalia causing in Cedar Key right here as it came ashore early this morning. And this is video shared with us by Cedar Key Fire Rescue as they patrolled some really flooded out neighborhoods.
The storm surge washing over streets in Treasure Island as well, as you can see from this drone video. And in Perry, one homeowner could only watch as this huge tree came crashing down.
Idalia was nearly a Category 4 status when it finally slammed into Keaton Beach just before 8 o'clock this morning.
The storm is moving fast, which is small comfort to those who were caught in its path. Local 10's Janine Stanwood is in the newsroom with the latest on Idalia.
Idalia strengthened quickly, bringing devastating flooding and strong gusts of wind to the coast of Florida. In some areas, rescues have been underway all day.
Hurricane Idalia unleashing on Florida, making landfall as a Category 3 hurricane around 7:45 this morning. Its fury ripping off this gas station roof, taking the pumps down with it.
goodness.
And swamping streets, knocking out power. It's the strongest storm to land in the Big Bend region in more than 120 years.
It's like hell down there. Wind was blowing this morning about 80 miles an hour.
In Perry, about 20 miles from Keaton Beach, where Idalia made landfall, the rain and wind so powerful, it toppled this billboard.
My house is down in Keaton. I don't know if it's there or not. We've never seen this before.
In nearby Steinhatchee, docks covered by water, buildings and other structures submerged.
The eye of Hurricane Idalia has left the state of Florida. The state is still being impacted by the storm's bands, and we're seeing that particularly in the northern part of the state.
But even to the south, like in Hudson, rising waters prompting rescues.
They were looking for people to see if there was anybody else still down there.
The guy helped him. He got his cats. I'm about to bring him back over to his car. There's people probably maybe knee-high in their house of water.
I can't believe this. I've never seen nothing like it.
And in Hillsborough County, the sheriff's office taking to the sky to survey the damage.
The storm is now on the move, but the ripple effects here in Florida will continue. Neighborhoods still underwater. Christy.
All right, thanks so much. And where is Idalia right now?
Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is here to show us. Betty.
It is headed toward the low country of South Carolina. So this is the rain, all the rain bands and some of the winds being clocked in association with Idalia. And you'll notice the winds are pretty strong, but in some of these bands, storms are spinning up and producing tornadoes. There are tornado warnings going on some of the cells within the bands, and these are fast movers. There's one making its way away from Myrtle Beach, lifting northward. So they are dealing with a multitude of issues, the heavy rainfall leading to some flooding, and then of course the potential for some tornadoes along the Carolina coast as those bands associated with Idalia move over the area. As of the 5 p.m. advisory, winds of 70 miles per hour. It is moving quickly toward the northeast at 21 miles per hour. The center of it about 115 miles west-southwest of Charleston. Of course, it's moving so fast that mileage is going to be changing. Here's the forecast track. It heads up over the western Atlantic waters tomorrow. So tonight it'll be along the Carolina coast, and then tomorrow we'll be tracking it over the western Atlantic waters, and it may be near Bermuda by the end of the weekend. So we'll definitely pay attention to that. And soon we'll be able to stop talking about Idalia. We already have less and less weather across Florida related to Idalia, although we're still dealing with some of the rain bands and leftover showers on that underside, as well as the blustery winds today. But things will be changing as we head for tomorrow. But on the short term, just be ready for some quick passing showers. Winds start to relax later on tonight. Back to you.
Holy, that car's flying! What the?
All right, watch this video again with us here. This is new video tonight showing a car being flipped by a tornado caused by the rain bands of Idalia. This is in South Carolina, by the way. That vehicle lifted up by the strong winds. You see it spin right there in the air before crashing back down onto the ground. Officials say 2 people suffered minor injuries in that crash. And that's not the only incredible video tonight we're seeing after Idalia unleashed its wrath here in our state. We want to show you some more looks at the damage left behind.
Oh my gosh.
We've talked about the force of this storm, but here you can see it and almost feel it. The roof of this gas station, the pumps, the bricks, easily lifted by the max sustained 125 per hour winds of Hurricane Idalia. This is in Perry, Florida.
Oh my God, oh!
The dangerous drive with debris flying across the highways here. This is Keaton Beach, close to where Hurricane Idalia made landfall as a Category 3 storm. This front porch, underwater. And if you look at the trees in the distance, it gives us perspective of how high the water got. The trunks of the palms almost completely underwater. And there's this eerie drive with debris flying, ominous clouds darken the sky. And watch as the pieces of that roof peel back. But it's from this drone video where we can see how some homes are still standing and how others just didn't stand a chance. This was a bedroom, and there's a mattress in what used to be the kitchen. While Tampa avoided a direct hit, it did not dodge this storm. Sidewalks washed out. The water from the Gulf spilling over the seawall and onto the sidewalks. And this is what officials say not to do after a storm. Wading through the murky waters on these streets. Residents getting around on paddleboards and kayaks. A ferocious storm slamming into our coast, toppling trees, inundated neighborhoods, and destroying homes. But in the midst of Idalia's fury, a rare and beautiful weather phenomenon. Now, we didn't speed up this video. This looks like lightning, right? This is St. Elmo's fire, which happens from charged particles shooting into the air from this hurricane. And out of the natural disasters comes the best of humanity. As soon as it was safe, first responders in Crystal River rescuing those who fared the storm. Residents, some barefoot, bringing along what they could carry, even their dog, and this family with a baby in a carrier.
It's incredible video there and incredible experiences. And with that, we give you a look right now where Idalia is at this time, now a tropical storm. And again, this is a live look at the radar. It has moved now through the Carolinas.
So let's bring in NBC6 meteorologist Ryan Phillips with what's next. How about it, Ryan?
Well, we will continue to see impacts in the Carolinas. I do want to go back about 15 hours to where it all began. First thing this morning in the Big Bend in Taylor County here, as Roxy had told us there, Keaton Beach. Maximum winds at 125 miles per hour. This is a Category 3 hurricane making landfall again in the state of Florida. And we just unfortunately add that to the list of major hurricanes that have made landfall across the Gulf Coast region since 2017. There's 8 of them, 4 of them unfortunately belonging to Florida. That includes Michael, Ian from last year, and Irma from 2017. Now tonight, the system continuing with a lot of rainfall here across South Carolina, central and eastern North Carolina, with gusty winds all across the area and the threat of a minor storm surge here along the Carolina coast. So even at this late hour, as the system is still over land in South Carolina, tropical storm warnings widespread from the Outer Banks down to the low country here in South Carolina and the eastern plains of North Carolina as well. Plenty of rain, plenty of wind. Top of the hour, still a tropical storm with 60-mile-per-hour winds zipping off to the northeast at 21 miles per hour. It will turn to the east, heading out across the Atlantic waters in the days ahead. What's interesting tonight, it is actually running in tandem, not too far away, is Category 2 Franklin across the western Atlantic. So just in this view alone, 2 major systems with big impacts, especially here today in the state of Florida. So it's been a busy season so far. Nothing on the horizon for us, but this is quite the tally already before we've even stepped into the month of September. 10 systems, 3 hurricanes, 2 major hurricanes, our average being 14, 7, and 3. Again, a little bit of a lull in the tropics, and us, well, as we lead into the Labor Day weekend, we can focus less on the tropics, but find a way to beat the heat. We're going to talk about that coming up in your local forecast in minutes.
Now, here's the latest on Tropical Storm Idalia, located 45 miles to the southwest of Wilmington, North Carolina, producing winds of 60 miles per hour. It is booking quickly east-northeast at 21, and that fast pace Idalia has had, that's what helped it move away quickly from the Florida's Big Bend region. And based on the forecast track, it's going to bounce off of this area of high pressure and then lift it northward into the Atlantic Ocean. But Bermuda should be watching Tropical Storm Idalia. So aside from Idalia, we have Hurricane Franklin, an impressive looking system that's impacting Bermuda as we speak. We also have the remnants of Gert we're following for regeneration, and now Tropical Depression 11 in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean upgraded to Tropical Storm Jose, and then there's this vigorous wave with a high chance of developing in that area highlighted in red.
Now we'll talk about the Idalia statistics as it moved onshore. You can see the significant storm surge coming in to Keaton Beach, Florida, which is right about where landfall was. We saw record high storm surge in Cedar Key, nearly 7 feet, and that was at low tide. Storm surge was by far and away, like many landfalling tropical cyclones, the most destructive and deadly hazard, especially in this case. Let's go have a look at some of the stats, though. We have a landfall, 125-mile-per-hour Category 3 hurricane. Now, stay with me here, because I think we dodged a bullet. And I mean that. I think this thing could have been a lot more intense. In fact, even going back 12 hours prior to landfall, I believe it was a lot more intense. You can see that in the sort of official identification here by the National Hurricane Center, Idalia was rapidly strengthening like we all feared it would. It behaved according to the plan. It was following the playbook, getting really, really strong as it closed in on the Big Bend area of Florida. And then something very curious happened right up in here. Notice that the intensity went down a little bit. Now, that's the official intensity from the National Hurricane Center. This is, I'm going to leave now, storm surge aside. We know that was very impactful and dangerous and all the like. But I want to talk about the meteorology here because this is very important. And this is something that our science really is going to benefit from in the next few years, understanding how these structural changes occur because they matter so much impactfully. This is what it looked like when we were at Cat 4 intensity. Basically a little pinhole eye, right? With an eye wall, a very distinct. This is where the destructive winds were at Category 4 intensity, albeit in a very small area, 20 to 30 miles from the center. But watch this as it moved on board. Some very interesting things happened. You can see that we kind of lost the convective integrity. In other words, we lost a lot of the thunderstorms on final approach here. At the very last minute, you can see that no longer did we have that concentric little eye wall there. The inner eye wall was eroded by this what's called eye wall replacement cycle. I think that weakened the pressure gradient in the interior. We lost a lot of the thunderstorms that tend to connect the winds aloft from the winds at the surface. And overall, we dealt with a system that just didn't have the wind anywhere near, we think, that could have been. Now, these are widely spaced observations. We don't have all of the data, and we're still waiting on it, but I could not yet find even hurricane-force winds, wind gusts in the 80-plus mile-per-hour range, but this will be one to be studied, I think, in the near future with the eye wall replacement cycles on final approach.
We're still keeping a close eye on the tropics because we still have a lot of activity, almost looking very congested over the Atlantic waters. Over portions of the Cape Verde Islands, we do have this broad area of low pressure that we're watching that does have a high development chance as it continues to push towards the northwest. Meanwhile, we have the remnants of what was Tropical Storm Gert from weeks ago still across the central Atlantic. That one has a low chance of developing as well as it drifts northward. Also drifting towards the north, we find Tropical Storm Jose, who is forecast to be absorbed by Hurricane Franklin. It's almost like a soap opera. Then we have Tropical Storm Idalia moving away from the eastern seaboard. That one will eventually push through areas near Bermuda, so Bermuda should monitor the progress. And that's about it for the tropics for now. None of these posing any threat to South Florida.
Well, some of Idalia's flooding hitting coastal communities right along the Gulf Coast here from truly Florida. We got hit hard from Apalachicola all the way back down towards Sarasota. And then how about the beaches that we saw in the southeast, including Georgia, South Carolina, and here in Ocean Isle Beach in North Carolina. It was very, very breezy for us. At times, those waves are lashing up at the beaches here. Well protected, though, in many locations because of the dunes that we have there. But it's almost gone. We've got a few more hours to deal with some breezy conditions and some rain in eastern North Carolina in particular, the Hampton Roads area of Virginia, and then Idalia is finally out of our hair. 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm, although the Hurricane Center noting that it's losing its tropical characteristics, may become extratropical soon. The winds have actually notched up just a touch here in the last advisory, 65 miles per hour. It is moving east pretty quickly, about 20 miles per hour. So again, a few more hours and this thing will be done with the rain in eastern North Carolina. It's been a real crummy day for us from all around Morehead City up through Hatteras and then, maybe like an Ocracoke in toward Virginia Beach. But improving conditions should come our way before you know it. That's what it looks like on the satellite. It's still a very impressive looking storm from space. So the satellite observing this is showing the big circulation here, the striations in that as well, all well formed as it now pushes its way eastbound here. As far as the gusts go, still very windy at times. Winds mostly coming out of the north. It's got an onshore flow up here, and so you're getting a push of water in places like Virginia Beach and Nags Head. Kill Devil Hills, our winds are gusting to 30, gusting to nearly 40 in Hatteras as well as Wilmington, and still even breezy for us in a place like Raleigh where it's 13 and gusting to 26 right now. There's a look at the history of Idalia coming through the Gulf of Mexico, rapidly intensifying, became a Category 4, weakened briefly before it made landfall as a Category 3, the first major hurricane to make landfall in the Appalachian Bay area here in the Big Bend of Florida.
Want to start, though, and get straight over to hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb on Idalia, still churning off the Atlantic coast, pulling away from North Carolina right now.
Yeah, so Chris, we have Idalia now as a post-tropical storm, but interestingly, it is still interacting with a front that's still bringing some breezy conditions and some high water levels to the Outer Banks and the Sounds in North Carolina. But now Bermuda is in play, and we'll have to watch if it stays out to sea or not. Here's the latest track and intensity forecast, and I'll go back. Here's the advisory on what is post-tropical Cyclone Idalia. Max winds are still 65, though, so it's still a wind producer moving quickly offshore, but there's a front that it's entangled with, so that's why there's still a little bit of rain on the coast of North Carolina on the northwest side of the system, and that's kind of where the strongest winds of Idalia are. Now, it'll lose its tropical characteristics here for the next couple of days, but then it will regain them in time, we think, for Bermuda, and even if it stays post-tropical, still could be a 50-mile-an-hour system. So there's now a tropical storm watch for Bermuda, and then we'll have to see if it stays out to sea or if it gets a little closer to the northeast or the Atlantic Canada region. Still have a couple feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground in that northerly flow on the Sound side near Hatteras. Look at those gusts are still at 30 miles an hour. So it's not like, oh, the whole thing has left and it's gotten calm. It's still rainy and gusty there in eastern North Carolina. And then when you look at the buoys, look at buoy 2 south of the center, which is mostly deep convectionless, but still a good bit of rain. Gusts up to 60 miles an hour. And look at this buoy just offshore of Hatteras, gusting to 49. So the ocean is still getting kicked up quite a bit. Now, it is going to kind of fall into the cold wake behind Hurricane Franklin. So there's a little bit of cooler water out there. But as it gets closer to Bermuda, it gets back to warmer waters. And then it's got warmer than average waters to work with after it moves to the north. This trough will miss it. This trough probably not. And so when you look at this track forecast, that takes us out to 5 days. This is as a tropical storm again. But then what could happen with all of the possible tracks going out to 5, 6, 7 days? Well, you cannot rule out that it comes back in our direction, but maybe it won't be fully tropical anymore. But Chris, we might not be able to say goodbye completely to Idalia for a while.
Well, we want to take a closer look at Idalia's track and the storm as it made its way into the Gulf of Mexico, through Florida, Georgia, and even the Carolinas.
Yeah, and here's a look at the storm's impact on the west side of Florida, the Gulf Coast, in Cedar Key.
So you can see how high the water got. Look at the door. Water getting into this home and many homes. You saw some of the damage at the hotel there, the motel that they were looking at. And look at how forceful it was as it was coming in. It came in very quickly.
And there's some other video that we've seen, obviously, where it's moving even more quickly as it first comes in. It is a storm surge. And some structures got flooded. Some structures got taken out in the Big Bend area of Florida.
Yeah, so, a lot of cleanup and recovery of people ripping out walls, picking up debris, walls, even buildings got, even some of the mobile homes, the unanchored structures got removed completely.
And this truly is a key. Just like the Florida Keys are a bunch of islands, Cedar Key is an island. It is offshore of the coast of the Big Bend of Florida, and that concave-shaped coastline, whenever you get a hurricane coming into the eastern Gulf, there's going to be surge because it catches all that water, and the depth of the water is very shallow for a long way as you go away from the shoreline.
Dr. Tom, when you look at this, how on average, how big was Idalia compared to some of the more notable major hurricanes we've seen in the Gulf over the last 5-10 years?
Not as tiny as Charlie, maybe not quite as large as Ian, but we've even had tropical storms sit offshore here and produce storm surge into Tampa Bay and in the Big Bend. So not a surprise to get a lot of surge. And there's Cedar Key right in there, and the surge there would have been even greater had the core of the hurricane come closer to them. There again, there's Cedar Key. So the Horseshoe Beach area up in here got really hammered with significant storm surge. But there are other communities like Crystal River that are on the other side of Cedar Key that still got some very significant storm surge.
And even down in Madeira Beach, St. Pete Beach, and Clearwater, we had water covering a lot of neighborhood streets.
Now, check out the scene in Perry, Florida here, which is more inland. You can see the trees coming down all over the place. Tallahassee to Perry and over to Lake City. So many trees. This is where Reynolds Wolf was. He was live as Idalia pushed through the area.
Yeah, this is where we rode out the eye wall. So the winds here were much stronger than even what we saw in Cedar Key.
And it was the western northwest southwestern eye wall. It wasn't even
not the typical strongest side of the eye. And you see that as it was making landfall, and notice that northern and western flank was where we had the extreme winds over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, and this little turn to the right is what saved Tallahassee from getting what Perry got. But even Tallahassee in that outer eye wall, because it went through this eye wall replacement cycle, even Tallahassee got gusts over 50 miles an hour, whereas Perry got the gusts up to 85 miles an hour measured, and probably somewhere else that we didn't have an anemometer probably got even stronger.
Yeah, so you see some of the wind damage and a lot of trees down. You know, Taylor County really hasn't been tested to this extreme. We've been hit by tropical systems before, even hurricanes, but this one really took a beating, and there's a lot of down trees, extensive power grid. Rebuilding. That's
that I-10 corridor, trees across it over in Madison area. And so really amazing what happens when you get a fast-moving major hurricane come ashore in the Big Bend. It was still a hurricane when it crossed into the Georgia, crossed from Florida into Georgia.
Yeah, so it was a city like Valdosta, which is the largest city in South Georgia, dealing with pretty extreme winds here, up to hurricane force gusts at times, and we've got extensive down trees, some shingles lost, and a lot of down power lines here.
So this is not the first time southern Georgia has had a big impact from a landfalling Gulf major hurricane. Michael was farther east, so southwestern Georgia got the worst of it. Now this was a little farther to the east.
And even at Waycross and some of the areas here, huge groves of pine trees. I mean, they've snapped just completely.
Across 4 states are now assessing the damage left behind by Idalia. The storm's death toll grew to 3 today. Investigators in Georgia say a man died after a tree fell on his car. The other 2 deaths were reported in Florida on Wednesday. And tonight we're learning more about the potential price tag for cleaning up the mess Idalia left behind. Moody's Analytics predicts the storm caused $12 to $20 billion in damages. The White House announcing President Joe Biden plans to visit Florida on Saturday. He's expected to tour the damage in some of the hardest hit communities in the Panhandle.
All right, so the tropics are calm on our shores for now, but if you look out there in the Atlantic Basin, things have gone berserk, right? We've got 8 circles out there. We have an area to watch. We have 2 tropical depressions. We've got a tropical storm, a post-tropical storm, a hurricane. We're naming all kinds of things out there. Of course, leave it to meteorologists to make it way more complicated than it has to be. I feel like we should just do hurricane or not a hurricane. But we call them all kinds of other things, right? Just usually depends on the wind speed more than anything else, but also the organization to the systems. But there's a big cluster of named systems here, from Gert to Idalia to Jose to Franklin. And then these waves that are coming off the coast of Africa could form into something, especially if they take more of a southerly track or just a westerly track underneath a Bermuda high and come toward the islands. That's something that we'll have to keep an eye on. Now, usually it takes a long time for these waves to come across the Atlantic Basin, but if you look at what's going on with Idalia, we'll start there. It's still moving eastbound here, east-southeast, but it's going to come meander around Bermuda. We have tropical storm warnings in effect there for a post-tropical storm. I get it. Again, meteorologists are terrible at making it simple. We like to call things different things, and why can't we call it a post-tropical storm warning? I don't know. I don't have answers to these things, folks, but here's the track that we can show you. It does weaken along the path here all the way through next week, though. It's still hanging around here north of Bermuda. But the models are all now pushing it more out into the Atlantic, then curving it back toward the U.S. coastline. That's good news. And I think for those of you that maybe at the Cape, the Jersey Shore, you can breathe a little bit easier now. There's all kinds of things out there to watch. An area to watch, that's the lead. 50% chance of formation over the next 7 days. 100% chance of formation there of now tropical depression number 12. That's likely to go northbound. The lead one may come westbound, or the wave that comes behind that may come westbound, I should say. But all the spins at this point remain off of our shores and no threat to any land. But notice if these things go south, see that little spin right there by Barbados? We'll watch that one. That's the GFS model. The European model, actually a little bit more robust on the waves coming off of Africa. One again goes north. That'll be TD12. The one that comes in behind that may scoot south side of that Bermuda high and then form into something by the middle of next week. We'll keep an eye on that one very closely and see what threats it may bring to the islands, or maybe Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, and could it threaten the U.S. mainland. A little too early to tell. Again, thousands and thousands of miles away. But here's what we do know. We've gone through a lot of season. We've got a long way to go. Alex, 71% of activity climatologically is still ahead of us.
Absolutely. Well, coming up on the show, we've got much more on your holiday weekend forecast, where storms will put a damper on your outdoor plans. Also, some all-important football forecasts. And a reminder to stay tuned to the Weather Channel on your smart TV. You can see our complete coverage.